Okay, well, welcome everyone. So welcome to orientation. Thank you all for being here. Just because we're also online, my name is Sharon Ashworth and I'm the Vice Chair of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. And it's been a long time since we've been face to face, so I'm really looking forward to today. We've got a full and informative agenda ahead of us, and I'm really excited to get to it. I want to thank the staff for helping us put this together. They've done a whole lot of work in getting this going, and thank the subcommittee who contributed many ideas for the topics. That subcommittee consisted of the chair, Sinclair, Commissioners Carter and Rexroad, and myself. So thank you all for submitting topics. And before we go any further, we should probably have Planner Avery Corner go over the Zoom instructions.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and will later be added to the city's YouTube channel. Public comment will not be taken during today's meeting. Unless you are participating in the meeting, please remember to mute yourself and turn your video off. This will help minimize distractions and allow the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You'll still be able to hear the meeting while you're muted. The chat function for this public meeting has been disabled. All chats will go directly to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And I'll turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Okay. Great. Well, we're starting off today. If we look at our agenda, we are going to start with some welcome remarks from Jeff Crick, Director, Planning Services here at Douglas County, Lawrence.
Great to see everybody in person this morning. Just a couple of housekeeping things related to some other items here to remind yourselves. During today's discussion, you cannot discuss items that are pending before the board or that will be pending after the board. So kind of if you're going to use an example, use one from a little bit later on, not one that is upcoming or that has recently passed through the board. And also keep in mind, this is an Open Meetings Act kind of situation. So we'll be following the Kansas Open Meeting Act and open record requests on those things. So otherwise, coffee is going to be available because this office runs strictly on coffee. So there will always be coffee going. The restrooms are just out that door and across the hall there. And the break room is just on the other side. And if you need anything for the breaks, just let us know and we'll be able to accommodate that one, including if you'd like to see the space and tour what Planning and Development Services looks like on the other side here, let me know. We can make that arrangement. But we're glad to have you all here today and looking forward to very good and great conversations that we'll have. So good to see everybody.
Just a couple more housekeeping items too. Echo the coffee. If you get up and you see that the coffee's getting low, let us know. We are going to refill those as much as possible throughout the day. And then you probably saw that bathrooms are just right outside here. And then if you decide that you do want a hard copy of the packet while we're here, if it's anything else that we can print off or get for you, just let us know.
Great, thank you. So what we start off with today, as you can see on your agenda, does everybody have an agenda? Okay. It are the upfront questions. So the reason we're starting with upfront questions, there's a couple of goals here. So one is to have any questions brought up about policies and procedures that maybe the newer commissioners have. And of course, there's always questions about policies and procedures that some of us who have a number of years under our belt still have as we serve. So we want to get those up front so that we can either answer them as we go through the program today, or they can be parked, as the term goes, for addressing at the end of the meeting if we don't get to them through the topics. So does anybody have a burning question they would like to start out with, something you just couldn't quite get to on a Zoom call? So now that we're here in this cozy setting, does anybody, I have a question to start us off with, but I want to go with somebody who's just a burning question.
Gary.
Go for it.
Start us off, please.
Sorry, so okay. All right, I'll just get us started and warmed up here for upfront questions. So I've got mine written out here, so because I thought about this a lot. So many of the applicants that are coming before the Planning Commission have hired consultants and they have planning staff that takes them carefully through the planning process. So my question is about the members of the public that submit comments in writing or in person at the commission meetings. And they generally don't have the assistance of consultants. I know staff is available, but my question is how does the public come to staff with questions? How are they guided through the process if they want to comment on an item before the commission? What sort of guidance is available to them?
Good question.
And so that would be my question to start off.
Are we just taking questions that we're gonna answer throughout the day, or is this?
Yeah, or if it comes up, if there's a good point for it, or it's parked till the end.
Yeah.
If it doesn't get addressed. So other questions?
I have one. Mine is a little more general. I would be curious to know, from staff's perspective, what are some pet peeves about how the commission currently is handling things? And I guess you maybe ideas from other times, and / what could the commission or commissioners do better from your perspective as the professional staff?
Charlie and Gary, you guys are new. What sort of flummoxed you in your?
Well, I said this, someone who is not on the commission, when we talk, well, we're changing the AB7 to the GZY and whatever the changes are, and that means precious little to me.
That's right.
So I listen and think, oh, well, here's really what you're talking about, but the acronyms, and if you've been here for however many years you've done it, it probably has more meaning. So other than that, I always get my stuff printed out. I see other people doing the computer. I like to take notes on mine, and so I appreciate that Becky prints that out for me.
I'd love to take credit for that, but that's all Denny.
Oh, that Denny does that. I would say, I think to me, there is a lot of extraneous material that appears on these pages. But I'm glad to have it in print. Earlier, whoever it was, where you were mentioning somebody coming on the board. I don't know why people wouldn't want to do this. And then Jerry said, well, you have to want to serve. And I don't know why people wouldn't. It seems to me, from my perspective, this is a great place to be. You get to have some input on things. I wonder at times, why would a 75-year-old man be picked to represent a portion of the county? Do I really represent a significant group of people? Some of you are considerably younger. It seems to me it would be a great thing if there were younger people on here that could give a different perspective. I am not a detail person. Some of you, I marvel that you see the detail in things. I don't see that as my role as the detail. I'm more of, I think, a bigger picture person. So I don't know that I have questions, but I'm glad I'm doing this. I'm glad I'm on here. Were I the king of the world? I don't think that's going to happen today. Long day.
Long day.
No, I would question why am I on this? I didn't apply. I didn't reach out and say, oh, I want to do this. But when I was approached, so how are people picked for this?
Couple questions. I think when there are categories of things that come to us, let's say sidewalk variances is one example, that seem to have a conclusion already made, yet it comes before the commission to say yes or no, and that's really puzzling to me. So I guess the question is, where can we learn what all those things are, what's into that category? And I'd also love to know what happens if we vote to do it anyway, even though the rules say we're not supposed to. I'd love to understand that.
Sorry,
and also,
Commissioner, I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
so there are categories of things that come before the commission, like, for example, one I remember not too long ago was a variance on a sidewalk request to not do one in a certain place. And the rule said you have to do it. And there's quite a conversation about, look, the rule's the rule, and we don't have the authority to not follow the rule. Therefore, we need to vote a certain way. So if it is a rule and it's not something that's up for discussion, why does it come before the commission? And second, if what I'm saying is accurate, and maybe I'm just completely wrong about that, if what I'm saying is accurate, what happens if we vote against the rule?
Or vote to change the rule.
Which you led us towards, Jim, which I thought was fantastic. I haven't seen that come back up yet, but
We probably won't. I remember Jim saying, laughing when you talked about sidewalk issues apparently have been the bane of this group's existence for years.
another question, the three of us were talking a little bit about the planning commission appointments and city versus county appointments, and the responsibility that every commissioner has to an item, whether it's in the county or city, regardless who appointed them. I have an opinion about that, but I'd love to know if is there an expectation that if you're city, you really focus on city, if you're county, you are given more weight in a decision? Love to understand that.
Any questions from our veterans here?
Once Becky gets the number.
Okay, thank you.
I
These are all
think I did a
great
pretty good job
questions.
of listening and writing there.
No, these are all great questions.
Role of the planning commission in the CIP process
Aha.
and role of the planning commission in transportation planning.
I have a question for staff, and it's how far off the rails should we be allowed to go before you start reining us in? Because it seemed like when Scott was there, he maybe stepped in before we were kind of fully put all of our ideas out. But then Jeff, you kind of led us to our own devices, and I just wonder where the boundary is, and if you'll act as a safeguard for us.
Always will.
I'm not sure I even understand that. What would be out of bounds that we could talk about?
A very out of bounds conversation is you would not be allowed to appropriate money for the city or the county governing body.
I mean, in any discussion that I've heard over the last however many months I've been here, what is it that would be out of bounds? I've never heard anybody say, why don't we appropriate money and go party?
We bumped up against Kansas statute a couple of times.
I think there are more technical things too, like if there's an application and there's a business associated with it, and we might start discussing like the value of that business coming to the community, and that's not really within our, that's not land use issue. And so we could start talking about that, and sometimes it may be helpful if no one on the commissioner is saying like, hey, hold on a second, this is interesting, but that's not exactly one of the factors we should be considering.
That's why we have.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess, so a question, an example would be like, maybe Jeff would be like, commissioners, that's very interesting, but just to remind you that the issue is, whether or not this application is appropriate from a land use perspective and not from whether or not you want, some sort of particular brand or
Okay.
community comment.
Yeah,
What type of business?
it's the shiny object syndrome.
Yeah.
It's like, this is it's almost diversion. You get the public coming in. These are great people. We love these people. We like their idea. But we're land use. And what happens down the road with that changing the land use for that parcel of land. Not who's going to be in there today. It's who's going to be in there next or the third.
20 years down the road.
After that.
Well, I think it's also a little bit of equivocation on what is planning. I mean, there are lots of different types of planning. There's, economic development, there's community development. And, in a way, we're the Metropolitan Land Use Planning Commission, not just the Planning Commission. I mean, there's a lot of, I think when our ambitions exceed what we're entitled to do, it's because we have interests in other ways of planning that exceed our authority.
I think there's also maybe some gray in those things. I think one benefit maybe of having like a longer leash is that commissioners can argue, or not argue, but go back and forth about what they think. I mean, someone may think that's out of our bounds. Another person may say, well, it might be, but I think it's relevant to this factor. We ought to be talking about it. Which kind of goes back, I think, to what you were saying. Some people may think there's rules hard and fast. We need to follow those and we can't deviate. And other people may think there's leeway. I mean, that's why there's litigation. Every lawyer says it's clear cut. Here's the rule. This is the result. The other side will say, no, it's clear cut. And there's different perspectives. So I think.
To your point, though, about getting at different values as opposed to strict, I think we're driven to that in some ways, like having to determine community benefit. That's a values conversation, right? Does this outweigh that? It's not an objective. That's not an objective thing. It's subjective.
Not to spoil the later on and give spoilers down, we're gonna have a conversation about the difference between those two kind of interactions that you have versus quasi judicial versus a legislative action, because your role substantially changes in how you do that. And that subjectivity will also change in the way that role introduces. So I'm gonna give away all the agenda, but I think you're priming us for a great conversation later on this morning.
I have another question, and it's probably the one I've asked every time we've met for planning commission training is, what voices do we not have? And how do we identify that for the governing bodies that appoint people? Because we don't get to appoint, like, we know better who we don't have or what we need, but we need to be able to communicate that to the governing bodies.
We've done that so well in the past.
Yeah.
With the county.
And I'd just like to build up on that if I could, because I think you say we know who we don't have. I think a lot of the time we don't know who we don't
That's,
have.
yeah, the topic is, we better know who we don't have.
We should know, yeah.
It's like we don't cover some of these throughout the agenda. We have a lot to discuss at the end.
That's right.
We'll make some room.
If this is our new person, pull them in. See what they want to do.
Well, I don't know if that's appropriate.
I should
That's it.
probably
Yeah.
let the commission know this. We've had 2 adjustments to your roster in the last few days. Hopefully he will correct me if I say his name wrong here. Pedro Baroda was appointed as the city appointee. It'll come on board on June. He's joined us via Zoom this morning a little bit, and I think it's well within rights if you'd like to either ask a question or find some things. He has not gone through his board onboarding process at this point in time, so he's probably got a lot of those. And Commissioner Shanklin has let us know that he will not be serving out, not viewing for reappointment, so he will be a term will end in May. So we'll have some open seats on the county side that we'll have to appoint. But so we'd like to welcome Commissioner Baroda to the meeting. If might be a little bit busy in the morning, but it's definitely glad to have him here. So there's some little bit of the roster adjustments that we've had in the last few days.
And I guess if Mr. Baroda would use the hand signal, I guess at some point in time, he could
And wave.
wave frantically at us as we're go through this, maybe that will work. So do we have any other questions before we move on to the next topic? And we'll just sort of keep an eye on these and see if they come up through the agenda, that we can address the
Could we add
questions.
as we go?
With that,
Just looking at the questions, look like
Right.
they've gotten longer.
right, I know. Yeah,
Part
so
A, part
we
B.
should keep an eye on them as we go through, so.
Don't,
Question, did your first question get on there?
Yes, it got on number 2.
Okay.
don't worry, if we run out of whiteboard space, we have those large sticky notes. You can
No.
Transfer it, you can turn back to the room and sticky notes. So
Good.
don't worry about overrunning the board.
Okay. So anything else? Well, I'm sure we'll come up with more.
I have at least one person I don't know. Hi, I'm Karen.
I'm the newest planner, Drew Bilby.
Oh, nice to meet you.
The what plan?
The newest planner.
The newest plan, okay. Drew?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, so I guess then we're on to discussion topic number 1. Our discussion leader is Chair Sinclair for
Yeah,
meeting preparation.
leader, more of like I feel like a moderator. But I think staff is gonna,
And
oh, we got
actually,
Luke on
just-
the Zoom. Okay. So yeah, the first thing is we'll hear from Luke, sort of, I think, talking about the life cycle of applications. We can get the background of what staff is involved in as part of the planning process. Is that right, Luke?
That's correct. I'm ready when you guys are.
Go for it.
All right, I'm gonna give me a minute to share my screen. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Well, that's different. That's weird to hear, but good morning to you guys all. Luke Mortensen, planner with Planning and Development Services Department. Want to thank you all for being with us this morning. As Chair Sinclair just noted, Jeff and Becky have asked me to provide some additional insight into the planning processes and some of the roles that applicant staff and of course you guys take on during the life of a planning submittal, both before and after PC consideration. So we will go ahead and get started. The first stage in a planning commission agenda item is the pre-application meeting with the applicant. And generally these happen, around 7 days prior to application. This meeting can be with a lot of different folks. It can include Planning and Development Services Department, our MSO department, fire prevention. Some items require city managers, representative, Douglas County staff, even KDOT. It depends on the project, but we invite those that are needed or that we think we'll need for an application. So during a pre-application meeting, staff assist the applicant in determining the submittal requirements and which applications and information should be provided. So this could include site drawings, traffic impact study, drainage study, sometimes a retail market study, different studies and analyses such as those that may need to be provided with the formal application. That are necessary to demonstrate that the proposed project will meet city code and general compliance with our comprehensive plan. At this stage, we also identify potential variances or roadblocks and outline them. Over the pandemic, we've transitioned to mostly pre-apps virtual meetings. This has actually been really beneficial as for applicants and for staff, as we've all been able to share screens and materials. And applicants, if they're not local, they don't have to physically be in Lawrence to at this earliest stage of their development process. Great. Once a complete application is submitted, about 7 or 10 days after that pre-application meeting, it's processed and logged into the city's internal programs and distributed to multiple reviewers for comments. So internal reviewers are similar to those that would have been in the pre-application meeting, but they include planning, our MPO and transportation planning folks, historic resources, Building Safety Division, MSO, engineering, fire, police, parks and rec. There are also a significant number of external reviewers, AT&T, Black Hills, Evergy, Midco, USPS, County Health Department, Register of Deeds, county surveyor, just to name a few. Depending on where the project is, there may be individual township reviewers, that sort of thing. So review comments are collected by the individual planner that's assigned by the planning manager. And a review comment letter is sent to the applicant with all of those comments, cited to each reviewer, and what changes or additional information may be needed from the applicant. This process is repeated as needed to review revisions and additional documents provided by the applicant during this process. Multiple rounds of review are sometimes required, and the length of review time reduces as the subject matter narrows. As the review process continues, the applicant may work more closely with some reviewers than others. The planner manages an application through this entire review process and through the required boards and commissions. And so it's important that these individual planners maintain those clear lines of communication with each round of review and each reviewer, both internal and external. Planning Commission applications follow the timelines on our meeting calendar, which you are all very familiar with. Sometimes these timelines are a little bit longer than some applicants expect, and part of our job is to explain why it can be a multi-month process. But for example, an agenda item scheduled for next week's May Planning Commission, it would have had a submittal deadline of back in March. And if you, as the Planning Commission, makes a recommendation, it will go to the City Commission in July. So like I said, sometimes folks are a little bit surprised at the length, but it's all about neighbor notification, public notice, agenda calendars. There's a lot that goes into these calendars. After an application has worked its way through the review process, planners will prepare a staff report for the planning director to approve. Projects are scheduled to be heard by Planning Commission approximately 9 weeks after they're submitted. As required by code, notice requirements are completed at least 20 days prior to Planning Commission. A legal notice is published in the newspaper. Letters are mailed to property owners within 400 feet inside the city and half a mile outside of the city limits, as well as notification to neighborhood associations if they exist, and public notice signs are posted at the site. Planners field and document inquiries from the public throughout this entire process. Those are often included in your agenda packets. The Planning Commission agenda packet is managed by our admin staff using a web-based program called iCompass. Planners enter their staff reports and attachments into that program approximately a week prior to the packet being posted, and that allows for additional review by the planning manager and the planning director. The Planning Commission agenda packet is posted at least 5 days prior to your meeting, and then notification of that packet posting, I'm sure you all receive it, as well as any updates, is emailed to a distribution list of about 700 folks. So each application that we receive requires a level of approval. Some items are strictly administrative, which are reviewed and approved by us, or require consideration and approval by the Planning Commission, the City Commission, the County Commission. And one thing that our reworking of our land development code may include is a reworking of these items. What items can be approved by staff, what items should be reviewed and considered by the different levels of commission. That's going to be a really important discussion in the next few months here.
Not to ruin Luke's flow on the presentation, you actually have a copy of this in your orientation packet of what those approval levels are, so you can see this listed anytime.
Awesome.
So after Planning Commission provides recommendation to the governing body, so the City Commission or the County Commission, agenda items move on to those commissions for final approval. Public hearing items such as a rezoning or special use permit have a 14-day protest period between Planning Commission consideration and their forwarding to the governing body. So planners provide updates and outcomes to the applicant during this process with action letters and lots of email communication documenting, what has occurred at each individual meeting. Once approved by the requisite governing body and conditions of approval have been met, if there were any, documents are released to our Building Safety Division for building permits, or they're recorded at the Douglas County Register of Deeds. Materials, processes, actions, and outcomes of each case are documented within our internal city systems so that those can be tracked long through history. It's very important that we have good tracking of timelines of even after a project has been approved so that we know how it worked through our process. So to make some of these things a little bit more clear and concrete, I've selected a subject property that had a number of planning processes take place in the semi-recent past. 508 Michigan Street is an existing residential and commercial lawn care provider. It sits on the east side of Michigan Street between 5th and 6th, kind of near the new, what is now Heartland, formerly Anderson Rentals. Since 2017, the property has had a number of planning processes take place on it before it could become Green Touch, which it is now. And this is a good example of what you may see as a planning commissioner. So on the screen right now, you'll see a list of the planning processes that some of them require planning commission recommendation, while others are handled totally administratively or by the city commission. So both the rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment require planning commission consideration. The minor subdivision replat in this instance required a planning commission approval, variance approval, and the site plan component was administrative. So this is all information that you're totally aware of, but always good to review. So like I mentioned earlier, during this specific pre-application meeting, planners worked to flesh out with the applicant what they really wanted. It's not uncommon that applicants aren't fully aware of their final outcome of what they'd like or what the final possibilities are. So it was our job to walk them through, the land development code and make sure that everybody was on the same page of what the desired outcome was and how, they may be able to get to that. Determining what it is that they want will guide, obviously, the rest of the processes and inform staff's next steps. So this minor sub 19-00217 is a good example, and we'll walk through that. So here is just a little bit of additional information of where we are. On the left, you'll see the original West Lawrence plat. This is one of the oldest plat documents in the city. You'll see a lot of those original City of Lawrence lots that are pretty common in the central part of the city. And then on the right side of the screen is the minor subdivision document of what was reviewed by the Planning Commission a few years ago. So in early April of 2019, so coming up on a couple of years ago, about a couple of years ago, we had a pre-application meeting with the applicant and his design professionals. That included an engineer, an architect. And so even prior to the pre-application meeting, we had made contact with the applicant with our public inquiries. And so those are phone calls or emails that come through to planning staff at the very beginning of the planning process. So at that meeting, we discussed the minor subdivision to combine the existing platted lots that you saw on that previous screen, those West Lawrence lots, and the major site planning process to construct the proposed equipment storage structure and the proposed new use, that construction, sales, and service, the lawn care use. So both the minor sub and the site plan required variance. Planning staff have to instruct and inform on the different types of variances and the different bodies that consider them. Beyond variances, we discuss anything else that may come up. For example, if the site were in the regulatory floodplain, we would discuss floodplain development permits. If the site were located within a locally enlisted historic environs, we would discuss the HRC review process. During the pre-application meeting, we would also discuss the best time for our non-planning reviewers to discuss or to communicate with those design professionals. So for example, it's an opportunity for our MSO engineers to speak directly with the design professionals who are providing those technical documents. And to discuss, so planners don't know everything about the building code or fire code, and so it's a perfect time for those specific reviewers to provide that information. You'll see that the applicant took the pre-application meeting notes and submitted formal applications later in April. By the end of April, staff had completed our first round of reviews. Not only did planners complete their own reviews against the land development code, but they collect and distribute the comments of all the reviewers. So this includes some of those names that I discussed earlier, our MSO, Parks and Rec, Midco, Evergy, et cetera. These include internal and external people. This is where planners need to function as high-level communicators. Planners become the link between reviewers and the applicant and his or her design professionals. It's really, really important that information flows smoothly between these groups and staff, and we work hard to be good stewards of everyone's time and resources. Depending on the applicant's response to the reviewer's comments that get sent out, there may be additional rounds of review, and these become much more tightly focused. The timeline for review gets much shorter, can be just a day or a few days, as they're focused on individual elements. So now we're getting to the point where you all, as the Planning Commission, would first get involved with the planning item, even though it may, already well be on its way through the department at this time. From the first pre-application meeting, staff had identified that due to the infill nature of our example lot 508 Michigan, a variance from the subdivision regulations for lot width and lot frontage were required. Because staff had communicated this early in the process, the applicant was able to prepare his variance request and staff could make a recommendation for you all to consider. You'll see that the Planning Commission approved this variance request. We work hard to place these on the appropriate agenda so that no part of the remaining review processes get held up by a commission agenda that may not be for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, depending on the commission. So once the Planning Commission considers this variance request, the gears continue to turn. In this instance, the MSO department had asked that the applicant dedicate a utility easement via that minor subdivision replat to encase an existing sewer that crossed the property. This required City Commission acceptance, but no Planning Commission action. Additionally, the applicant requested a number of variances based on hardship. So those were considered by staff and the Board of Zoning Appeals and were necessary prior to final approval of the site plan. Finally, staff had to coordinate a use of right-of-way agreement between the city and the property owner to continue allowing the business to use a portion of the Michigan Street right-of-way for its parking needs. So you can see in this application, there were a lot of moving parts that were dependent on each other, but then also dependent on your consideration as the Planning Commission and the consideration of other boards and commissions. So just some final items. You'll see that with a very responsive applicant and a number of administrative and commission-based processes, both the minor subdivision replat and the site plan were completed within a few months, mostly over the summer of 2019. And I would say that my main takeaway, change slides here. Here we go. My main takeaway for you all today, and I think you all understand this pretty clearly, is that the Planning Commission's role sometimes is one of just many stops along an application's route. It's an important stop, but really it's part of the larger development process. And that's very important because your recommendation guides the City Commission on some items. And as you're very well aware, these items can be really difficult sometimes. And your consideration of land uses in our community can be a very impactful decision. So your decisions often will change the actual physical landscape of both the city of Lawrence and Douglas County. Some projects are simpler and may have a single application, while others, like 508 Michigan, have multiple. These applications are submitted and reviewed concurrently, and we really do work hard to keep them together, but that's not always possible. And then finally, planners are aware that during our presentations and our staff reports that we may speak with some technical or code intensive language, and it may seem like we're always referring to something within the code. We really do work hard to speak and present in a way that the majority of people can understand it. But it's also our way of keeping a ball rolling, keeping this application moving down the track as efficiently as possible, and in a code compliant manner. So finally, as you are all very well aware, our land development code is not perfect. However, one thing that it does well is spell out everybody's role in the process. And so I pulled these screenshots from the rezoning section of our code, and they're helpful reminders if you ever need them of what your role as the Planning Commission is. You'll also see that the City Commission's role, staff's role, those are all outlined, their role, and then the options of what they can do. And so these are helpful reminders. I know I review them, before I give a presentation and before I draft a staff report, just as a reminder to myself. All right, with that, I'll wrap up and I can stand for any questions or toss them to Jeff or Becky. So hopefully this was helpful.
Thanks, Luke. Do people, I think we ought to ask questions now if we have some. Good chance.
I'd love to.
Okay.
I have
sure.
I have a question, Luke, about the example of 508 Michigan. When an applicant has to go through these multiple steps as opposed to just one or two steps, is there a fee associated with each one of those applications?
There is. So
Yes,
there's going to be a minor subdivision application that has a fee.
What's the fee? How much are we talking about?
It just depends on the applications. On Monday, I could have probably told you that off the top of my head. On Friday, coming back to me today, let me look real fast.
Just rough. I mean, every $5, $500, $5,000.
Luke, you got some numbers?
Well, yeah, so it depends. So some of the things we do are for free. So for example, a zoning certification has no fee attached to it, but a special use permit has a fee of $750. And so the items can range, from $0 up to a couple $100. In addition, there may be recording fees. So if a minor subdivision needs to be recorded at the county, we will collect those fees, and then that pays for the recording. We can provide our fee schedule, and then we can provide a link to Douglas County's recording fee schedule as well. But there are review fees involved for sure.
An idea. Site plans will range depending on their complexity from $50 to $400. Luke's exactly right. $725 for a special use permit to go exactly through the process. Plats, we're talking about, minor subdivisions, $100 plus the recording fee. The city plats themselves could be anywhere between $300 to $500 plus the recording fees. So everything along the way does have a step. And then I think we got to point out that you don't know about is there's actually building permit fees that come along with that. So it's all the application fees, and there's a building permit fee that comes along too. And it doesn't even constitute all of the design professional fees that someone incurs to even go to your meetings and have the documentation to be there. I can give you an idea of one right now. Is you might incur $3,000 to $4,000 in surveyor fees to even have a minor subdivision land at our office for review, depending upon where it's at, the complexity of it. And so it's not a cheap endeavor by any stretch.
Thanks.
And in the rural portion of the county, for instance, a site plan is $50, certificates of survey are $100, because they haven't revised their fees for a long time, but they're getting ready to update them.
And these are flat fees. No matter how much time the planning department puts into an application, it's the same fee.
Right. So like if the site plan is with us for 3 days, it's $50 fee, but if it's with us for 3 years, it's still a $50 fee. So it's not something we incur on a monthly cost. It's just at the time of submission. So, and I will share the secret that it's not really a secret, is that time is money when you're talking about development projects. So we try to expedite and have things run concurrently as much as possible. So we will run the building permit reviews during the site plan reviews, during the commission reviews, so that whatever that slowest portion of the calendar is, is the only portion of the calendar we're looking for. We want to have all the other applications wrapped up and ready. So whenever the governing body acts or that you act, we can immediately go to those next steps without holding anybody back.
And I would presume the applicant never believes that.
Some do, some don't. And, and Luke kind of alluded to it. Sometimes it is things that are beyond our control. The, design professionals have a bit of a slowdown or they're working through some details. And so we'll get the comments back and may not hear anything for a month or two while they're working out some of those details and technical things on their side. And then they'll come right back in on it. So when you see an item deferred from your schedule, it's usually deferred because there's the work that's continuing. It's just not to a point where we can get it ready for you yet, or they can get it ready for you. So they'll often show back up a month or two down the line because there's something that popped up that needs to get fixed, and that time is hard to find sometimes.
Other questions?
Yeah, a couple. Luke, you used the term green touch when you were describing a project at a certain state. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so Green Touch was the name of the lawn care company that went into that space.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, but thank you. You also talked about a 14-day protest petition. Golly. Timeline. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so we have, so for example, if there was a special use permit and the planning commission recommended approval to the city commission, starting the day after that recommendation, there is a 14-day period where property owners within a 200-foot buffer have the ability to sign and submit a protest petition to the city or county clerk. And that will be validated and kind of put together in a memo format and presented to the city commission. And they may also come and speak to themselves at the city commission meeting. But it is a formal way for those folks, those property owners within 200 feet to express their opinion of the recommendation.
Got it. Thank you for that. Yeah, Jim.
Can I fill in some gaps on protest petition?
Yeah, please.
Protest petition, it has to be signed by the landowner. So if there's a rental property, you got to track down the actual landowner and get their signature on it. It has to be notarized. If the actual landowner is under a guardianship, you have to get the guardian to sign it and supply the letters of guardianship to go to the court to verify that that is a valid signature. If you get a certain percentage of the adjacent landowners, you've got a valid protest petition, which forces a supermajority vote at the decision-making stage. So the city commission would then have to do four votes.
5, yeah.
To vote contrary to what the protest petition is.
Right, gotcha.
And the same applies for the county, where you force it into all three would have to.
Thank you.
It doesn't really matter at the county level because to pass, it needs 2 of 3 and the supermajority is
2 of 3.
3. So
They would have to have it.
they have to have 3.
They have to go unanimous.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Just so everyone's aware, the protesting petition is in our code, but it's actually governed by state statute for things such as rezoning and special use permits and conditional uses. Those are all governed by state statute. The one that's really governed by our code is the 9-day protest petition with an administrative site plan. And so staff can administratively approve the site plan, but if anybody wants to protest it, there are certain grounds you have to meet, which do not constitute the same 20% of the area requirements in the state statute. So there's a site plan that you don't all see, but this is one you probably hear about frequently, is the applicant, the city commission, a neighborhood association, or any owner of record within 400 feet can protest the site plan and it automatically elevates it to the commission. So there's lots of different levels of protesting in the way that the code works.
And that's when it's at the city commission level on that, is that a de novo hearing?
Yes.
You said on what?
De novo, that means they don't take into account what happened before. They hear the staff presentation, they hear all the arguments, pro and con from everybody that shows up, and they make a decision independent of whatever the planning department had done prior to that. So when I start talking about what are the votes going to be, this doesn't matter, right? the gaffe of just saying it didn't matter about the wrong thing. It was a number of county commissioners that were going to have to agree with each other.
Yeah.
So,
One last question for Jeff. Thinking about the timeline it takes, and 508 Michigan is a great example. I think it, if I heard right, it represents a pretty clean, efficient beginning to end. The costs that applicants bear could range from a little bit to a whole lot. How do you think about weighing the support you give applicants to get through an expensive process as quickly and efficiently and as they possibly can? How do you balance that against the responsibilities you have for good, thorough planning?
It is a balancing act on that one, but I'll tell you, if it's a simple application of the most complex application, staff is going to be fully dedicated to getting that through as fast as possible, as thorough as possible as we can. Things that we always promise to you all is we won't advance an application to you that is not code compliant. So if staff recognizes there's something in there that is not code compliant, like they don't have enough parking or setbacks are being violated or something like that, we won't send it up, because you don't need to see it at that point, because you can't actually approve it anyway, because you would be approving something that's out of sort. So we will try to get that sorted out as best we can before it goes out. But we always try to do it as fast as we can and as thorough as we can at all times. And one of the other questions we get is like, and I get this quite frequently, is we're talking a flat fee. Do you really invest $5,000 worth of hours in a $50 application? My response is yes. It doesn't matter what's moving. It needs to be fast and efficient for the other side. And it's just good customer service, because if I was on that other side, I would want this off moving as fast and thorough as possible too.
Thank you.
Would this be a good example to ask the question of, is let's say that this particular project, 508 Michigan, was something that the neighborhood did not want, and they were submitting comments. So in terms of at the notification process, when they've been notified, they get the letter like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this horrible thing is happening. And they want to write comments. At what point, so this gets back to my question, would this be a good example to say, okay, at what point, what happens then with that member of the public and staff?
So Jeff, can I jump in on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was actually related to the BZA component. Part of the Green Touches application was seeking a variance from the off-street parking material standards. They wanted to do gravel instead of like a concrete or asphalt. And we got some neighbor comment on that, because we had also sent out notice for the variance component, and there was quite a bit of support, actually. They had recognized that they believed that part of the neighborhood had some drainage issues, and so they were in support of the applicant's variance request. So some folks called us and just, gave us voice support over the phone. And myself personally, I'll note that in the staff report on X day, the property owner of this property called in support. We don't usually unless they want us to, we won't, name them individually. We like when they submit written communications, because that gets included in the agenda packet. And then in this instance, we had some people come to the meeting and support. So in that role, staff was providing information of, when and where the meeting was, how to come speak at the podium. Now we provide them a Zoom link if they require that. And so that would be the staff role in helping a neighbor or just a member of the public voice opposition or support.
The other thing we'll do is we'll tell people exactly about the code and what it does, what that protest and petition section looks like, what are those next steps going to look like. One of the things I think Barry and Becky and everybody in the room that are on the staff will mention is we spend a lot of time talking to people about, planning commission isn't the ultimate step for a lot of applications. There is one more beyond it. A lot of people think your action is the end of the discussion. And we have to remind people is that most times that's not the case. You only recommend up to the governing bodies. And so we remind them that this is not done tonight, or this is, there are steps following after this. So it's, in many ways, if you think about it, it's a very bad analogy, but I'll try it anyway. We're a little bit like the UN. We're going to have people going on one side for one thing. We're going to help them through the side. And when the public comes to us, we're going to help them understand the process and guide them through their side of it at the same time. And so it's really our role to manage both sides of that coin so that everybody has equal opportunity to participate in the process when they, if they want to. And one of the things, probably, I don't know why it's the best kept secret in town, but it is on the planning and development website, there is a PDS dashboard that'll show you every building permit that's been submitted, every rental license that's been submitted, every application that's been submitted. And when you click on those dots, it'll tell you the planner's name. And then when you click on that, it'll give them their contact information. So anybody can pull up anything, see who to reach out to, get a hold of the planner working that application so they can get all the information right from the person who is hands-on with the project.
Is there a difference though in what, I mean, I assume there's a difference in the sort of service you would provide as a planning department with a member of the public and an applicant? Because in my view, it seems like the applicant is a customer sort of, they're paying all these fees. But at the same time, I mean, you work for the city and, or, you know, for the community. And so you almost have like an obligation in a way, or seems like you would to respond to community members' input. But how, you can't spend the same amount of time, you know, the resources to, it doesn't seem to walk a neighbor through, here's all the requirements, this is, you know, why we think this is okay, or this is why we're concerned about it, versus like doing that same thing with the applicant, right?
No, we'll do that.
Okay.
It's not a very uncommon. We'll come, neighborhood association will come in, we'll sit down with them, we'll show them all the regulations, show them exactly what the code requires, and here's why we're coming to this resolution. So we'll sit down with the neighborhood or anybody that wants to meet with us and talk about it, just like we will with the applicant, and we'll go through the code. So no, we try to make sure that we're doing the exact same thing for both sides. And with that understanding is a development professional will understand some things differently than a neighborhood association may. So we spend that time to educate about the process and, you know, what can and can't occur. Like we can't deny something because it's, you know, let's just pick on a real business, you know. We can't deny it because it's McDonald's. It's a fast order food use. So it could be a McDonald's today, it could be a Dunkin' Donuts in the future, it could be something else down the line. People will say, I want this use, I just don't want this restaurant. Well, it doesn't quite work that way. We will stop and explain that. And so, no, we will exactly spend that, we will mirror that time. So staff has always had a really good understanding of this, and I will give credit where credit is due. This was here long before I got here. We will spend the time it needs to get the public information they need to be 100% ready, the same as we will get an applicant 100% ready for that.
You serve everybody regardless of the position they are in it, and code is your North Star. Code is what you're working towards.
Absolutely.
And one thing, sometimes neighbors bring up things you haven't thought of, and maybe it's not actually a code item, but it's something you relay it to the applicant, and maybe they just want evergreen trees in their buffer area, or they want more landscaping. There's just something, and you relay it, and they make the change, you know, and so it's something. Sometimes they make a project a lot better. They bring up ideas you hadn't even thought of. And we've had a few times where we just take their comments, relay them to the applicant, and then the neighbors they're pretty satisfied because they got heard.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to tell them, you know, with the applicant, we told the applicant, but they weren't willing to make the change. But a lot of times they are, because if it's easy to do and they can get some good natured feelings for the project, they like to do that.
It's not a common thing in Zoom anymore. I'll say probably before the pandemic, it was a very common thing. We would have the applicants and the neighbors sit down in the room with planning staff, and we would walk through it with everybody at the same time, so that they could hear the comments and learn the same information. So it's not uncommon that we have a 3-party meeting about a project. Zoom's made it a little bit more difficult, a little bit less preferable. I think people just don't want to do it on Zoom, but it's not uncommon that we will sit down with everybody in the room and have that discussion and go through those different processes.
That does seem like a very well-kept secret. Just judging from some of, you know, whether you read the letters to the editor or whether you're, you know, some comments below commission, it seems, I don't think the public really understands that they have that you have that capacity to help them.
And I think a lot of it goes through is if we don't find people won't reach out to us, they will reach out at a commission meeting, or they won't look for the yellow sign and that they see it showing up on an agenda, and that's what gets it, or their neighbor will mention it. And so what happens sometimes is they're not tracking the channels where we typically would put this information out. So the moment they find about it is the moment it's at a hearing. And then I think that's where you see a lot of that kind of coming up. But there's a lot of applications, and Mary said through quite a number of those 3-party meetings, we're working through those things and trying to get a resolution that works for everybody and adheres to the code and meets those marks. And it's an endeavor sometimes, depending on the project, depending upon the issues involved, but it's always something we try to do and always available for those meetings.
Can I ask Luke a question? You walked us through the sort of process. How many, well, if you had like 100 people come to different applicants for like the pre-application meetings, how many of those actually make it like past that meeting versus are screened out because it's clear that whatever they are wanting to talk about isn't possible, and then like throughout the process, because we see what comes in front of us, that needs approval. Some things go through administratively, but how many are just like, if you get 100 people walking through the door to talk about it, actually make it through to having, a building permit?
I don't know, Jeff. I think most people that go to the effort of submitting the pre-application forms and if they have a design professional on board, they are pretty likely to have something submitted. So obviously that doesn't mean that the project is going to get built exactly the way that they envision. But I think that most people, especially when we were meeting in person, who go to the trouble of having the pre-application meeting follow through with some level of formally submitted document. Where we see a lot of things maybe talk about and never come to fruition is during the public inquiry stage. And so a lot of times we'll field kind of emails from architects or engineers who are working with somebody who aren't quite ready to have that pre-app meeting, but have some, want some guidelines on certain elements of a code section. Those are where we will hear something, talk about it, we'll note it in our system internally, but we may never hear anything back.
The old rule of thumb was probably about 65% of a pre-app would advance. They would get the information and continue advancing on that one. And the reasons for that, why they wouldn't advance would range from, it was just a site selector trying to find out a little bit more information, or they wanting to get a little bit more detail to it too. So we get into it, the site, it totally won't work for them when they put setbacks and different parameters into it. So they will move to a different location or keep going. But usually by the time we get a pre-app, someone's pretty far along in the sense of where they want to take it to.
It's during that pre-application meeting a lot of times where they will kind of, will they support this rezoning? Like, tell us what you think. Do you think we'll get it? And so we work really hard at, maintaining the fact that, staff can provide a recommendation, but it's the planning commission and the city commission's consideration that is going to be the deciding factors. And so we can present them with what the code will allow them to do and what the code may, reflect on their application, but ultimately it's going to be a decision out of our hands.
Anybody else have questions for Luke?
Luke, do you kind of point out what the current trends and thinking are at both the city and the planning commission, the city commission, county commission, when somebody comes in that wants to change things, a rezoning or something that just seems out of line with where everything's going? Was that pointed out early in the process?
Yeah, I think so. If there is a particularly, relevant text amendment that may, be working its way through the process, we would let them know that, this text amendment, may be applicable to you. This code change could shift what you may be allowed to do. We would explain where it is in this, where it is in its process, and that it may not be, adopted yet. So I think if we knew certain items were in the pipeline and were appropriate to disclose, we would let them know. We definitely talk about trends in planning and construction and design for sure. And then that sometimes leads to, text amendments or discussions about what our new code could look like. So yeah, I think we oftentimes discuss that with certainly the design professionals, because they're pretty tuned into where things are going.
So they will ask the question, what is the feeling of the commission on an item, or they'll have an understanding of what your voting pattern has been, or what your key things that you look at are before they will come to meet with us. So if they have an understanding about, how you feel about environmental sensitivity or how you feel about doing certain things, they will usually have an understanding of that. But if it is something where they ask us, we will definitely, here is some cases that have happened in the planning commission. You might want to go back and look at the videos to get a sense of what the board is seeking, what they're looking for. Same with the governing bodies to have those, because it's try to relay that as much as we can when we're asked, but sometimes it's, we can't really fully relay it like you can sometimes when you see it on the video. So we'll always tell people is you might want to look at this one to see what the board was interested in or what that key aspect of this that they were really dialed into.
Do you warn them they might have to set aside half a day to watch it?
We usually try to find the timestamp to help out with that one a little bit, but
Yeah.
we do kind of give them a heads up. It's about 2 hours in meeting, those kind of things, but.
And you can watch on, you can speed it up, go on 1.5 times speed. That's helpful.
Well, the local people, the local builders and designers and everybody, I mean, they're in front of the commissions enough, they kind of know. And they can help guide their client. Now, this ain't gonna work.
That's right.
They're never gonna vote for that. I hope some of that's happening, but because I think the ones that take you the most time, take planning staff the most time, and cause us the most, the biggest, most conflicted discussions are when somebody wants to just completely buck the rules that have been in place and won't listen to anyone. I know some of those come to us over staff's advice.
Right.
You're not gonna get very far with this, but it's your choice to go ahead. So.
When you get an application like that does happen is we will advance an application. We will let people know it's like, this may not be supportable. This does have some code challenges. You are more than welcome to advance it forward if you like, and we'll advance it on its way. So that's why you sometimes see recommendations from staffs that are maybe a little different than what you normally see, or some conditions that are coming up there. It is the applicant's prerogative for that application to continue it on, because if it is code compliant, we would put it before you and share some of our professional recommendations that you set your goal.
Those rare ones where staff's recommendations is denied.
Right.
Well, I think that might help also explain kind of the ratio of recommendations to accept to recommendations to deny, is that staff is working with the applicants to try to find some path towards success, even if it means maybe modifying what they initially intended to do. I think as commissioners, when I first joined the commission, I was kind of surprised to find that most of the recommendations were to accept, but it helped to understand, your role with respect to the applicants, that you were kind of counseling through that process, how they could achieve some portion of their intent within the limits of what, code allowed.
Any other questions for Luke while he's here?
Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, thank you, Luke.
That's always very helpful.
Yeah. So we have a half hour, and the other part of this topic was to sort of talk amongst ourselves about our process of preparing for the meetings. I mean, we know sort of the planning staff's involvement when an application comes in now and how much time is spent. But I think it's worthwhile to talk about, one of the reasons we want to talk about this is that I think it seems like maybe there's a variety or a diversity amongst the commission of, the type of preparation that's done, how much time is spent, and some of that may have to do with personalities. And Charlie, I think you got to this. I mean, some people may feel like they're not as detail focused and maybe more like big picture. And I think that's I thought that was a really insightful point, because I think as commissioners, there may be pressure to everyone has to follow like a certain model as a commissioner. And you have to, everyone's got to be detail oriented. And I think maybe that's not a great way to look at it. I think everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and some of that is a product of your personality. But I think that all plays into and is wrapped up in what everyone does for preparation. And I guess how that plays into how we approach discussions. And so I was wondering if anyone would be willing to share, like, and maybe just use a specific example, like what do you do to prepare for the meetings? You know, are the packets come out a week ahead of time-ish? I can't remember what day it is, if it's the Monday or Wednesday ahead of the week before.
We do our absolute best to get everything out the door for the Wednesday before.
Okay.
You have some time with it over the weekend.
Yeah, so
Not how you want to spend the weekend.
exactly. So we've got a week now. Some people may, wait till the night before or not look at it all, or some people may get on it right away. And I wonder if someone could just sort of talk to what they like to do to prepare and share that. And then maybe we could just kind of get different perspectives and see. Anybody willing to?
I can say what I do. One of the most consistent bits of advice I got when I sat down and talked to people, I can still, in the parking lot with Jim, he said, read the packet. Read the packet, know what you're talking about, which is a daunting thing. I mean, you get that, all of a sudden you've got 400 pages of something you've got to read between Thursday and the next Monday. And to your point about, filling up your weekend because you didn't have anything else to do. But, I have found though that you get better at being able to find the relevant bits.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things there that are maybe a little bit more repeatable, so you get at it. And then I pull all the PDFs, I put it on my laptop, and I just drive to every site. And I sit there and read it. I read that while I'm at the location that I'm at. And if you're lucky, you find an applicant wandering around and you can get some feedback from them. That's what I do. I just try to understand it, particularly. I think I feel a particular responsibility to it if I have some concerns about voting in favor of it. I feel like I really need to be able to articulate that.
I have to say that I do pretty much, I read the packet. I now can go through it somewhat selectively after a while. Visit the sites when I can. But one thing I've been trying to do when reading the packet, though, is taking a cue from some of the veterans, is think more reading through the packet. Are there larger implications? Or is there something about process here that I need to understand, especially when it comes to big issues like annexation and some significant rezoning? So try to think beyond the application in front of me, what I'm reading. So I'm trying to do a little bit more of that.
I think in early on, I went to every site and then I'd kind of prioritize like the ones that I didn't have like an already good, pretty solid mental picture, make sure I went to those. And now I think I do that less, but anything that I think is going to be controversial or a part of town or the county that I can't, that I just don't have any experience with, like, new annexations, there are areas we really don't spend much time in because there's no infrastructure out there now. Make sure I lay eyes on those. We've got kind of a good mental picture. Always read the packet. I think I'd feel really wrong-footed to come into one of these meetings and not have that. I know earlier on, I spent more time bugging staff about questions before the meetings than I do now, because I think I'm getting a few things. Now it's time for me to go. But I think that's key too, is just feel free to bug the staff. They're usually pretty good to answer my questions, either email or phone call or whatever. I do occasionally, if I think there's somebody who would feel strongly for or against that did not weigh in the public, in the packet, sometimes I'll reach out to them and say, hey, did you know about this? And do you have a comment?
Mm-hmm. And that kind of goes towards like the voices that may not be counted for. I think that's a good way.
Yeah. Just mention for a second, I would advocate if you have any questions, reach out to staff. And if it's a question that we think is so valuable to you, we will actually put it out back to the whole board. So we'll respond to you all so you have that information and put it in the packet. So, I mean, if it's a question about, why is the packet being misbehaving on this page, that's probably, we can work through that. But if it's a question of substance like that, let us know, and then we will be able to get that back out as part of everybody's communication so that you all have that information. That is exactly what we're here to do.
Yeah, I've found staff invaluable. And I think one of the well-kept secrets among people who have not served as chair or vice chair is that the Thursday before the meeting, the chair and the vice chair meet with Becky and Jeff and kind of talk through what the agenda is going to be and establish this dialogue. And it really helps set the tone for how the meeting's going to be run, what kind of issues are likely to come up. And I've never felt as prepared and just kind of confident as during those times because, just reading the packet and going in cold, there have been so many times when I've felt that I was caught flat-footed because I thought I felt one way, and then whether it's public comment or the discussion among the other commissioners, something, just completely flips upside down. And I found myself, momentarily disoriented and sometimes then voting the opposite of what I anticipated. And so having that dialogue with Becky and Jeff, I think is super helpful. So and during the first, year on the commission, I would bug Jeff all the time. And I think that is a great way to make sure you feel why you think what you think when you go into the meeting. The other thing that I find super helpful is correspondence from the public, because it helps me prepare for what kind of questions or controversy might pop up. It's a good barometer.
That's I think, a really important point. You said that to me when we met in the very beginning, that be prepared, but come with an open mind.
Mm-hmm. One other thing that I have found just actually super rewarding. This is it's kind of specific though. As a parent, occasionally I've taken one of my kids with me on the site visits and kind of talked through what I was thinking and what kind of questions I was asking and what I was visiting, what I was hoping to find out. And I would find that by talking through it with my kid, I was able to kind of formulate my thoughts a lot better than if I just did it and only had the internal monologue. So having a partner can be super, super helpful. That's awesome. If they're willing to sacrifice.
I know exactly.
Oh, boy, Dad, this sounds so exciting.
Yeah.
Let's go visit an empty lot and decide whether it should have a sidewalk or not.
That's funny.
Yeah. Yes.
Does anybody have trouble, there are times when we'll have things come back in front of us or projects near things that sites that we've heard an application on previously. Sometimes there are sort of these things that come back up. Does anybody have trouble recalling what we did a year or two, 3 ago? There are some people on the commission who can remember this stuff, so well, but can anybody else recall that easily? I mean, that's one thing I've struggled with. Right. I sometimes wonder if there's something wrong with me, like the retention just isn't there, but having those things come back and then having Jim or someone else in the commission, you remember we talked to him I don't remember that. But thank you. Is that does anyone else struggle with that?
Yes.
Oh yeah, all the time.
I haven't been around long enough for that to be.
Right. I mean, it'll come.
But I find myself wondering if maybe that's okay to look at something, even if it's been done before, with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
I think I tend to remember past conversations about those things.
I mean, one thing I've done because of that is if I see something that, a staff report comes out and it references maybe this has the previous applications, because they usually list out, other previous applications or actions, I will go back and watch the video, at least try to find the part that we discussed stuff, and I will put it on 1.5 speed, just because I have zero recollection of what we did on this, and that has helped occasionally in the preparation process, because I can't recall that stuff.
I never look back at.
What's because you have
You just did your retention already.
Yeah, you remember things.
Well, that one, the Luke's example, I remember the first time I drove out there to look at it. That was 2017. It looked like that. So Karen, it would be your signature on that site plan, but anyway.
It's also a very common question that we get from people in public and you too is, wasn't there something here? And then we go back through our logs and then tell you when it did go before you. So I'm with the vice chair here. I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago. Half the time, the whole thing memory goes, delete, I'm
Yeah.
out. So, and so if you ever run into those, we are here and we have a database.
Okay, yeah. That's what, when I remember, I mean, it's still the case even now, but when for the first year, I couldn't even call staff to ask a question because I couldn't even formulate a question. I felt that I would read the packet and understand only portions of it, but I couldn't even formulate a question when I started.
Yeah,
to
I think
ask.
that's
didn't
a
know where to
really,
start.
I think that's a really interesting point because even today, there will be issues that really resonate with my interests. And so those are the ones I'm going to go into more detail on. And I think this is where the kind of disciplinary diversity of the commission is super helpful because we've got, folks who look at something from an ecological standpoint, folks who look at it from a legal standpoint, from a business standpoint, from just kind of my interest tends to be in kind of community and how would I call it? Urban design, that tends to be my interest. So I think being able to have that dialogue within the commission is super important. And that way, you don't have to beat yourself up if there's something that feels opaque, because it's likely that somebody else is going to be able to go into that in more detail.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because none of us can know every angle of anything. And when I came on, I didn't understand anything about the financing that was behind what we were doing. When we suddenly make a whole category of structures, non-conforming uses, what have we just done? And sometimes that's deliberate because we want to get rid of it. But, as a community, but I didn't understand all that until it was Brian Kohler that really raised those issues a lot. And I learned a lot from that. But then they learned a lot. They didn't have anybody talking about neighborhood issues at that time either. So as he made the comment that it was hearing things that they'd never heard said there on the planning commission. But we're more diverse than it used to be. And I hope it can stay that way because it makes a big difference having all these different viewpoints, especially when a big part of our role is hashing through all the various aspects of an argument so that the deciding body can actually view that and have that as a background when they hear the public come up or when they make their decision. And I mean, it really helps them because I think just about everybody's watching our meetings on the topics that come up.
I don't think that used to happen.
Huh?
I don't think it used to happen.
It didn't used to happen, but the current city and county commissioners, I think the vast majority of them are watching our meetings on the individual issues that are coming up before them. And I'm getting feedback that, it's been very helpful. And they'll say that at the meetings too. So that's a big part of our role is to have those discussions, even if we end up with a very strange, divided, convoluted vote. It doesn't matter because they can just overrule whatever we do anyway. But it gives them the background that they don't otherwise have.
It's our meeting is their meeting, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, which is, and sometimes I think about that when I'm prepping. It's like, what sorts of issues might I bring up? That whether or not, I have no idea how I'm going to vote on this, but if I bring that issue up, at least it might get heard or seen by the next body.
Well, I think that's especially why those non-unanimous votes are so
Right.
important because they really do call the commissioner's attention to, or the elected officials' attention to the process behind the outcome. Like what was the discussion that led to some dissent?
The different perspectives show up in that.
Sometimes the one dissenting vote changes everything.
Yeah.
When it gets up to it happened with conditional zoning. That was the one dissenting vote, went to the city commission and it came back and we revamped the entire code.
because one project was just a bridge too far for enough of the commissioners, city commissioners.
Might have been one dissenting vote, but you were a very vocal one dissenting vote.
That's right. That's your laser.
You're forever painted with it.
Let me tell, I can't tell you what I know that led to me doing that, because it's probably gonna come up in front of us not too far in the future.
I will also share from staff perspective, the dissenting vote, those things also help us understand what you're looking at, so that we can then share that with applicants when we're having those pre-application meetings, so that they're responsive, or at least aware of the issues that you're identifying in the community, because you are the community's voice. A bunch of staff is, we're there, we participate, but what you're saying is that response back from the community that tells us exactly where you want to go and what you value as a whole. And so that's very powerful for us to understand what you're looking at as far as this too.
I'll just take a different angle a little bit and ask, what do you guys consider to be the biggest challenges in preparing for the meetings?
Time.
Time.
Yeah, time, length of the packets, having time to do due diligence.
Right.
To really feel confident that I know what's going on when I walk into the meeting.
There's an impression out there that we have had the opportunity to go out and meet with people and talk with it. In the meeting where I commented, where's East Orange? They submitted a letter. Well, I talked to them after that, and they were under the impression that we had done a lot more work. Somehow they forgot what we saw the packet at the same time they saw the packet. We don't have time.
Right.
15 items coming up. We don't have time. So, there's a false impression out there among some of the groups and the communities about what we're able to do and how much prep and how much involvement we have before we do.
Thank you, meeting prep. I've found it very helpful when there is enough lead time to go when there has been a public meeting. We've gotten notice of a couple things that are coming up where the applicant has a public meeting, and I have found attending those very, very valuable. It helps a lot.
Seems like some of the involvement that commissioners are able to take part in is almost the result of an item coming before us falling apart, not falling apart, but becoming a big issue, getting deferred. We send it back and say, these are the issues, work them out, go talk to the community. And then in that process, maybe a commissioner or two will actually go to the meeting. And so like ones that come up like that one, if we approve it and it just moves on, then yeah, like we've had almost no involvement in it. And so I don't know if there's a way to fix it, but it seems like the problem with it is that the time we can really get in, go sit with the stakeholders and with the applicant is if the applicants or if the applications come to us and we've picked it apart and said, these are all problems, you need to fix this. And that doesn't seem like a great way to actually start getting involved in a process and talking with the neighborhoods. I just don't know a better way to do it. I don't know if there is, because we get the packet a week ahead of time.
Yeah.
And we are reacting to what's presented to us. We're not part of the process that the planners are involved in for weeks and months ahead of time.
Yeah, sometimes that discussion, while it's not best, is usually the best to be had at your meeting, because then that way you all hear the same information at the same time, and you have that all in the deliberation processes equally together as part of that. That is part of the trick with ex parte communication, is if one of you has information, the other doesn't, that could change the way that you perceive the issues. So there is a little bit about it needs to be at your meeting so that all of you participating have identical information and communication as part of that. Staff will always advocate for people to submit written communication to your packet for exactly that reason, because that way you all have it at the same time. So it is a little bit of a double-edged sword there. We could put the packet out earlier, but that will elongate the calendars. People have to wait before they even come to you to have the item in there. So it's another 14 days of time to go into that. So there's a balancing act of how fast can we get something up to you versus how much time can we then give everybody to react and respond to it. So it's,
7 to 14 days is one thing. I mean, just 2 or 3 days would make a difference.
and some of those, we get applicants that are, they're rushing in the door, 5 minutes before it comes, the deadline comes due, and then we're processing that at full speed to get it out. And
But
we
that
might not
happens.
get- Yeah, we might not get a response back from them until 5 minutes before we're getting ready to write the report and go through the iteration. So there's a lot of things along the way where timing doesn't always shake out, but ex parte communication is something that we'll talk about later too, but it's a key consideration.
I do have to say, it's especially helpful when we get those notices from Denny about like, here's what's coming up, even if it's not the packet.
Yeah.
It gives me a chance to kind of put my mind in the right place of what kind of meeting is it going to be? What kind of preparation should I expect to take on?
Yeah, or even, gee, I'm going by that property,
Yeah.
on Thursday, I'll stop and take a look.
Or whoops, here comes the one that's gonna be a 4-hour meeting.
That one.
Or
Yeah.
because of what the
Right.
particular issue
Exactly.
is,
State statute does ask us to put your agenda for your next meeting out in the newspaper 20 days in advance. So that's what Denny is sending, is that
Yeah.
newspaper
that's
bid
great.
that goes out. So it is out there,
Mhm.
part of that communication series.
It's also great when Denny sends out that last minute, hey, there was communication as
Yes.
10
Yes.
o'clock Monday morning, surprise, and it reminds me to go back and look for it, because usually I've read the packet earlier, and so
Yeah.
a couple of times, but usually not often, I'll get it to me, it's like, oh, I didn't see that part yet. And it's usually important. It's-
Yeah, I always try to take a last minute look at it at least.
Uh-huh.
Denny always puts that out to your entire mailing list. That goes out to 700 people when it goes out every time we do it. So every time that Denny does something like that, 700 people get an email. We're probably in a lot of people's spam folder.
I think that's what mine does. I have to go looking for them sometimes. But I know they should be there.
And talking about the meeting prep, I think one of the big barriers for, why doesn't everybody want to serve on the planning commission? It's
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
how
That's a
Yeah.
short one.
I know, that's
only
I
300
would like to do
pages.
that. Right.
And so we tend to skew towards attorneys and PhDs who are not daunted by reading
Yeah.
something like that in a short and absorbing it in a short period of time. And I think it also moves us away from people who would be fabulous voices here, but I don't mean literacy in a, like, you are, you aren't, like, there's a whole spectrum of literacy and not everybody's comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And I think one of the strengths that I've brought here is what little, blue collar building things kinds of experiences that I've had that we don't normally get here, because the people who have deep experience with that are not going to make it past what they think we're expecting them for the preparation.
Yep.
I don't think this necessarily fits in this particular question, but it comes back to, I think this maybe is something Jim said earlier about, I can remember who it was, who said, the public's perception of our role is super important. I think there were one thing that I could change, it would be like civic education about local government, because and sorry, this is kind of a macro issue, but growing up, we learned civics usually in a national context and almost never in a state and local context. Yeah. And how accessible local government is to every individual if they feel empowered to just speak up. I think a lot of people in the community feel that they don't have the power, or nobody's going to listen to them, or they don't know where to go. And just knowing that it can be really easy. And most people in government are going to at least respond to them or listen to them. It's something that's also kind of a well-kept secret.
The first thing people generally hear is some kind of complaint. Oh, this is really hard. This is really complicated. Morris has a reputation for da, 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 da. And that's the first thing they hear, and they just believe it from here on, from that point on.
Yeah.
Without really understanding that it might not be what their initial blush with the issue is.
I think there was one, there may have been more, but I remember one meeting where I think some high school students came to the meeting, and it was part of a class project they were doing. So they had to sit through the whole thing, and I remember taking notes. I remember thinking like, that is a great way to try to be getting, children, young adults to start thinking this way. Like, this is something I mean, that's probably a memory they'll think of later in life. Be like, I've seen how this works on the ground in person. But I agree. It's for so many, no idea.
Maybe Luke can come up with a cartoon character that goes through the process, just like the old,
I think that's her.
I think
I
Kurt's
am
on his way
Bill sort of
to making all of this more
Yeah.
approachable.
That's right.
I don't know what happened to Doggo Mortensen, though. One does not simply change one's avatar.
Yeah.
I know, I'm sure Jeff would say this, but no matter how hard the city tries to get information out there and to set up meetings, you get 3, 4, 5 people show up.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
I don't know, people have been struggling with that
For
forever.
decades and
How do you get
decades.
people interested to come? Listen, and unless it's some hot button issue
Yeah.
that gets played up in social media, you don't get a lot of input.
One thing I tell the planners all the time is you don't do public input to people, you do public input for people. And you can't compel someone to give you input. They're either going to give it to you if they want, or they're not going to engage with you at all. So you got to meet them where they're at, which is either they're going to be mad or they're going to be happy. Are they just inquisitive, or do they have just no idea what we're talking about? And so part of what we do, and I'll tell on myself here, is when I was a planning manager, you didn't have acronyms in your packet because we wrote more packets for people that were not you. Because most of the time, it's not going to be read by you. It's going to be read by people who don't speak the planning language, who don't understand the details and conversations we have about it. So the rule that I had with staff when I was doing the staff reports is we will not do acronyms, period. ST dot at the end of the street name, most people may not know that is street. They may misconfound that. SQFT may not be what somebody thinks in their mind. We're going to say square feet. So we try to have conversations about writing things in ways that people can engage with you, engage with the body. But the other part of it is when we're doing the neighborhood plans, those things is we're going to go out and meet them where they're at. Because you can't compel someone to come to you to give public input. You're going to have to go to them to try and engage.
Yeah.
So that's some of the things that we're doing on our side of the shop to try to do it. But same thing is we can have a public meeting and no one can show up, and we can do everything in the world, and we can't compel someone to take the time to come to us.
Like, just an unnamed board, the city board, try to solicit input from various organizations. They sent out an email to 200 local organizations. Hardly anybody responded. And it's about a real issue for each of these organizations, but people just don't respond.
Yeah.
But those few people that do, that show up regularly at our meetings and show up regularly at everybody else's meetings, they have an outsized role in public policy just because they're there and they speak to their point. And even if they weren't, they'd already be in our heads because we're not doing it. And I think that that's really valuable for those few people who figured that out.
Yeah, the one who's public, some written comments, you start to read it and you hear their voice.
Right, exactly, yes.
You read it just the way they would speak it.
Yeah.
So it's,
There was one thing I wanted to get back to, because Charlie, you mentioned sort of, we have these huge packets and some of it you feel might be like extraneous, sort of maybe surplus information. And I wanted to maybe address that and see if get a confirmation. But my thought is they're thick packets. There's a lot in there. When we though take it up on hearing, and then when we, either, I guess move to approve or, move to deny it, and we base it on the staff report. And this is probably going back to my background and training. I think that's our way of saying that the reasons that we're doing this for are all laid out in that staff report. So if there's ever an issue later on down the road that we didn't consider, factors we should have, the staff goes through all this stuff in detail. And I've thought that was because then it's all there. We may disagree with some stuff and we'll talk about it. I don't think that's right or whatever, but we have the rock to base our decisions on because staff has turned every stone and run everything to ground. And that's the reason I think that's the case. Is that so?
It is, and a lot of it is with those, it's not just to give you the body to see what you need to approve and do, but we also write it for the planners 20 years on from us after we've done this, is why did they make this decision? How did this get grounded in code? I can't tell you how many times we will get an applicant come in and we'll have to go back to a case file from the 70s and we'll pull that staff report to understand why the parking lot got built the way it did. So it's a little bit about that and kind of showing your work, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's also an opportunity to educate and tell the story to people who are familiar with the process. Like, what is this golden factor doing? Why is this being weighted up in here? Why does the community require street trees? We do want to run it to ground, run out all the issues for you the best we can. The other side of that coin, though, is we want to be efficient, because if you think about it right now, in the queue with the planning staff at the moment, it's over about 50 applications that are in process today. And we've got a staff of about 10 or 12 that are really putting an eye on those things at the moment. So we got to be efficient with their time, but they got to make sure that you have all the information. The governing body has all the information. So it's balance that quite a bit.
I mean, we have things that we're supposed to consider by law. And you watch our meetings, we don't talk about every one of those factors. And I always take comfort in the fact that it's in the staff report. The staff has evaluated it. When we make a motion, it's going to be based on, the findings of the staff report. And so even if we haven't talked about this part of the golden factors, it's covered. So that's maybe, that might sound lazy, but I that's more of a thank you.
There's another reason. There's a reason for planners, then there's a reason legally to have all that there too, because if any of the decisions ultimately made by the city commission on a planning issue go to court, the courts usually look at professional staff recommendation, planning commission recommendation, and then the city commission, just as an example. So it's like a triad.
Yeah.
They look at, and really what part of this is building the record. This is the foundation that these decisions are made on, so that a court has something to refer back to. Yeah, here's the base level understanding of everybody. And that's what Jeff, the staff's providing us when they attach, when our packets get so huge because we got 3 items for the same piece of land.
Yeah.
And they're repeating everything 3 times in our packet. It's because of that, each one of those individual items could be a separate challenge down the road. So it's all there contained.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think from our perspective, when you're looking at it and you read something, it's like, I don't see the relation. It may not jump out at you as a commissioner. I don't think I would say don't be too worried about that, as a newish commissioner.
I wasn't.
Okay, good. Good. I think we're at the end of our discussion, but is there anything anybody else wanted to bring up before we have our break?
So onward to discussion topic number 2. Commissioner Carpenter is going to be the discussion leader for this point, given his years on this commission and his experience with various other bodies in city government. Is going to take us through an overview of types of applications and this mysterious BZA that also deals with zoning issues that I know personally nothing about.
Well, this is the interesting part to me. This is the nuts and bolts of what lets us do what we do and how we fit into the governmental structure. Because the planning commission is one of those creatures of state statute, a requirement. Unlike just only a couple other boards and commissions in the city and county that are required by state statute. And we're going to talk about 2 of them here today, Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals. So I'm looking forward to this. And I hope everyone will have a better idea of where we fit into it and into the legal process and what authorities we have and don't have. So I guess we'll turn over to Jeff and Becky. The first one is just that big issue. Is it legislative? Is it quasi judicial? When can we talk to each other and when can't we talk to each other? So,
And Jeff's gonna talk about that. Thank you. Jeff's gonna talk about that point specifically, but before we start that, I just wanted to kind of bring your attention to reference materials that are in the packet. One of them is on page 39 is a list of the types of applications. And before that, there's a table that talks about notice requirements. You'll also find some information about the acronyms and what those mean. And just lots of different types of those materials that are available for you. And so this packet will live digitally. Right now it's connected to our iCompass agenda, but we will also post it on the Planning Commission main page. So you'll always be able to find that as reference later when you need to. I mean, we are going to include the slides of Luke's presentation and of the presentation that Catherine's going to give to us here in a bit. So you'll have those slides too. So with the types of applications, I think, Luke did a great job before talking about some of these already. So I don't want to use up a lot of your time here and take away from the great discussion that's been happening. Just wanted to mention that this table here really shows all of the different types of applications that come through the planning office. Some of them you see, some of those non-administrative types come to you. And then there's also a lot of, on the other side are all the administrative applications that staff is reviewing on their side. And some of them are two-step applications. So for example, the preliminary development plan would come to the Planning Commission. The second step of that is the final development plan. That would be an administrative review. Likewise, the preliminary plat comes to the Planning Commission for approval. And then the second step of that major subdivision process is the final plat that is reviewed administratively. Likewise, you see that there are two different types of site plan processes that process these. The first one, if it's a county site plan, that will still, for the most part, go to the Board of County Commissioners for their review and approval. Whereas our city site plans are reviewed administratively unless there is an appeal on the planning director's determination, then that's when it would go into City Commission for their review.
Quite a list. I can't actually get them all on screen, so they're very readable here, but there's a number of things to kind of go through. Give you an idea of the number of applications that the planning division actually works. They work close to 35 different application types across 3 different zoning codes. So I think they've got upwards of about 1,100 pages of code that they have to kind of learn and master and go through when they have those conversations. So it's, I can remember Sheila telling me when I started here, she goes, it's going to take you 2 years to understand all the codes you're going to need. And she wasn't kidding. It took about 2 years to try to figure out what we're talking about. So there's a lot of different application types going. But really your applications kind of fall in one of 2 buckets, quite truthfully. You either have what's called legislative action or a quasi-judicial action. And the really solid rule of thumb of it is legislative action is something that you would do, in the future that changes the existing conditions to everybody. So a text amendment, a comprehensive plan amendment, those are legislative items in nature. The moment you apply an action to a specific application, property, or development is when it switches to a quasi-judicial application. And your role and function is kind of what we talked about previously. That packet is building your base foundation for the cases going up. And so the quasi-judicial actions you look at and effectively, if Randy was here, he'd say it far more eloquently. You look at it a little bit like a courtroom and like a lawyer and a judge. You're going to make a determination on that case, on the factors that are eligible and contingent to that item today. When you're doing a legislative discussion, you can go very far afield. So one of the things we were talking about earlier is like when to rein you in on those kind of things there. Legislative, you can have a very wide scope, quite briefly. You can talk about a very strong multitude of things. When you start to rein in is when that quasi-judicial comes in. You need to be talking about the codes in relation to the application before you and in that scope. So that's when that rein comes in. I think somebody alluded to it is, there's been a little bit of a difference between my predecessor and me on where I will rein in and those kind of things there. I'm a little more inclined to let you all continue those discussions because I think that those discussions have always given fruitful thought and good for decision making. But if you do have to step out of those bounds, I will have to, at a point of order, pull you back a little bit once in a while, but y'all are very good about it. I don't have to do it very frequently. I think you know where you're at in those decision-making processes. So this is part of your package. You can see a little bit in the questions there about procedural due process and also about ex parte communication. So it kind of alludes back to that. If somebody poses a question to staff, we think it's substantive and pertinent for all of you to have, we will respond to the body as a whole so that you all have that. So I know we spend a little bit of time talking about it, so I just want to, does anybody have any questions about the differentials in your roles with these kind of items?
One question, you didn't specifically mention it, but when we're engaging in like quasi judicial acts, do any of those have any precedential value for like subsequent applications that come in front of us? Do we have to basically follow the same reasoning we did on one we did last month for a completely different application that may have the same concerns?
Yes and no. There is the expectation that you would probably, if the factors were identical to the other one, you would give it the same motion that you gave the previous one if all the factors were equal and the same, because the factors to determine it would not have changed. But as we all know, each case is unique. Each case has different characteristics about it. So you can weigh those characteristics under Golden and say how it is influencing that decision making. But in a quasi-judicial setting, you would typically have a lineage of, these are the factors involved here. There's an expectation that the commission would carry this forward unless there has been a large departure, a text amendment, a comprehensive plan amendment that would sway or change that opinion. So there are those break points in conversations, things that we would have done under 2020, we probably don't do under 2040. That's a breaking moment. If there's a text amendment change, that's a moment there too. But there is an expectation in some by applicants and by others that if all the factors are the same, then the process should render an identical outcome.
That's when having a good memory would be helpful.
Right.
And
That's why on one particular application, I asked in the meeting of their attorney if they wanted us to apply Plan 24.
Okay.
And when they said yes, I was getting good. So
it's a hard thing to do. If you, I'll just make up something real quick. If you have a CS zoning in one part of town and a CS zoning in another part of town, you have to look at the code factor, what it says about that base zoning district, that it cannot occur unless there's already CS zoning there and it's meeting the criteria of squaring off the district. In one district, it may already be squared off. So in addition to it would actually be the opposite of what the code is asking, where in the other instance, it may be squaring it off in a way that is a positive outcome. So staff will usually relay that in conversations, but in your factors is they're not the same. And the cases are a little different in that context. So you would likely render a different decision based on it. The other part of it is you'd have to look at Golden and look at that context of the neighborhood, look at what the area plans are there and all those other factors that fed into those conversations.
Okay.
Yeah, I think an excellent example of that was the back and forth with various sidewalk issues, because they're all in a different context. Were there sidewalks there beforehand, or is this coming out of the blue and there's nothing else around it? Those sorts of, I've seen us go back and forth in different votes.
The sidewalks are a great discussion about the Board of Zoning Appeals and how they process and work, because it's one of the rare instances where you sit in a full and whole quasi-judicial fashion. And that is the identical realm where the Board of Zoning Appeals sits every day, all day. So I'm always one to go with a natural segue if it's appropriate. I hand over to Catherine to walk through the Board of Zoning Appeals and that whole process that they do.
Okay, well, so as Jeff mentioned, what is the difference between a BZA variance and a PC variance? So we could go way down into the weeds. I have a 40-minute presentation for training the Board of Zoning Appeals, but we're not going to do that. Hopefully get to the heart of what is the difference and why is one going to the PC and one going to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So let's see if I can do this. Okay. So these are where your authorities reside. For the Planning Commission, it's in 2014-01, and specific to variances is in 2813. Take note of the sections because they're very different. For the Board of Zoning Appeals, it's 2014-02, where the authority resides, but the variances are located in 2013-09. And so 813 is part of the subdivision regulations. And 1309 is part of our applications and process procedures. So the PC, or the Planning Commission, is acting basically with responsibility for long-range plans, future development, and that comes down to land actions. Whereas the Board of Zoning Appeals is acting with responsibility to alleviate potential loss of rights for specific contextual instances for codes that are already on the books. So these are where codes have already been on the books and something is coming up during a specific development activity. And development activities would be like site planning, special use permits, building permits, sign permits. So that's the big difference, is we're talking about land actions, and then after land actions come your specific applications for development activity. And this is just a good reminder for what is your overall authority, what is the difference between commissions and boards. The city commission is your legislative authority. The planning commission is the commission that is going to propose new code, weigh the long range plans, whether or not they need to be modified. So you're guiding that future development and making the recommendation to the city commission. The Board of Zoning Appeals is basically coming after those facts. They are applying the code to specific instances and contexts.
One thing I'll note here, we're talking about it in terms of the city commission here because the land development code is we deal with. And Catherine is the liaison of the city Board of Zoning Appeals, but this really could transition directly over to the county code. But it's the same stuff all applies because it's governed by state statute.
Yes, and the Board of Zoning Appeals, as Commissioner Carpenter mentioned, is also regulated by state statute. We have to have a Board of Zoning Appeals, just like we have to have a planning commission, because we have to have a body that can alleviate a property owner's right if they are losing rights based on codes. So we have to have that entity that can hear those items, provide a method for it. And so what is a variance? So a PC variance is going to be an item that's going to vary from the specific design standards. And so that's Article 8, and that's going to be anything in the subdivision regulations. And it's going to happen during, as I mentioned, land actions. Examples of that would be lot areas, lot depth, block depth if you're doing a whole subdivision. So those are things that come about during the process of creating new pieces of land for development. And then the BZA variance is going to be something that would vary from specific zoning standards. And so each zoning district has its own set of requirements for setbacks and areas and that type of thing. That's where the BZA is going to come into play. After that land has been, the boundaries have been set aside by whatever land action, and it's in a zoning district, then those regulations come into play for the zoning standards. And so before we get into the criteria, there's one really overarching criteria point, and that's unnecessary hardship. And that is what you have to kind of weigh whether or not it meets that definition of unnecessary hardship, whether you're in the BZA looking at a BZA variance or you're on PC looking at a PC variance. That unnecessary hardship is in both sets of criteria. And the definition is in Article 17. It's very specific. It talks about, unnecessary hardship being where loss of rights is coming about, or it is just so difficult to do something in form with the regulations that it's constituting a hardship that would just be unreasonable. And it does specifically mention that financial loss or the loss of potential financial advantage does not constitute unnecessary hardship.
That's interesting.
This is one of the trickiest criteria in the items of discussion for both the PC and the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I have a couple examples because it comes down to, what is a hardship? There are lots of things that could be considered hardship, particularly for the applicant. And what is an unnecessary hardship? So here's a couple of just random examples for, let's say, the Planning Commission. Let's say you're seeing a variance for lot width, and they want to vary from the required width of the lot during a minor subdivision or a platting process. And the reasoning is if they vary from a little bit here, maybe on one lot, they could potentially get 4 lots out of the process instead of 3 lots. The greenfield development, it may be a hardship for them, but is it really an unnecessary hardship? Is that a design choice? Is that a loss of financial advantage that really can't be considered? So they can still develop the property with 3 lots as opposed to 4 lots. They're still meeting all the requirements of the code. So does it really rise to the level of a necessary hardship? And you have to look at that definition and say, is this really a design choice or is this really unfeasible for them to meet the code?
Why does it matter?
It matters because variances are set up not to be a means for using design options or preferences to get around regulations in the code. Variances are set up for alleviating hardship. So if you were unable to utilize your property for whatever reason, an old zoning regulation or an old, maybe it was platted 40 years ago and the regulations were different and you don't have enough lot width, that could be considered an unnecessary hardship because codes have changed over time. Someone else with a similar lot could do that where you can't. That's where variances come into play. And so they're equalizing the rights. They're not giving someone an extra right. So if you're just saying, yeah, we're going to give you a variance so you can do 4 lots here instead of 3, that's really giving someone an extra right that someone else with a piece of property might not have.
The other thing to kind of note, and I might be feeling Catherine's thunder on this one, is the Board of Zoning Appeals under state statute is not empowered to grant a right to somebody that is not given to them by the base district. So a very common example of this is say somebody's zoned RS5, but they want to open a coffee shop. The Board of Zoning Appeals cannot give them the right to open a coffee shop. That's a legislative function that has to occur by the city commission. So that the balancing act that the board has to go through is this equal to all? If the response is no, then there has to be the criteria involved to equalize that.
Yeah, we'll talk about the criteria in the next slide. So I was going to give an opposite example where it may rise to the level of a necessary hardship. Say you're seeing a lot variance for width, again, just for the width. And it's a situation where someone's doing a minor subdivision. And back in the day, it's still 2 lots. They were permitted to build their structure 10 feet over the lot line. But underneath, it's jointly owned. Underneath the lot line, it's still 2 platted lots. Now they want to split their property and it's still 2 platted lots. Back when they constructed the house, it was probably permissible for them to build over a lot line or parcel line. Now, maybe that doesn't apply. And so for them to split the lot off, they maybe have to shave 10 feet off the lot width so that they still have a viable lot and they don't have to tear down their house to bring it into compliance. That's an instance where the code factors or the zoning factors for the history of the property maybe justify that it does rise to the level of a necessary hardship. And so the remedy for bringing it into conformance is so unreasonable that maybe the code does need to have a variance to allow them to split their property because it's already 2 platted lots. That's an example, just kind of a random example. Similar things for the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have these discussions at every Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. And you might get a request for a setback reduction where maybe someone's particular business plan, they need a set amount of expansion to their building and it's going to encroach on the setback. So they're asking for a variance. Well, maybe that doesn't necessarily rise to an unnecessary hardship because maybe they could reduce the size of their expansion. There are ways for them to be compliant with the code. Their business plan maybe doesn't fit there. Maybe that's telling them this property is not maybe the ideal property for what their business plan is. It's not the code's fault. Maybe it's their design choice. Whereas maybe where it is justified or an unnecessary hardship to encroach on a setback is that maybe back in the old code, where we measured setbacks a little differently, the old code would have measured it from the center of the street line to the front. Now we measure it from the edge of the right of way to the front. Back when we measured it from the center of the street line, they actually had enough setback. Now, because it's measured from the edge of the right of way, maybe they're their porch would encroach by a couple feet. That's a case where it might be an unnecessary hardship because potentially part of their buildable area was taken away from them with the change of a new code. And so that is an instance where it does rise to the level of a necessary hardship.
Catherine?
Yeah.
Can you, just to put it in context,
Yeah.
I never really understood, I mean, before businesses could have like the sort of like LED signs and stuff, those were variances that had to go to the BZA, right?
For the sign code board appeals, yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't a BZA thing, or?
So that's the other thing about the Board of Zoning Appeals. They are actually a two-role board. It's
Okay,
the same group of individuals, but they actually function as two different boards. They are the Building Code Board, or they're the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Sign Code Board of Appeals. So they actually have to gavel in and out. If we have items of multiple types, they would have to gavel out as the BZA and gavel in as the Sign Code Board.
It's
So
just for
similar.
signs.
Just for signs. They have their own.
Which is comparable to us becoming the airport.
oh, yeah, okay.
But it's the same process. The Board of Zoning Appeals has actually 5 criteria, which talk about the Sign Code Board of Appeals is similar to the Planning Commission, where there's only 3 criteria that they have to meet, but similar. And so talking about those criteria, there are in the code section, it actually spells out the 3 criteria that you have to weigh every ask against, and it must meet all 3 of those criteria, not 1 or 2. And we have to explain that to individuals when they're submitting, really analyze your request, put it in writing so that we can see, where you're coming from. And it helps the boards when they're discussing the item to have the reasoning and the hardships listed out so you guys can discuss that. But it has to meet all 3. The first one for the PC is that unnecessary hardship requirements. And then the second and third, is it still in harmony with the purpose of the regulation? And then here for Planning Commission, that's where you're looking at, is this really still meeting our intent for future development? Does it meet the zoning, what we want in the zoning district? Does it conform with the comprehensive plan? If it still does all of those things, then maybe the variance is warranted, and that's fine. And then the health and safety and welfare are still protected. So you're not granting variances for anything that would damage any existing neighboring property owners or the overall public, which there are some that can do that. That's usually not a big issue. We don't get a lot of variance requests that could potentially.
Those 3 criteria apply to we should apply that to any variance request.
Yes, all 3. You have to meet all 3 of those
Any
criteria.
variance request of any kind that come before the
All
plan.
3. Correct, yeah. And staff will outline all of those in your staff reports. We list all of those criteria and we try to give you the facts, and then you guys can discuss,
Your comments and the applicant's comments.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the Board of Zoning Appeals has 5 criteria, and they also hear floodplain variances. And in addition to the 5 for floodplains, there's another 12 technical elements that they have to meet as well, not just the 5. So, but these are the 5 for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, they have to meet all 5. And it does specifically say in the Board of Zoning Appeals, that these criteria cannot be caused by the applicant, which really hones in on that. This cannot be a design choice. This cannot be just a preference for you. You really need to meet these criteria for the board to grant a variance. And so similar, again, we have uniqueness, and that plays into specific contexts for each site. Again, mentioning was it under an old zoning regulation? Were there older setbacks when it was built? That's what uniqueness is going to cover. No adverse effects to any adjacent property owners. Again, the unnecessary hardship, health, safety, and in the spirit and intent of the code. And that is the gist of the difference between variances and BZA. So I stand for questions or clarify or.
What about the appeal process for each of those? Isn't it different?
Yes, and so the appeal process for the Board of Zoning Appeals is straight to district court. So if somebody were to appeal the decision of the Board of Zoning Appeals, they go straight to district court. PC appeals go to the city commission. So
And when we were doing the conditional use permit work for solar, and something that we only learned during that time was that for a conditional use permit, any variance from that had to go to the BZA. It did not go
For
to
the solar?
Sevier County. Is that,
County.
is that right?
Yeah, and the course for those can be set in different ways. So when you're talking about exiting the planning commission, if the governing body wants to kick something over into the Board of Zoning Appeals, they can route it that way to have it kind of go through a more apolitical route is usually the term that gets used in that. So that is an option and possibility. A lot of communities will do. Their architectural review boards will not go to their city commissions or their city councils. It'll get routed directly to the courts, because then it is guaranteed to not be an arbitrary and capricious ruling at a different level. So it's all in how you set those things. Under state statute, both the city and the county board of zoning appeals would get routed into the courts because of the way the statute writes and sets. But because your action and the way that you're constituted is not the same as the board of zoning appeals, your routes can be a little bit waffled and vary depending on your subdivision regulations.
About to yell at Jeff here because he didn't tell me there was potential solar issue coming to Board of Zoning Appeals.
County.
Oh, county.
Catherine's like, what? No.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm like. What?
That would be awful.
The one thing I will say is, and Catherine did an exceptional job on vetting out some very hard things here, but when we talk about those things at the Board of Zoning Appeals and with you all, is 2 of the 3 doesn't rise to meet the bar set by the requirement. It is a 3 of 3. And it's an intentionally hard bar to rise to, because we want to have those conversations about, does it truly meet the factors involved here? What I would do is, in those questions, when I was working with the Board of Zoning Appeals, is you look at it and go, we're seeing the same thing over and over and over and over. So is there a fault with the Board of Zoning Appeals, or is there a fault with the code the board is being asked to look at? And so what I always refer to as the Board of Zoning Appeals is the canary in the coal mine, because if they're seeing a variance upon a variance upon a variance, the fault's not with the board, the fault is with the code. So has there been a changing condition in the environment that the board is now seeing these, and we need to address somewhere else? So when you all are seeing those different variances pop up, that's the question staff is asking is, what's the changing condition in the environment that is requiring variances so frequently? And are we out of step with reality? So that's kind of how we use that measuring stick of what you're seeing as a variance and seeing what's really happening.
I think that would apply to a lot of the sidewalk discussions we've been having. So the PC was seeing, and still are seeing, a lot of sidewalk variances where that triggered staff to go back and talk with engineering and try to figure out if our process and our codes are actually in line with what is happening out in the real world where sidewalks don't exist.
As part of the redoing of the land development code that's coming up, would, in looking at that overall code, would that potentially shift some issues from planning commission to the BZA? I mean, would that be part of the review?
It could also shift it to an administrative process where it's administratively appealed and works through the channels similar to what a site plan would do. So, with certain things like rezonings, conditional uses, special uses, and those things, there's a very prescribed Board of Zoning Appeals route that we have to follow. But for subdivision regulations and things, the state's statute's not as strict in some of those respects. So you can kind of meet the community's expectation in the crafting of those subdivision regulations. So that's a little bit more area to maneuver in there versus what the Board of Zoning Appeals is. So it could be administrative, it could be to the planning commission, it could be, a different route. Just to kind of give you an example of this, we went back through all the iterations of the subdivision regulations that the cities had. And at one point, the city commission was the deciding factor on the variances. And then it became the planning commission, and then it became a different one. Then it came back to the planning commission. So it's moved around quite a lot over the years.
Nobody wants it.
Exactly. So.
Are there areas of overlap between BCA and?
Yes, kind of. So an example that you had recently, maybe a couple months ago, there was a rezoning and a preliminary and final plat that came before you for a property on the west side of Iowa. Because of its configuration and because it was having a joint shared access point, for them to make it work, and it really kind of made sense. It was an existing condition. You guys had a lot of discussion about this one, actually. So they wanted to, so how setbacks are designed is based on front lot line. And the way their lot was configured made a little more sense to rotate what would typically be a front lot line to a side and rear lot line. And they could provide setbacks for that. But that is not necessarily a PC variance. And so how we handled that during that process was it went to the Board of Zoning Appeals prior to you getting the preliminary plat. And they do a review to see if it meets the criteria and would approve conditionally based on whether or not the minor subdivision or the preliminary plat was approved. So then when you see the item, you see that it's already been to the Board of Zoning Appeals. They've made a determination approved conditionally based on your determination of the preliminary plat. And so that's an instance where it's still a land action. There's a land action happening, but the Board of Zoning Appeals was weighing in on the variance because the resulting zoning would have impacted the setback requirements for that particular lot after the land action takes place. So that's an instance where there's a little bit of overlap. Different, you're seeing different pieces of it, but you're overlapping in the overall process.
That's also a good moment. We talked earlier about we don't send things due to not code compliant. And then the step has to occur where BZA gives that conditional approval to make it code compliant so that your action is possible at that next step. So they can't come after you because you can't approve it because it's not code compliant. So we sequence those steps to make sure that when it lands for your consideration, you're not approving something without a balance.
Yep, because again, that unnecessary hardship, it would be very hard for you to all to approve. I mean, I don't know how staff would even justify it in the staff report. If, like a greenfield development where they're coming at it fresh, for you to reduce a lot requirement or lot width or lot if there's no development there currently. So it's that, again, that level of, is it a necessary hardship? And there was a lot of discussion with BZA about that particular one. And it was kind of a split decision, but there was good talking points on both sides of it. And then it came to you after that.
To your question, Commissioner, you don't overlap with the Board of Zoning Appeals by design.
Yeah.
In many ways, because if they were going to have a conversation about use, you would definitely be in the conversation because you would recommend the rezoning upwards or have that conversation. The board cannot have that or even entertain that conversation by statute. So you really are siloed by design. And the only moment that you would have that overlap is in the sequencing of one coming before the other so that you have the action.
Have an overlap in Charlie. He serves on both.
That comes into those code sections too. As you saw, your authority for your PC variances is in 8, which is the subdivision regulations, not in 6 or 5. So, yeah.
Are there any, those of you with experience with the Board of Zoning Appeals, are there any types of variances that come before the Board of Zoning Appeals that you think should be up at the PC level just because of the nature of the variance? Or I mean, I know we've talked about things that maybe are more in line with the Board of Zoning Appeals dealing with. Are there also things that may be more in line with
The 6 years I did it, the only thing I've seen is what's already been referenced. If there are repeats that rise to the level, it should probably become a text amendment. And then it would have to flip over to the planning commission.
And that's Catherine's job is to, she identifies those coming up and she flags them for the TA and then we bring it to you.
But before we go on, we've got, well, there's Tanya. We got Tanya, Carl, and Ben, and we have Charlie, who all, so I was just wondering if there are any peculiarities about the county BZA that we should be aware of. And it's silent.
I have a quick comment. When you were just talking about duties, if there are any duties that maybe are better at the Planning Commission than at BZA or vice versa, or flip that around, we actually have had quite a bit of discussion about some of these home-based businesses that have been going through the conditional use permit process through the Planning Commission. And I do think, as I know you guys are getting a lot of those, as home-based business is getting just big enough that it's not quite meeting the standards of a home-based business. I think that what we would like to do in the future is move some of that a little bit more administrative and possibly have those actually lift some weight off of the planning commission schedules and process some of those through BZA. So I think that's a goal when we're working on the home-based business regulations for some of that really low impact stuff, not to have to burden your guys' agenda, because I know they're long nights and it's a lot of information. That's the only thing that I can identify. BZA is a lot of setback variances when people can't meet setbacks, side yard setbacks or roadside setbacks. They do deal a lot more with the building code aspect, like if building permits have, if a structure that's gone up without a permit needs a setback variance or those type of things. Flatlanders Pizza is an example of one that had a conditional use permit to operate a small scale pizza prep business out in the county. It also had to go through BZA as well. There were no building permits for several of the buildings that had gone up in there recently. So they deal a lot more with whether it's been permitted, those type of things. But I think it's working well, and we appreciate both boards. So thank you.
Tanya, who's the county representative, or who's running the county BZA? Is it you, Carl, Ben? Which one is it?
Mostly Carl. Carl's doing, he actually presents the items, planning items, and then all of our staff is available at every BZA meeting, just in case questions pop up or, we need to cover things. And a lot of times Tina Rakes, the building code official, is also in those meetings to cover some building code items. So it's pretty much an all department once a month meeting and over here.
Anything you want to add, Carl, in your new role doing that?
Not too much. Tanya pretty much covered it.
I will add then, Carl is new, but does a great job with taking care of the five of us and presenting things. A great addition, I will tell you.
Are BZA members also appointed by the city and county commission?
County.
Well, I know you would have done that for the BZA for the city is appointed by the city commission, BZA.
Yes.
Okay. And there's 5 on each.
We have 7.
We have 7. Okay.
The county BZA board doesn't have any city involvement. It's
Right.
Our bylaws don't allow even people that live in the city to be on the board.
Yeah.
And according to state statute, what entities have to have planning commissions and BCAs? Is it like counties and incorporated cities, or?
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
If I remember correctly, and I'm going to be pulling this really out of the back of my mind here. I think it's if you invoke subdivision regulations and zoning, you then have to constitute and have the boards to have the administrative relief portion to it.
Okay.
But if you do not have zoning, there's some portions of states that don't have zoning in the county, they're not qualified, that they don't need to have a board of adjudicators.
Nothing to appeal.
So there is a trigger under the state statute, and I can't remember what it is.
Okay.
And just so you all are aware, your role is triggered by a whole different section of the state statute than a board of zoning or a planning commission that would only govern a city versus planning commission only governs a county. You're a joint board, so you have a whole special section under state statute that enables your existence and rules you can operate in.
We are a rare breed where it's both city and county.
Very rare.
So with development happening in Baldwin and Eudora, is the county BZA taking care of those issues, or do they have their own?
Typically, the municipality would have to have their
They have their
own boards and commissions. So like you cannot, give land use decisions inside Baldwin and Eudora if you don't have that authority. They would have to have their own planning commissions and BZAs that do stuff.
Okay.
So Clearfield will have to have their own BZA and PC.
Okay, that's what I.
Didn't we tell them?
Well, thank you, Catherine. Thanks, everybody on the screen there.
Yes.
So I guess that if there are any other questions about the BZAs,
That really helped.
Yeah.
I really had no idea going.
Yeah, if you can just remember, PC is doing the land. If you need a variance to split your land, then you're going to be at PC. After that, it's all BCA. Okay, remember that. You're
All right.
The oddest one I saw was a swimming pool was already built and constructed. They turned in this hand-drawn map of where the swimming pool was. The city said, okay. And then the city reviewed it later after the pool was in and said, uh-oh, you're in the setback. You got to tear out the pool. So they came to the BZA. So what do you do in that? Because state statute says city and county can make mistakes and what they tell you is legal and it doesn't count when you get to court. So,
Oh,
What happened?
oh.
well, we granted the variance. Because under that is, how is that? It wasn't the fault of the landowner. They
Right.
followed the process. This was an undue hardship.
Good on you, Jim.
And I mean, it was just like, wait a
Good on you, man.
But that's the types of things, but it was one of those weird things in the state statutes. You can get advice from the city and county, but if they give you the wrong advice,
You're still
tough.
liable.
You can't rely on the wrong advice.
That is why staff spends a great deal of time to research before they respond to the questions.
Okay.
Because we want to make sure that we're given the right answer the first time.
The consequence is pretty substantial.
It can be.
Okay.
I always struggle with that unnecessary hardship, you know, and say it can't be strictly financial, but most things, most problems can be fixed financially one way or another. It just depends on the magnitude. So like financially, they could tear out the swimming pool and or put it in a different location. So that's a financial thing. So so where do you draw the line about
Most
what's
things
strictly
do
financial?
resolve to some definition of financial hardship or loss.
Right, and also anything that has a financial hardship or loss probably has some other kind of difficulty or things that take time
Just how
or
you word it.
trouble.
That's why it says a mere financial loss or potential loss. There's always other circumstances, for instance, of this example, you know, the city perhaps made an error, so that's a context issue. So if the contractor maybe had brought in a fully surveyed set of plans and then encroached on the setback, that might be a whole different context, so.
Yeah, and the city could have appealed just as well as the homeowner. So whichever way the decision went, I mean, the city could have appealed the BZA granting of the variance to the district court, which they obviously chose not to do. But, you know, or if you say no to a variance, the landowner can appeal it.
But that's another reason to pay really close attention to the criteria and weigh all of your discussion points against the criteria, because the city attorney can, if necessary, if you're making decisions that are outside of that criteria and setting some precedent for the city, they can sue the BZA. So not only can they protect the BZA if the BZA gets sued for some decision, but it can, the flip can happen as well. So that's why those criteria are really important.
Any other questions? Interesting, strange things that have happened? If not, I guess that we're over to Jeff and the wonders of the interactive map.
So I think we all know about it. And this is probably one of the more popular questions that staff gets from applicants, from public, from commissioners is, we hear about GIS. We know it's this big thing that exists out there. What is it? What does it look like? What does it do? So what I will do real quick is I will show you what we see. This is what GIS looks like to us on city staff, and the county's got a variation of this too. But this is, when you see planners talk about, we looked it up on a map or we've done something here, it mostly looks like this. This thing will pull in upwards of 400 different data sets on command. And then the things that are on behind the scenes is it can pull in an infinite amount of data on other things along the way.
Can we get to this?
No.
County
The reason I want to say is, like, you know, you hear staff talk about, you know, we're looking at, you know, what does the plats look like? We click a button, staff can see what the plats look like. Staff can then also click on something here and we can then pull the plat document up and see it instantaneously. Believe it or not, you all have this ability with the interactive map, just like staff does too. And so you see here, we'll pull the plat, you can see, click this link, we're going to load it up, you're going to get to see the recorded plat.
You can see on the county's GIS, right? That's interesting.
And you can also see through the interactive map the city has. And I always pick on the interactive map the city has because I'm more familiar with it. And I've worked with it quite more frequently because I'm actually one of the team that kind of helps shepherd it along and get it along. But
County's GIS doesn't do zoning or anything, just.
You can turn on external links and get the zoning districts for each of the cities.
Yeah.
On the county GIS.
And so what you can do with the interactive map from the city and also do with the county is on the side here is a list of different layers that you can pull in. The county has quite a number of lists, and some of these will have drop downs. So if you click on them, another layer set will pop underneath of it. So like if you click on, I'm trying to pick on one that's got a few of it here. So firm panels, you can click it, it'll keep coming down and you can see more and more data to it. The thing with the city map that has been an interesting thing is if it's not on the map and you want it, you can actually load it. So on the top button here, you actually have this little plus sign, and if you click on it, it will let you see things that are already pre-populated by the city's GIS team that you can load into the map. So if you want to see where the traffic cameras are, where the right-of-way permits are at, if you want to load, say, where the rental licenses are. You can load anything you want into the interactive map that we've made available. The other of that is, even if it's not in our data set, not something we have, but you want to see what the Census Bureau has, if you change this here, you can load anything else that's out there and in the system online. You can load the Census Bureau data, you can load the county data, you can load anything that's available and up and out. So anything you want to load in and just plug in, you can pull it up. And the best thing is it's just word searchable. So like if you just want to look for site plans, you can see that Luke Mortensen in our office maintains for site plans. You just hit add. Every triangle is approved site plan in the city of Lawrence. And then when you really want to get more into it, I'll just pick on one here. You click on it, it'll tell you exactly all the history about what it is, the case numbers, the year it was approved, what month it saw its things. All of the layers like that are loaded up and ready to go. And since we're just talking about the Board of Zoning Appeals, this is one that we use quite a bit. Let's see if I can get my map to behave here. Luke also does the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so sometimes we get questions about why does a property look a certain way? How does this happen? Why did they get something somebody else didn't? You can load this up and it'll tell you right here, the Board of Zoning Appeals in 1999 saw this variance request and it was approved. So you can find out why a deviation has occurred and that'll work. This works for special use permits, conditional use permits, any of the surveying instruments that we have. You can load these up into maps and see them. So all of the information that we plug into this map is what we call live data. So if somebody sitting in a city hall or somewhere makes an edit to it, instantaneously this map will update and it'll be able to see the most information that we've got. So as soon as a rezoning occurs in the city, the map will respond to whatever rezoning has just showed up in the city. So this is as good as we can make it. It's the best data sources that we've got.
So at what point does it get a dot? Because I actually, people ask me, so there's something happening on my screen and I want to know what's going on. So I went to go look, I actually went to go look at this, but it wasn't there.
Yes, and so sometimes what will happen is it'll get a dot when it's done. When it's a completed file, if it's been approved or denied in some instances, it'll get a dot. But if you get this map and you want to say, what's going on in my neighborhood? You can then also add our planning submittals data, which is on our dashboard. You just go here. Add planning submittals and it'll load all the active applications in the works.
Not always.
Should always.
Not always.
This one will update Sunday night into Monday morning. So it's only a weekly updating on this one. But when you click on this information, it'll show you a different list here and it'll tell you that Avery is taking care of this site plan right here.
But it might not necessarily tell you, does it say what it is?
It won't, it'll say it's a city site plan, and most times it'll tell you the address for it, but not necessarily all the details about it, but then it'll just give you the information I need to talk to Avery about.
Okay.
And so the one thing I will also do, if I can figure out how to switch this real quick, is I'll just call on the easier version of this real fast. So if you ever have a question about what is going on the Planning and Development Services homepage, is it on the top here is this PDS dashboard.
And this is actually a live look at the applications that are moving throughout both the planning division, the building safety division, and the rental licensing and code divisions. And this one will update every week. You're gonna get to see kind of all the things that are working at and what different levels they are. So right now, in the last 60 days, we have 68 building permits in process. We have 50 different planning applications that are moving throughout. And if you want to see just specific applications, you can do, and I give it one moment, I have to move my screen a little bit here. If you zoom in, you get to see a little bit of that clarity starts to appear. But if you click on some of these, I'll pick on downtown. I only want to see things that are site plans. Click on it, it'll turn off everything that's not a site plan so you can see what's going on. So I've got one layer here. Right now, building permits is still an active layer. If I turn our active building permits off, you can see these triangles start showing up here. If you click on them.
So that's a city site plan.
Yep.
Okay.
And this one will,
It's a planning submittal.
yep. And so this will actually tell you a little bit more of what's going on at that site.
Huh.
So you can pull up the rental licenses, you can pull up the building permits that are in the city. You can pull up all the planning submittals in both in the city and the county through this. And so when you click on things, it'll tell you different items. And then what you can also do is simply go to the list. If you want to see more details about one and say, oh, I know what it is that, you click on it. The map will jump over there and show you where it's at.
And where can you find the symbology, the legend?
Yep, it's just that bar right there. Okay. And kind of see as it goes down. One thing that I always do is if the map looks a little busy, depending upon how much is going on, so you can turn things on and off by just clicking the little button, and it will show up or disappear as you need it to do. This is probably the easiest way to see what's going on at any moment in the office.
Is there, is there anything that shows enforcement actions?
Not at this time. The city is getting some new software behind the scenes that we hope will enable that to occur, but at the moment that is in a different system that is unfriendly to whatever that is.
Okay.
We've now exceeded my IT knowledge real quickly. So interactive map is great. You can load a lot of layers to it and those kind of things, but if you wanted to see what's going on, kind of the day-to-day operations of the office here, this is a great way of stating what that is.
And then there's also the submittals page, and then you can find some of the application materials on that page too.
Yeah. So if you go to our website and click planning submittals, it'll have a drop-down list. And then when you see these, it'll say view application on these. So looks like Drew's working a site plan currently somewhere. And if you click on this, it will load that application. So you can see what it is.
Just gonna ask. Wow. Okay.
So
And
not
now,
all the
where did you get to, how did you get to that again?
So on the front of this PDS website, just planning
submittals. Okay.
All of these links are also included in your packets.
Okay.
On the tools and resources page.
So the county land viewer map is a brilliant map if you want to see surveys and divisions and things. They show quite a range of data that they hold. And so both the city's interactive map and the county's interactive map, you can cover 99% of the stuff that the city staff, the county staff uses in the GIS program.
So after getting Denny's memo of what's coming up in an upcoming meeting, we could go to these sites and check out the work in progress before our packets are ready.
You can see some of the stuff, and this is all public facing. It is all available at any time. The submittals page and the dashboard will update Sunday night into Monday morning, and the interactive map will update just as new information gets put onto it every time.
In my 4th year on the commission, I'm really happy to learn.
Well, see, we lost 2 years.
Right.
It's 2.5 years, right? But be careful of going to the interactive map. It can suck you in. I mean, like when we were talking about a water tower, I went in and I just started tracing water lines, and you start to hit things like, oh, well, it's obvious it used to be here because here's an abandoned line that's still in the ground. And here's one that's still got an asbestos cover on it. You know, it's, all that information is in there. It's just amazing how much information. Here's where every access point to the sewer system is. And when it was put in, you know.
One of the things we started doing last couple of years is when we do a rezoning, we put the ordinances, the number of the ordinances does the rezoning from city limits in the layer. So when you click on a zoning district, it'll tell you what the district is and then tell you what ordinance put that district on the map. Because people always ask us, well, this hasn't always been this. When did this occur? And if you don't happen to just know that, sometimes it's hard to find. So we put it in the map to make it easier for everyone.
Wow.
So, and I joke about this, but it's really true. We're literally sitting on terabytes of data behind the scenes that we can plug into these maps and power them up and show different things out of them. So when the joke for a long time was, we've got a question, GIS is going to have an answer. It's just a matter of how do we get to it and what do we want to do with it. So,
Do you have access to your PET, the one that shows the future growth?
it's going to take a while to load, but we can get it going. It'll.
That's a
If you've not-
map,
if
yeah.
you've not seen
Oh,
Jeff's
yeah.
pet AI project about future projections of
Oh,
what
please.
I'll warm it up. It takes a while to get going.
It's amazing.
It is an amazing thing to watch. It used to be in a room right off of off of the city
In a room.
council chambers, so we'd be able to see it periodically. But I know people that are new, or since they've moved over here, you've probably never seen it. Maybe it's something we.
Yeah, could be. That'd be, I've
Like
seen it a
confession.
long time.
If confession is good for the soul, the detail that you showed is not something that has much appeal for me to go on and get involved in this.
That's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Where it has been
For
helpful
some of
though.
us that get obsessed with details, when you're hearing specific arguments about what's happened or what's always been there, sometimes you go into this, you start looking at the old aerial maps, you start looking at the old, for all the utilities and things where you can say, well, wait a minute. It was like this, maybe not when you moved in, but this is not new for the city as a whole. So
Fortunately for me, there are others who educate me on this.
But where it becomes very helpful, it has in the past for me, is when we're in a discussion and staff brings up, when we talk about, well, how much commercial real estate do we have? There's been a lot of discussion about, do we need this? Can this move from commercial to residential? Are we okay with that? And it shows a wider view than what's in our packet of commercial property available.
Yeah.
Also, it was really helpful when we looked at Airbnbs and all those short-term rentals where we could see where they were in the city. And it's also very helpful where you can see how much RS5 do we have? We had that whole discussion when we were talking about RS3. Where is it located? What is it next to? These maps are just really, really helpful when you can have that citywide viewpoint or the countywide viewpoint.
And I use the county GIS for everything because it's the only one I knew about really, and it does the city also, but I any property that I can't picture, I look it up on there. I use that thing all the time. It's really fun.
Yeah, I do too.
And we're
It's very helpful.
very exceptionally lucky to have two outstanding teams of GIS professionals at the city and the county that we work with. Because if one side doesn't know it, the other side will get with them. And the two between the city and the county, they talk frequently between each other. So I'm convinced there's nothing they can't solve, something they can't get to us, because we are extremely lucky to have Micah Siebold and the city, Bryce Hersham with the county on our side to help us do all that. And it's an invaluable resource.
they can even use the tracking advice you all have in your pocket and pull up maps of where your cell phone's been across the county over any particular time of time.
Wow.
So
On this?
by the cell tower pics.
That's very big brotherish.
My location.
You can find out I've been lying about site visit. Never there. I didn't take my phone.
We know if you've been out there.
That's right.
That's a bit of an overview on the GIS side.
Wow.
And we've got a lot there, and I will see if I can't coax the computer where that lives at to come back and go show us the thing. We'll see if we can get that one going. I think the last time I opened it, it took about 20 minutes, but I'll tell it to get
That'd be
busy and
fun.
see what we can get going on it.
You know, and I would just say too that Jeff teased us with showing us the GIS map that we have here, but that interactive map so much work has been put into it. There's so much detail you can get to it. I lean on it a lot, actually. I use that tool probably more than I use the GIS map here because I can get pretty much a lot of the same information. So
The intent with that was to take that big system, the version of the internal system and put it out where people could actually use that data and make it approachable. So that interactive map is trying to be that big inside system, just outward facing. So we get better and better and better every iteration now, but it's a big project.
That brings us to the fun part of the day. That requirement of, we all hear about COMA, our Kansas Open Meeting Act bylaws and conflict of interest topic. And usually it's Randy.
Yeah.
Looks like it's Jeff.
It's going to be me today. So you all be very kind with me on this one. I hope.
So first, how many times have each person been through the Kansas Open Meetings Act presentation?
Just on the PC or other times?
No, just a total.
Oh.
Well, I'm guessing 5, because we've only missed 1 full year, right? So Jim's been on a year longer than I have.
16. This is 16.
So can you just recite it?
Yeah, exactly.
Spare Jeff the effort.
Well, every year you have to have one of these. So here's
There you
this
go.
year's. Spoiler alert, we'll probably also have one later on in the year when we do a real orientation. We'll bring Randy in and he'll be able to go through this in far greater detail and specifics to it. But Kansas Open Meetings Act is what governs how and where and why you meet, the conditions under which you do it. So the open meeting principle, as you can see, is based on the belief that people have the right to know public business, and that information is essential to that governmental process on those items. To that end is why we have the Open Meetings Act, recognition that that is to be dependent upon an informed electorate. And so we'll also, I think this is also in your packet, or if not, we'll get it in your packet so you can see this. But it really is to be transparent, so people can see the workings of what you do and understand why you make decisions that you make at the end. And so it is supposed to be interpreted liberally with exceptions that are construed narrowly to the purpose of the law. So if you have questions about that one, that is where Randy comes in to help us go through that and what that constitutes and what that looks like, but it regulates the conduct of the business that you do. It's really the quick answer to that one. It applies when the body that is involved is a covered entity, which you are, and there is a meeting. And a meeting is typically when you have a quorum and you're conducting business of the board. And so if 6 of you in a room, and you're talking about something, that is a business meeting, that is an open meeting, and we have to go through that procedure. Today is an open meeting because you're talking about things related to the board. That is why we go through the process and procedure. So it applies to all of the administrative and state agencies, the political, the whole 9 yards. It goes through everything. So you're definitely covered by that act. And so the meeting is the key definition with this one. And I'll leave it here so you can see the wholeness of it there. But it is, when you do any gathering or assembly in person or through the means of a telephone or any other medium for interactive communication by a majority membership of the body. So there was instances recently in other parts of the state where people were interacting with each other on Facebook, and that constituted an open meeting violation because the members were talking on Facebook. It was public on a forum, but it was not met the Open Meeting Act requirement being advertised and available in those conditions. So there is an incumbency on you to recognize what does constitute an open meeting, what does constitute a violation to that clause. So for a meeting to occur, there are 3 elements that must be met. There must be a majority of the membership for the Planning Commission, that is 6 or more. It must be an interactive communication, discussions, phone calls, messages, those kind of things can't constitute a meeting. And you have to be talking about the business of the board. So if 6 of you run into themselves at the grocery store and you're talking about a basketball game, not business of the board doesn't really rise to that level. Or if 6 of you run into each other at the grocery store and say something about planning commission, that's a problem. So those 3 elements of the meeting must be there to take place. And the majority of the 10-member body is 6 for you all. That is what constitutes a quorum for the meeting to take off and run at. So that would be what constitutes the meeting.
If we have unfilled seats, there's a quorum. Still 6 under COMA, no matter what.
Right, it's the number of positions, not the number available.
Okay.
If four of us get together and talk about something, and then someone of those four gets together and talks to two more people.
Then you have something we'll come to called serial meeting, which is an open meeting violation.
Yep, gotcha.
So, of course, interactive communications, Zoom, in person, any number of things that I'm probably not aware of in social media anymore.
TikTok.
Apparently, that's a thing.
We have to disband the TikTok group we have.
So it's, those can all fall in those things there. And, when we did the ad hocs, there are different levels of things. There's a reason why the ad hoc has to be construed at a certain level, and it has to be those kind of things. Those are all permissible, and they have to meet that open meetings act requirement and follow those guidelines. But it's gathering or assembly, whatever TikTok is, and all that. I haven't told it up on my social media. I'm not even gonna pretend I know what it is.
I've given up.
So, as you can see here, the Attorney General has indicated that the mere fact that a communication is electronic does not necessarily raise the coma issue, but if the majority of the body uses the communication to engage, that may raise to a coma issue. That kind of, at least one of those Facebook decisions that have recently come out of those items there. So a single email is not sent, may not constitute it, but participation in those other means may. And so what typically you'll see happen is that staff goes to a very strict reason. When we email you in a very particular way so that you can't reply all. And that is so that you don't inadvertently cause a coma violation by hitting the wrong reply button on your emails. And so we send things in certain ways to help ensure that that is met and required.
That removes the interaction component, interaction test for coma. Gotcha.
You do still get emails from the public sometimes that go out to all of us. So that's another one where if you reply to them, it has to be individual reply and not include anybody else.
Yeah, that's the case on those. In those instances, when you do receive those, we ask that you forward them to us so that we can get it into the packet so everybody can see the communication that all have received. What will sometimes happen is they won't send it to all the commissioners. They'll send it to 7 or 8 of you and then miss 3 others. So if that occurs, forward that to Becky and we will get that into the packet so that all of you will see the same email and communications as part of that. But yeah, so this is, the very thing is avoid initiating online discussions through emails, avoid reply all. You may receive emails about a matter, and all of the commissioners are also sent a copy on that email. That's just your emails are out there. People can do that. But again, if you want to do it, get that to us, forward it, we'll put that in the packet for all.
What would it be, just thinking if I respond to an individual in the community that has asked me a question, and then that individual then sends it to the rest of the planning commission?
That would be a Randy question.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'm just thinking, because, the emails, I mean, there's so many.
It's a potential problem.
Yes. I think it would
It's
be.
enough to raise the red flag where I would have you contact the city attorney's office, who is our your point of contact on open meetings and open records items, to go through that with them. So.
What's the first rule of ethics? If it feels wrong, or it feels like we could be wrong, don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not something that,
It's not.
this is
in
not a
your
real issue,
control,
that just,
but
right.
know that it could end up out there, so.
So, which is probably why somebody sends a comment into an individual commissioner. That individual commissioner sends it to planning staff without even replying. Is probably the safer bet, just in case that person then sends it on to whoever.
Or what if you, sometimes I'll respond and say, thank you for your email. I'll
Right,
pass this on.
Yeah.
If they turn around and forward that on to the commissioners, that surely that would be.
Yeah.
An open
You're
meeting.
not talking about.
You're not doing
Right.
business.
Yeah.
Some commissioners in the past have chosen when they get those, is they'll forward it to staff and have staff respond and be that point of contact, because it's probably something that's not really at your level. It may be administrative function at our level that we can help better address on that. So it's not out of the common that we'll get, thank you for your email. I've copied Becky on this, and she'll be able to help guide you through the answer on this. That is also something that happens quite frequently.
I think it means a lot to people, even that level of response to say, I hear you.
Yeah.
And they'll take it from here, but just, I think I try and always at least say thank you for it and then send it on and tell them I'm sending it on.
What about this isn't electronic, but what if you have a verbal conversation with a neighbor, and then that neighbor goes, and talks to Jim and says, hey, I talked to Sharon and she said X, Y, and Z. And then you talk about that. And then that neighbor goes to David and says, I talked to these two communities, listen to what they said. And David's like, is that then?
It's the same.
It's right.
Except it's not the body, it's not the members of the body that are communicating.
Right. And that's what.
Can somebody draw you into a serial conversation without your?
I mean,
Yeah.
but then in that case, what would be, then would, I mean, Jim would be the first person hearing it to call the city and say, just so you know, there's a neighbor who's just like doing like a telephone game kind of with us.
And well, an example is, this was Gary's first exposure to some of us. And Sharon was there and I went out when it was a neighborhood meeting about a substation. But our comments, when we were there, we heard what they said, but all we gave back was process answers. This is how it works. This is the stage. Nothing about what our thoughts on the subject matter were. The same when Karen and I went out about the solar. It was all about process. We just talked about the process and wouldn't answer specific questions.
Yeah.
So.
There was a former planning commission who said that people try to engage him on those conversations, he would just politely decline and walk away because he didn't like the feeling of the perception that gave him at that point in time. So he would say his response was something along the lines, hey, thanks for letting me know. If you wanted to, continue this, you have to come to the public meeting at 6:30 on Wednesday to have this discussion because the other 9 need to hear this too. And so some people will go along those lines to have that, is to just make sure that, yes, we want to hear from you, but I can't hear from you in vacuum. I want my fellow commissioners to hear you too. So.
We hit something strange with the solar thing in that was a large group of the public that had put public comment and they think they sent it to all the members, but then they did not want it published as part of the public packet. And it's kind of like, oh no, what do we do? Like what? It is public, but they don't want it to be public and they didn't get permission from all of the members that had given that commentary.
I don't
So I don't remember how that worked out. I think I just sent it on to.
This was a book, this thing.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And part of that is if we receive it, there is an obligation. We're going to have it when a governmental entity receives it, it becomes a public record. So the burden is on the individual submitting it to us, to make sure they have the rights and permission to do what they're asking to do. And in that instance, it was, do you have the permission to do what you're asking to do? And that can be an item of concern because if you give it to the government, it's a governmental record. And that goes into the open records portion of the presentation. Again, another great segment, but I won't use it right now. I'll save it for later.
Okay. Back to Coma.
Back to Coma. So, discussion
Which
of
is
business.
aptly named.
So, it's not necessary for a vote or a binding action to be taken. Discussion of the business is what triggers the violation. So not the action that you would be taking, but just the fact of talking about the item can be what constitutes that. And so you can see there is that you may gather for purposes other than discussing the business of the body. So social gatherings are not necessarily a coma item. And if you go to a conference, that may not be either, even though it may be related to, planning discussions or whatever the topic may be. But as long as you're not discussing the body of the board, that may not necessarily rise to that mark. So there is some give and take in there in this is that, a conference may be great for all of you to attend and you all want to attend. There's a benefit that doesn't always rise to meet that mark.
But aren't they still noticed in the public sphere that a quorum will be present?
We do preface it with that. We will typically do that by practice just to make sure that it is met. We do qualify it.
That's why I didn't respond to the pizza party.
I didn't either.
Because it wasn't following the normal practice of we're all going to have a public event like our yearly one, which has always been published that we're doing this. But so that's why I didn't respond to that one. I was worried about it.
And so if we have an instance like that, where if there's a gathering like the social hour or something like that, we will protocol and practice it like a meeting just in case, so that everything is good to go on that. It's available.
And then like when we would do our annual social gatherings, because you published it, that covered us in case we started talking about business.
Yes, it would be if it did meet that open meeting and you did have
that does kind of get it that is. But it was, we did make available the time, the address, the details of that event. So if a member of the public would like to attend, they can do it under open meeting.
So theoretically, somebody could have showed up at Karen's house.
Yeah.
and
You
just
published
said,
my address.
Theoretically, wow.
Yep.
I didn't know that the first time.
Wow.
The same has happened when,
I didn't
for
know the
example,
first.
when we've gone to the Free State, when somebody's had their last meeting.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
or After we finished Plan 2040, all
Yeah.
of those were
Yeah.
already,
Yep.
they were pre-noticed that we were going to do that.
Doesn't that say something that nobody wants to hang out with us?
I know.
Yeah, but now the question is, because of this hybrid business, are we ever going to be able to do that again? Publish or not?
And that's because of what?
Because of having to have everything
Yes.
remote in addition to, or would we ever be able to go to Free State at the conclusion of bigness?
Yeah, have a little
Yeah,
tablet.
Yeah,
And that's part of the thing that we navigate as part of why, we changed your mid-month meetings. We changed some of those initial things is because the temporary resolutions that allow the meetings to occur on Zoom and do that are still in effect in some respects. So we have to meet not just Open Meetings Act, but meet those temporary resolutions like we're doing today with having Zoom and doing all the broadcasting stuff, magic that Kurt does that I can't even fathom how it works. But it's, typically your mid-month meetings are in the morning and we don't broadcast those in, pre-pandemic situation. Kurt was not there, we would meet and people could come if they wanted to come. But under the temporary resolutions that allow you to meet and do the remotes and those things, there's a different set of criteria that we have to meet that mark for. So that's kind of those logistics that we have to think about now that we didn't think about 2 years ago.
Is that something that will be ongoing or does that end at some point?
Don't know yet. We're still learning. And for those that were on the board when we started this, I think you remember, I think I canceled your March meeting because we had that quick turnaround. We could not
Yeah.
figure out the
Right.
logistics to have your meeting under the public health orders and the Open Meetings Act. Because the two were just absolutely in conflict. So we had to stop your March meeting to then hold a pretty large April meeting to catch up. But that also gave us time to sort the logistics out about how do we meet Open Meetings Act, the public health orders, and then also keep staff in a position where they're safe and can keep doing the things they need to do. And so we're forever evolving. I don't know if we'll ever get back to where we were at previously, which I doubt, but trying to figure out how that looks and shapes going forward is going to be key.
Because that mid-month meeting was always, it just felt like a safe place to ask questions and explore ideas. And it wasn't talking about, the business of the board in terms of items. It was just kind of theoretical, the things that we get to talk about here. But a lot of those things we could answer sooner and train up faster because we had what felt like a safe place to ask. And we don't have that.
Just to learn.
Again.
You came in with knowledge just to learn this information and ask the odd question or so that might come back to haunt you. So if somebody cuts it out of a Zoom meeting and says, look what she said,
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of chills the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just said that.
I think that the discussion is going to happen nationwide quite usually because of, attorney, not an expert on spidey structure, but I think we live in a world now where Open Meetings Act was written before all of the things we now know have occurred. So is there going to be an evolution of those to kind of meet where we're going to be at? What does that look like? I don't know. I have no idea if the state chooses to do that or how we go about it, but it's probably a conversation we'll continue having for a while, I suspect.
It's such a hard role to step into, knowing that from day one, everything you say while you're on this body is recorded and anybody can find it at any time while you're learning the job. I mean,
Yeah.
right.
I'm tired of everything I do being recorded, frankly, but it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
We have a record of you saying that.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I've sort of just done it by I'm going to own my ignorance. If I'm ignorant about something, I'm just going to own it. And just like, yeah, I asked that question or I didn't know about that. And just, I garbled that sentence. I do that all the time.
Just don't ever read a transcript. Don't ever read a transcript of what you say.
I see. I was thinking the same thing. Like aloud? In a meeting?
No.
Oh, no, because it always sounds,
my
it's
God.
miserable reading.
So serial meeting, we're getting close to lunch. I know what that means, everybody.
you can see there, serial meeting must be open, those kind of things, goes to those details and parameters about them. So there's a lot of that, majority, common topic, and participants reached agreement. So that'll be, like I said, we'll get to that information. You actually have a very technical write-up about all this as part of your packet too. So, members of the public may wish to schedule meetings with you, and those can occur at different times, but when in doubt, conservative approach is best in the instances of the open. So COMA again applies when the body involved is a covered entity, which you are, and the meeting is a majority of the membership, 2, an interactive communication, and that communication is discussing the business of the body. That is when it applies. So all of those must be open and proper notice must be given as part of that. We kind of talked about that, so I won't belabor that one too long there. But again, it must be in public accessible places. That is why we have your meetings at the city commission chambers and why we do all the technology we do. Is also why we do it here today, because our building is open to the public and people can come in. Now use secret ballots, and the use of camera recording devices cannot be prohibited. So people can bring in their own cameras and recording devices as part of that process. But they may be used subject to reasonable rules. So they can't interfere with the broadcasting and the recording system of City Hall or something like that, or whatever is deemed reasonable as part of it.
There were some of our mid-month meetings back when we met in person where people would come and they would record them. I don't know if you guys remember that.
No.
Yeah. A couple times, someone had their camera set up and was just recording.
What was the topic?
I can't remember what it was.
That was before me.
I don't remember.
And so far as you'll see here, we will go through the noticing procedures. That's when your agendas get posted and all the details come up. And that's what we're doing to meet this mark here for the open meetings for that. So. The key one is when it's COMA does not require an agenda, but by practice, we will always have an agenda and we will put that out as fast as we can, at least with some time ahead of the meeting when possible. So there's been some instances where the software doesn't agree with us and we can't, crowbar the thing out of there and get it sent on its way. That's rare and far between, but by practice, staff will always work to create an agenda and get that available so people know what you're talking about and that running order of your day to day. So you have an agenda for today that's online. We put it through iCompass like we do one of your standard meetings. People could see, at 1:15, they're talking about the work plan. So I want to tune in for that. So we do have those available. And this is definitely where we need Randy and not myself here, but this is some of the possible legal ramifications for the violations of it.
So what happens when there's an famous check?
I have not a clue.
What is?
Jim probably knows. That's one of them.
It's okay. I don't really
We'll
want
need Randy for the details.
Sounds bad. I don't want to know.
One question I have is if we become concerned and it's almost like we're self-reporting. I think maybe I accidentally may have violated COMA or something. Call Randy.
Yes.
Is sort of fessing up gonna mitigate any consequences?
Randy, talk to Randy.
Usually not.
Usually not. Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's best to try to cover
They'll
it.
do it.
It's good to know.
There you go. It's to cover up. There we go.
Good rule of thumb, when any of this goes in doubt, give Randy Larkin a phone call. He'll be able to guide you through it and get through the details of it. He is our expert. He is your point person on those details for the plan.
Cool. And who enforces? Is it the AG's office?
I believe so.
Yeah.
State AG.
Yeah. So Derek Schmidt coming up to you.
So there are local conflicts of interest laws that are out there. You can see those under state statute, and they've got a lot of detail associated with those. But what basically all of this is getting back to is an attempt to achieve a fair and balanced. The public office is not used for a private gain. So that's really the key crux of that item there. As part of that, you get into something called substantial interest. You can see if you have a certain equitable interest in a business, you have to go through a process to declare that with the county. And there are forms available. The city attorney's office and county council can get to those forms if you need to have to declare a substantial interest on those kind of items. One thing I will say is if you have any questions if something does rise to a level of substantial interest, Randy will be able to help guide you through that if it does require those details and parameters. That is one of the things where planning staff is we're not very good about understanding the nuance of that. So Randy will be able to guide you through that very easily.
Jeff, isn't it an either or? You either fill out the substantial interest and list that on there, and then you can vote without saying something in the meeting. But typically we just, whether it's on that form or not, we just disclose
Correct.
everything.
Yeah, and there's a lot of nuance that can come along with that, and that's usually where Randy will be able to guide you that nuance pretty easily.
I think generally we've been more careful than a lot of places. I mean, we're really quick to say we can't vote on this, and we just step out. Instead of saying, oh, well, we filled out a form, we filed that no one is ever going to see that says I have an interest in. I can't think of anybody that's done that.
Well, like if Scott has served on a nonprofit board, there's no profit involved, but he has an interest in it. So as my spouse, so I step up.
And that's a discussion you'll typically hear us have about the perception of a conflict versus actual conflict. And we will always encourage you, if there's the perception of a conflict, you may want to recuse that just to clear that perception out of the item. So again, it goes back to that kind of that be conservative in that approach. So if there's a perception of it or you have a feeling of that, it's better to recuse and step away from it than to not. The interest of lunch, I will tell you, there's a lot of substantial interest. There's a lot of those kind of things are there. So
read the packet.
Read the packet. Don't be on that one. If you have any questions, Randy's going to be valuable to that. There's lots of stuff there.
You could put vacation slides in between all these.
I mean, yeah, I could on that one. But again, the file of substantial interest, county elections office handles.
Has there ever been an issue with a commissioner?
The substantial interest?
Yeah, oh, well, that has gotten a commissioner in trouble.
Not to my knowledge here, but in surrounding communities, yes.
Wasn't that a form that was generally passed out like at this meeting here and we filled it out?
I remember signing something.
Yeah, if Randy was here, he'd usually have you go through that and do it. And you can usually do it either if you have a significant change, or some people will file it annually just to kind of make sure they don't have to track all of that. So it's a little bit of preference. We would advise you probably to look at it, file it annually. But again, there might be some details that Randy knows about that I'm just not aware of. But if you have questions about that, let us know. We can sort that out for you.
Just don't hold it easy.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Well, that's easy.
Exactly. I should take no action to accomplish that.
So there is some things about contracts in here under state statute that you may need to be aware of depending upon if you have certain business interests that would be available. And then, of course, actions on other matters here. So incidental and those kind of details are available as part of that, with substantial interest too. And of course, the penalties upon that are listed, as you can see on this. And so there are advisory opinions that are also written and available, so you can look those up and get some more guidance on those. But again, city attorney's office, county council can both help through those processes on that one. And again, Randy Larkin is planning commission's counsel for those items if you have questions. So there's the address for the ethics commission and the details for them if you have questions about that. One thing I will mention is in your packet, you also have, I'll stop sharing my screen. You also have some details about the Open Records Act and what that details looks like and goes through. It's a great synopsis of all the details and things that go into that. So if you look through that and you have any questions, let us know. We will be doing an orientation later in the year as new commissioners are coming on. We'll probably have a more standard orientation in November or sometime around that time, COVID numbers depending. Where Randy will be here, go through that kind of full informal item with it, and also have some of those general details. So unfortunately, you're gonna get it twice in 2020. So very crash course on that one. I know I'm 3 minutes over lunch on that, but any questions about that I can maybe
Which is saying, I mean, questions did come up. So even though it was the 17th, whatever time, things come up.
Yeah, they always do.
Yeah, so.
And I think we've all been really good with conflicts. I mean, it pulls out of cases where specific people are in it. You know, everything's done that.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, and Patrick Kelly was on, if there was anything touching the school board, he didn't have to leave, but he did. So
and you know, one of the questions we get quite frequently is if we're running, like if we just have quorum and someone recuses from an item, does that mean that they can't hear the item? That is not the case. Quorum is necessary for the item, for the meeting to begin and the meeting to end. If you dip beneath that during the meeting, as long as there's people there to
make a decision, it's available. So if there's 6 of you and one
Okay.
steps away for an item, that item can still be heard and recommendation can still be rendered.
I know that, Ken.
So
Okay, that's good.
Helps.
Okay.
with that, you're upon the time that is most important on the schedule.
So I follow. So is it time? Okay.
Oh, it's a.
Well, hope everybody's had, I'm sorry.
Photography.
Yeah, it's a wall.
Yeah, exactly. Hope everybody's had a chance to, enjoy, start enjoying their lunch, and enjoy their conversation with their neighbors. It seems like a good opportunity to start our lunchtime conversation, which is examples of proud and not proud planning commission moments. This is something we've done at past meetings, which is kind of an opportunity for us to reflect on our experience, where we feel like we've been really effective, and possibly where we feel like we can improve as a group or even individual. So I think just starting off with moments of proud, so examples of proud moments or proud episodes in our recent history. These could be, initiatives that we felt like we were especially effective, or moments where we felt like, we were thrown into an adverse situation and felt like we responded well on our, thinking on our feet. I can think of it too. So, I mean, I know it says like one proud and one not proud moment. I can actually think of 3 proud moments, and I'm trying to think of which to choose. One that doesn't involve me at all is the solar power initiative. I feel like, this organization, this commission, largely consists of what we've been talking about in terms of, our ability to respond to the conditions that are thrown at us on a monthly basis based on applicants and staff putting together, these packets, doing their job and our doing kind of a reactive job. But I think it's, especially what's exceptional about the solar power initiative is that it was the members of this commission stepping forward and proactively researching what was going on in other communities so that they could help prepare the city or for the county for something that was coming. So first of all, I'm just, applauding the subcommittee members who so diligently researched and led that, as well as staff who facilitated along the way. But that just makes me exceptionally proud. And what makes me feel good about it is that I can't take credit for any of it, but it's just, the folks who did it. Now it's just, I'm grateful for that. So that's mine. I've got others that I can throw out, but would anybody like to, first I'd like to hear from maybe some committee members, if there's anything that you'd like to respond to about, do you agree? Was that something that made you proud of your own role?
It was on my list.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna click into that a little bit.
Yeah, please.
I was particularly pleased and proud of the work that went into gathering feedback from people and how that was used to inform what the overall outcome was. I learned a lot by watching these guys do that work. Yeah, very well done.
I was proud of the community outreach part and I think we cast a pretty broad net and heard from a lot of people, and I think people felt that they were heard from, and I think that was important. Then I think any big thing that gets passed and then you start thinking, well, what were the flaws? What did we miss? Now that it's out there, I think there's always that kind of fear of we still had to work from a set of assumptions, no matter how much research we could do, and not hearing enough really of input from the industries that was helpful and useful in making that. And you just wonder, what did we miss? And we won't know till we try it out.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Jim, would you like to say anything?
Just the other 3 people put up with the whole process, were fully engaged in it the whole way. That was a weekly meeting plus, all the time to read, to meet people where they were. And then Tanya, Ben, Carl, and Barry Miller. I mean, the time that they put into that too, I mean, this was quite a team effort. And
Also, what I think I came out of it noticing most is it really was a team effort with staff, but we were all learning. We were all keeping an open mind. We were all going back and forth. Will this work? No, it won't work. Maybe this will work. And it was just a constant back and forth with staff and planning commission. I mean, we were all had a goal in mind of whether we agreed on the details or not, that what we want is something solid to come out of this and workable and what we felt was good for the community.
I think what's really notable about it is county commission passed it, and the only change made was a numbering change that Karen caught when we were in the meeting. So, and I affirmed by Zoom, which they said, okay, we don't need to send that back. Let's just vote on it tonight, and then it passed. So
Wow.
we get to dissolve our ad hoc committee next Wednesday night. So.
You guys did just such a good job. I was thinking maybe we could try to keep it in place for you to do something else.
A rolling committee, take on like whatever the latest issue is.
I think that's been the highlight of the whole time, just having that whole process.
That's great.
Come together the way it did. I mean, Karen kept finding people for us to bring in, for different issues, especially agrivoltaics and such. And just how everybody was willing to meet with us. We had a meeting with every fire chief and representatives from emergency management in the same room at the same time. I mean, everybody was on board with doing this. So it was a good thing.
Nobody got everything they wanted, including any of us. But
Right.
it just,
That's how we.
it was a very collaborative effort.
Well, I think that's actually a great example for me of a larger issue of what I've loved about this commission since I joined, which is that, none of us would be spending all of this time doing this if we didn't really care about this community and have specific opinions of what kinds of outcomes we'd love to see. But the fact that we can enter into a kind of a collegial give and take is, I think, really, really great. I mean, no one will, throw their bodies on the gears of the machinery to make the machine stop. Everybody wants, you recognize the reference. I don't know. It's
I don't think so, but I can't not see that now.
it was Savio, the Berkeley student movement in the 1960s. That was his great speech. We all participate in this because we want a constructive outcome. So,
yeah.
I think that shows up in issues that we're clearly not, all together on, right? There are things that we disagree on, we think about differently, but the conversations are rich and full and respectful. I think even if we don't get to a unanimous decision, I think we get to a fully thought out, and I'll use the word documented position on that policymakers can then act on.
anybody else want to raise? We can talk more about this one, but anybody want to raise another proud moment? Is that our only proud moment?
A real disappointing year.
Wow.
I think you have to
Got
call
it.
it.
I'm sorry?
You have to call it.
Okay. Luke, hello, wrapping up your year as chair. What would you point to?
Well, the solar standards was the primary one. I think we probably all are so proud
So
of
glad not
what
to.
we accomplished. Proud to have appointed the committee.
That took wisdom.
That's right. Who wants to do this? You guys are appointed. I don't know. I guess I think this is more general. It's not specific, but I've been proud, at least over the time that I've been the chair, I think of the commission's willingness to like sit through extremely long meetings and to explore topics, sort of till it feels like we've exhausted what we had to talk about. I mean, I think when you're not the chair, maybe you don't have at least I didn't have as much of an appreciation for that. I think when you're the chair and you're sort of like sensitive to the fact that this is taking a long time, you start to appreciate more the fact that people are willing to engage in it. And you, instead of just sort of checking out. And so I've been proud of the body for the deliberations we've engaged in, that every commissioner has been willing to participate in, for the back and forth that we've had. I mean, like you said, Gary, I mean, there have been differences in opinion that have been sort of teased out or brought to the surface. And I've enjoyed the back and forth, particularly where like you have two different perspectives and the two commissioners are willing to sort of go back and forth. Because I think one risk in having a board where we all get along and like maybe, some might say we're passive or something, because we're not fighting all the time, which I think is a mischaracterization. But one risk is to not use differences in opinions to like sharpen issues and really get to the crux of it. And I think that we've had times like that where someone has had a strong position on or a strong opinion on one side and someone's had one on the other, and we've been able to sort of see a back and forth or hear one side, have the other side talk, and either not reach an agreement or just kind of be able to narrow in on what the real issue is. Those times, and I can't think of a specific right now, but after meetings where that's happened, I've been proud of the board for doing that instead of it just being sort of, we all just go along to get along. I think that can happen sometimes where you feel like you have to reach consensus. It's a good goal, but it's not going to happen every time. So I've been really proud of this during the last year where I've had to be the chair.
We had to be chair.
Yeah.
Well, once you're in, you have to be.
Yeah, I couldn't stop, right?
Well, I will say, since I'm the newest one, for you, Luke, I have been very impressed on how the meetings have run. The way you have handled when you've had to cut people off, or how you've responded, Mr. So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so, whatever. I thought it was very conducive to having a smooth running meeting. Now, you may have been the worst chairman ever.
That's right.
But I've only seen you. And so I just thought you ran it well. And then Sharon, when you have done it, the same thing. It seems like it has been a smooth transition where you have stepped in and said, okay, I am now doing this. So just the leadership that you two have shown has been very impressive to me. And I thought, wow, you're really knowledgeable about what's going on. Then I hear you meet the Thursday before the meeting and talk.
So that's the secret.
That may be the secret sauce, but for me, it has worked. It has worked. I have always thought, well, you were in charge. You were running the show. When you needed something answered, a question you would ask, one of the staff would respond to you. So that has been, I guess, as impressive as anything, because I have been in meetings where the leadership has been lacking, and I didn't feel that it was here. So that would be one of the positives.
Thanks, Charlie. And I would say, just in response to that, I think I've been fortunate to have succeeded, David, Jim, and Karen, who I thought were all fantastic chairs. And for Karen, I can't remember who it was, but I mean,
Eric.
What's that?
Eric.
That's right. And so, I mean, I think there's been a stretch where it's like, you can just sit back and kind of watch and be like, that's a great way to handle that or whatever. So I feel like it's built to the extent anything positive has
Well,
happened.
maybe you were the worst then.
I mean, right. It's going.
How would I know?
No, and the thing is, for David and Lou, they've had everything by Zoom.
Oh.
I mean, I had to do the first Zoom one, and it is so different. Having done both, it is so different trying to run a meeting on Zoom than it is to be in that room. Where you can see everything, and
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
People start squirming, so you call on them.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the trick.
Including the public. We can't.
Yeah, we got no handle on what the public's doing during our meetings now. Well, it's hard.
We couldn't have handled Big Springs on Zoom. Just that interaction, there's so much anger that had.
It would have been better. on-
Yeah.
seems like-
I was gonna say, then there's-
Big Springs.
Big Springs.
Yeah. I don't want to do too much talking, but I was going to say in that line, I would just say, I'm super proud and grateful proud of staff for the amazing transition into the Zoom world and how we cancel one meeting and then we just hit
Yeah.
our stride. I thought that was really phenomenal. And Kurt, thank you. Kurt,
He's not out there with a dog or a cat.
keeping everything running. I mean, see, as someone who works remotely, I'm on Zoom all the time anyway. So for me, it was just, I felt perfectly natural in that, almost perfectly natural.
And that has never
Except
been-
when people were shouting on Zoom, which is a lot more difficult to stop.
Yeah.
One thing I would have loved is a mute.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because you don't have a
Right.
gavel, right?
Right.
But no, that was, I think, that transition, I'm stunned by how successful the transition to Zoom is. Maybe more successful the transition back through hybrid to in-person, because that's something that's pretty random.
Yeah.
Credit to the commission on being flexible to go with us, because what we didn't know in March to what we knew in April to what we know now has been within you all involved and kept with us. So it's been all of us in that process.
So I'd like to revisit this issue of like public gatherings and how you deal with discord in the meetings. And I'd like to compare, say, the Big Springs with the water tower discussion and how Zoom influences the dynamic. I'm curious from folks, I mean, let's see, so you were chaired during the Big Springs. I know you were in charge of that meeting and not in charge of the water tower meeting. I'm curious from your perspective. I did. Yeah. I was threatened with being fired.
Right, all of us.
Wow.
All of us elected officials were going to be recalled. I don't
Now,
know.
for just a little, since I know nothing about what you're talking about,
There was, what happened, Big Springs, what we're referring to is
Just
the
a point
county.
of order, Jim,
redid-
though, real quick. I just want to make sure when we talk about, if we're going to talk about water tower, that's is that-
That's not done yet.
okay.
Oh,
So
So,
okay,
But we
Thank you
can
for-
talk
Yeah.
about
thank you.
the difference in the Zoom meeting.
okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm talking about the dynamic of.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't veer.
No, that's got
Thank you.
yellow signs up in the park right now.
Okay,
But no, the Big Springs, the context was the county redid all the zoning. And they created special village zoning for a couple of areas. And one of them was Big Springs. They were very upset. They had a community meeting. I went to, Barry was there. I can't remember who went with Barry Miller. But I walked in after we had done our first meeting where they were just, they left the room cussing at us. I mean, but they were all lined up in the back of the meeting room. I can't remember if they had signs or not, if that was the one, but sometimes,
I was followed out to the parking lot, somebody yelling at me.
yeah. Yeah, they were very heated about the whole thing because they didn't quite understand what it was. But then after that meeting, Mary Miller went out with another planner, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who went with her.
Anya surely went with her, didn't she?
Maybe it was Tanya, but Tanya, was it you? It was Tanya and Mary were at the Big Spring, out at the church in Big Springs, and I walk in and just got all these dirty looks when I walked in to listen. But by the end of the meeting, Mary was so good at it and Tanya was so good at it, they were all like, okay. And when they came back to the next meeting, because their zoning district was crafted for them with their ideas. So that was an interesting thing. It went from a very hostile meeting to there was a great resolution to it. But that was all in person.
Right.
So that had the benefit of being able to do that in person and you have a better, there's just, meetings go better in person, I think, if you have a controversial issue. Because people, you can read all the body language, you can see that the people that are there that are making decisions are not really antagonistic towards you. They're willing to listen and they're willing to figure out what will work. Contrary to the Zoom meetings where you don't know what's going on behind the Zoom meeting or who's in the room with the other people egging them on or what else is going on, because that can be happening. I mean, it's the same issue with the courts with Zoom, trying to do trials by Zoom. You have no idea who's sitting there when you're supposed to be segregating witnesses or somebody's not supposed to be helped with an answer. You don't know with Zoom. So, David, you had the unfortunate thing. It's just like this monologue going on without any any group dynamic to it. It was individual monologue. But sometimes you don't want the group, like the anti-mask people showing up at the county commission and just egg each other on to go in. It's a mob mentality. So there's pros and cons to both.
But just having a chance to talk to some of the members of the public before the meeting or on a break or walk out with them afterwards if it's an ongoing issue, just to listen and connect as humans. It's not, violating any meeting things. It's just, I think that helps because, on Zoom, nobody's real. So you can be as mean to them as you want like that.
In both directions, right? I mean, in the sense that the person moderating the meeting is not real either.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just speaking personally from that particular meeting, I think one thing, I was just proud of staying calm, because it can be a real challenge when you're being personally attacked to just keep things in perspective, but and it's one of the things that makes me, so I've got a brother-in-law who's a traffic engineer in San Francisco. And, the accountability that public officials have and kind of the visibility with respect to the public makes me endlessly grateful to staff for what they have to encounter from time to time from public, because I think whether it's like the Big Springs thing or the water tower thing, often it's, the government, these people who are trying to step in and tell us what we can do and what our neighborhood is going to look like. And it's kind of like an inherently antagonistic situation. So being in a position where you can try to kind of leaven the tension and try to just keep things going can be a challenge. And yeah, does anybody have anything they'd like to share from standpoint of where they feel like we can do better?
Well, the worst meeting I had was the one with the county zone because it was too much, too fast. And so I think the bigger issues we need to take in smaller bites because that was too much. I mean, it's just, there was no way to know what was coming, what to prepare for.
Zoning change.
Yeah, we changed all of the county zoning rules in one meeting. And we had the packet 5 days ahead of time. So it did not go well. There was no way to order it. There was no logic to it. People were getting up, complaining about different parts. And we didn't really have any time to understand what we were in. So that would have probably helped to have like a mid-month meeting or two before it came up. So we could have organized it because there was no way to even
Well,
figure it out.
they've had all the public meetings out in the county, and so I'd gone to 2 of those, and Scott had gone to 2 different ones, so like, we were pretty well versed, but yeah, nobody else.
But I would,
Yeah.
I felt really out of depth in that one. Just huge. And it was just, and I hadn't been on for that long, and I was like, I don't even understand the acronyms yet.
Right.
I had the foggiest idea what people were talking about. I mean, I tried as best I could to read through it. Oh, thank you.
My scariest meeting was the first one for the comp plan, because the plan was, plan everything out ahead of time, like what's gonna happen and how you're gonna tackle it, was the public would all come and they would have lots of things to say, and then we would line out our work plan from that, and nobody showed up. It was snowing and it was a KU basketball game.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we have this huge topic in front of us, and I have zero idea how to tackle it in this meeting. So anyway, we lined it out and we spent, 50 hours on it after that.
Yeah.
So we got there, but that first meeting, like, well, now what?
Anything else?
I think the comp plan was my proud moment.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, our proud moment, because I'd been on the committee, the comp plan committee before, I don't remember what the name was. Steering committee, for just a short time after Patrick had moved off of it. And it was, herding cats and a lot of different opinions that people didn't know how to channel that into something. It was a lot of good voices we needed to hear, but they didn't know how to hear from each other. And then when it came to us, I felt like we did, like we heard from the public, we heard from each other. We took it, slowly got through it. It was miserably long and late meetings, but I think everybody just brought their best selves to it. And
remember, after we passed Plan 2040, when it went to the city commission, the only topic of conversation were 2 paragraphs. That was
Yeah.
it. And in one of those, it was one word in the sentence. So it was. We did a good job.
Shall, I can't.
Yes. It's because I went along with Karen and let us change the language.
I'm sorry?
Because I went along with Karen and said, let's change language.
And that meeting where it went to the city commission and I was supposed to come and say something when it was the last item on there. It was like 11:30 at night, and I had fallen asleep back at Kurt's desk and he put me on camera. Unproud moments.
That's hilarious. David, I will add one more. Since I do not do Zoom unless, I can't even think what I would say after it unless. So I had come to every meeting, come to town. I was very proud of the people who came to speak about solar. Now, they had an opportunity to be ugly and demonstrate and do things. They did not. I think by and large, it was very respectful. They listened to one another. I got to talk with a lot of them. I got called back to the meeting sometimes because I was talking to them. But those are people who cared, and I thought were able to express themselves in most cases very well, and spoke to an issue they have. And I was proud of those people for coming and doing that. And I said, more power to you. That is what you need to do. So that was a good experience. And you didn't get to see it. You only got to see the one person who came and spoke, and not, excuse me, and not what was going on with the rest of the people who were there and were out in the lobby and waiting to speak. I was very proud of those people. And several of them asked, how do I get on the commission? Really? Yes.
Which I think that's one of our.
Yes.
That is one of our top.
Well, if they may not be eligible if they secede from the county.
Yes, if they become serious.
I think we can put that on hold. So anyway, I was really pleased. I was really pleased with the people who came and spoke.
I was pleased you were there. I just felt like that's one of those topics that should have been handled in person, and we just couldn't. So just having
That's
somebody.
why I did the one, but then all I could see on the computer in front of me was myself. I could figure out, and I couldn't see the rest. So until halfway through the meeting, I was like,
Oh, wait, maybe this is Zoom too, so I went to gallery view.
That's too funny.
And to you two, I think how you handled all the questions that came to you, and just how knowledgeable you were, I only heard you say today, when out in the back of my head, I'm gonna try and pull some. But you came up with answers, or you looked them up right then and said, I'm gonna go to the regs and look and see what's going on. Or you called upon one of the other people on Zoom and said, hey, what about this? So I've just been impressed with the, I want to say professionalism. I don't know that that's even the right word, but just how it has been handled so responsibly, I would say. And so I thought you guys have done a great job of doing that.
Can I ask a question that, not necessarily proud or not proud, but kind of tangential to it? How important do you think consensus is?
Good question. I have
I
an
have an
answer,
answer.
but.
Wow, I have an answer. It might be a variation.
Well, I believe consensus is important in terms of moving in a direction, like guiding a conversation. But I think dissent is really important in terms of ensuring that all perspectives are considered.
I think it depends whether we're doing legislative or the quasi judicial. If we are split on the quasi judicial ones, all the better, because it covers all the bases. If we're proposing a new text amendment, the closer we can get to everybody being comfortable with it, the more likely it's going to work in the long run with fewer glitches. So
That's a great perspective.
that's how I
distinction.
Yeah.
Great perspective.
I feel more comfortable taking a position if I think somebody else is also going to take the opposite position so that we get both heard. I'm okay to be the only, but I want to make sure that there's pushback so that we don't miss something.
I think from
Jim and I tag team a little bit.
Sometimes
I think from the perspective, like,
it's not planned, but I think we can read each other. It might just go opposite sometimes.
I was gonna say, from the standpoint of guiding a discussion, I think it's helpful when you have perspectives building on other perspectives. You almost have a narrative that is building. And then a counter narrative can be really helpful. I think the least satisfying discussions for me is when there's just a hodgepodge of lots of different thoughts, but not really a flow.
Yeah.
So when you say consensus is important to direction.
Just have to.
Yeah, got it.
I'll start to come together. Yeah. Even when it starts out, it'll start to narrow.
But when you're like an hour in and it still feels like a hodgepodge, you have the moments of silence like, well.
That's
when you have to blame it on the chair.
And that's when you're just like, okay, let's have a vote.
Is that?
Yeah, I didn't think there was going to be necessarily one. Yeah, I didn't think we have consensus on that question, but yeah, great, good discussion.
One of the few times where I felt kind of worried about decision-making was when the neighbor left and I was the only rural person on or county person. Some of us are appointed by the county, but living outside of the city of Lawrence.
Sure.
And I felt like if I brought a perspective, nobody wanted to counter it. And so it really felt like working without a net. Because it's like, I don't want to be right. I want to put it out there for other people to poke at it and push at it. And it felt like too much of a burden to try and speak for a whole huge population with like no pushback.
Yeah.
So I think, one of the things I think we're going to talk about in our upfront questions is everybody needs to weigh in on everything. Like every perspective is needed, whether you live in the city, live in the county, feel like you have a lived experience with it or not. Like it's still important to voice all the things that you think about.
And that is still a degree of frustration with me a little bit, is that not everybody brings their perspective to the table.
Yeah.
There's moments of silence when there's people on the commission that aren't giving their opinion. And I don't know if it's because they don't feel like they know the issue enough or understand the issue enough, or if they feel like something's already been said, so there's no sense in, dragging out the meeting, just to repeat what somebody else said. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something missing when people don't add their thoughts and perspectives.
I wonder in those situations, I think there are times maybe when people don't feel like they have more to add than what's been talked about. And I wonder if it would just be helpful just for people that have been silent on a matter, just to say that, like, I don't really have anything to add. I agree with
+1.
so-and-so's comments really resonated with me, and just so that it's known that you're not just holding back.
Yeah.
Or not paying attention or whatever.
A suggestion to our incoming most likely chair. Just call on, just say, what, do you have any thoughts on?
Yes.
Yeah, and if I should become chair, I will make that
Karen's
known.
referring to squirming in the chair from being in the room. That was Jim Weaver.
Oh.
He would sit there, he would never open his mouth, but he would start doing this. And he just couldn't work up the nerve to talk. So I'd ask him. And boy, he always had these well-formed, wonderful thoughts. He just was too shy to put them out until he was called on. So just call him.
Oh, I'm going to give warning before. I'm not going to spring it on them.
Jeff, speaking of squirming, you look like you might want to say
Yeah.
something.
Speaking of the question you posed earlier about, things that staff had to use that, and, I actually want to turn that question around and say the thing that staff is proud of what you do during the meeting is that discussion, that conversation, and telling us why. I think that's the key, is because if we can understand the why to a vote, it helps us understand, what's working or what's not working from the code, from your perspective, or what's not going well. So we really always appreciate that in the conversation point. We all sit through a lot of long meetings, and we'd love the +1 option, or the thumbs up, or expand that one. But we do appreciate that you take the time to tell us, I'm voting for this and here's why, or I'm not with you on this and here's why not. That helps us get better to understand what you're looking for. It helps us understand what maybe where our code's falling short from our community expectations. And we really value that.
Now, sometimes that's just obvious from the discussion, right?
Yes.
Like, if it's been clear that you're sort of going against the grain of where everyone else is thinking, you don't have to say it again at the vote. But I think there are some times when sometimes there are no votes that catch me off guard. It's like, oh, I really, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And those are the ones
What if we needed to know? What if we needed to know that? What if it would have changed?
Missed
the whole-
something.
Exactly. Yeah.
And those are the ones that always get my attention, because I'm always like, what was missing from the conversation? What's missing in the code? What are we not, what's not being valued appropriately by the community here? So those are the ones that always kind of, I put a little check mark to go, let's go back to this. Let's maybe, dig into this a little bit more and find out what else is there. So those are valuable for us as staff.
We don't get to see Jeff's facial expressions on Zoom, which are minimal, but very revealing.
Yeah, I'm usually watching staff body language.
They start squirming.
Great.
One person missing from today that I have to give props to on all that is Kyle, because Kyle has been the absolute Zoom master for, getting the cameras and doing all the rooms and things and that. I don't know how he gets whatever camera view he gets of me or whatever it cuts to in those situations. But we can work on that.
It's usually kind of a C-SPAN view. You're kind of like we see the shape of
more
you.
like
Too far in the distance.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, there was nothing to compare to the look. Which one, it was unanimous no to the text amendment for the student apartment complex.
On 11th Street.
No, down on 23rd.
The here thing,
What is the cross street?
Southwest traffic way?
No, the one that encircles the daycare.
Crestline.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when we voted 10-0 on the text amendment, it was priceless.
Oh, really?
Let's go back and watch that.
The jaws just hit the table.
I wish I could recall back that far.
Well, I actually wonder if some of these comments are a good segue into dealing with some of
Yes, I was going to
these.
say thank you. 'Cause
Like representation on the commission was one of something that Charlie brought up. I'm kind of curious if, from staff's perspective, if you feel like there is a balance perspectives. Well, first it's the city versus for city county perspective, but then it's other voices within the city or within the county.
You know, when you think about, you cover 80% of the population of Douglas County. I mean, the work that you do is covering 80% of the population, and of that, 11% of it is in unincorporated county. I'm rounding in my head, so I might be off by a couple here and there, but I mean, I think when you look at the composition of the board, I think it's going to be hard for 10 people to represent 120,000 people. So I think the composition is going to ebb and flow as people come on and they come off. And I think, we always think about it in terms of, do we have any number of things covered, urban versus rural, young versus old, new versus born here. I mean, there's any number of iterations that you can have as part of that conversation. But I've always felt good about the composition of the planning commission since I joined with the office, because it's changed and it's evolved and it grows over time, but it's a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different expertise, a lot of different interests, quite truthfully. It's one thing that I work with a lot of commissions is they won't bring their interests into the discussion. You all are engaged in those interests, and you elevate them to levels they need to be at because your interests are the community's interests. And so sometimes you work with a commission and it's just, that won't come into it. So I've always personally valued that. If you bring your interest, your expertise, your understanding to the table, that's been powerful. The county appoints a little differently than how the city appoints, but your bylaws and the ordinance that you were enabled under 1969 is a 5-and-5 situation. So you do have the rarity of being an even numbered body. It's tie voting fund that I always have to go through. But I think it's a good balance when you look at the impacts of what that is. I think I said this for the who suffered through the comprehensive plan, is that an action in the city will affect the county, and the county action will affect the city. The actions don't care about lines. And you've seen some of that with 2040, some of those discussions you've had about growth, there's different patterns there. I've always appreciated having a body that was 5-5 in that respect, because there are things that we're not going to know. And it's going to have to be a lived experience or an expertise that's going to drive that up. And so we've always valued it that way. The city commission will appoint, the mayor appoints for the city commission. It's done through an application process online. The county appoints through the chair, and they can have a very similar process about trying to find someone to fit the bill and have those conversations. People kind of elevate up to those discussions. Now, I'm sure you're all aware of this, but I think this needs to be said, is that planning staff does not have any sway in the appointments. We're only notified of an appointment when it lands on the agenda. And the first time that we ever talk about it is when we do your onboarding commission, and we go through the kind of 1 hour crash course on here's everything under the sun, and here we're going to next. So we'll see you at the next meeting. So it's like, that's our chance to kind of learn about what is your background, what do you want to do, what do you think is happening there. But it goes back to that question about when you all give opinion on, I'm doing this vote, and here's why. That helps us go back to that and say, okay, we're hearing a lot of this, but is that a lot of that in our community, or is there something missing? Are we only hearing one of the same thing, or is it not something there? The questions that I always have with our stuff is, there's a privilege to coming to a planning commission meeting. You have the privilege of the time to come to it. You have the privilege of education to understand what's going on. And you have the privilege and the ability that you're not tied to it. So if you're working 2 jobs, you're probably not going to planning commission. You're trying to keep the roof on the house, keep the lights on, and do all those things. You care less what's going on planning commission. So how do we get to that work driven down to that level for those people that don't have the privilege to participate? That to me, I think is a pet peeve that I have is, how do we go further into the conversation? Not just those that we can hear from who have the privilege of attending and understanding, but also are we representing those that are not at that privilege level? I don't have a good solution, and I hate being the person that just drops a thing and not has an answer for it, but it's just something that I'm aware of, and that's one of my I think it says pet peeves.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that just kind of is always in the back of my mind. We talk about not just the composition of the board and whose voices aren't being heard. I always wonder about whose voices are not being heard in the public comment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a discussion for, every, community-wide. With everything, outside the planning commission, part of the planning commission. And everybody's struggling.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to do that.
There's a big time commitment to come to one of your meetings. And
Yeah.
If an agenda gets reordered, oh, I'm number 1, now I'm 12. And, there's a little bit of a commitment there. But it's a privilege to attend one of the meetings. I would recognize it as a privilege because you can be very interested in what's going on in your neighborhood.
But not at any time.
But if you got other things pressing, this is not going to.
Yeah.
I could talk about the city-county thing, it's certainly not the only kind of voice representation discussion to have. But because we're 5 and 5, I think we serve a pretty unique role in that we get to talk about that intersection of city and rural things. And I think that that's really powerful and that other committees and commissions don't get to do. And I think the city commission, county commission rely on us to be able to give both perspectives before it comes to them. And even though I didn't like being the only rural person out of 10, I never felt like it had to be 5 rural people and 5 Lawrence people in order to bring that balance. I really don't. I think I would hate for it to be that divided that we felt like, well, you guys weigh in on those and we'll weigh in on these, because I think that's the danger if it's split that way.
Sure.
And so I think just being able to maintain that everybody has a responsibility, a full responsibility to every item. And if you don't know, ask somebody, find somebody, make a friend who lives in a neighborhood that you don't, whatever. But that is my personal opinion for the strength of it, as opposed to feeling like there have to be 5 rural people for the county appointees.
Well, I think, somebody talking about the commission being one of those rare city-county commissions. And I think, I come from a regional planning background where, you cannot speak of a discrete city or a discrete county. There's always that interface. And of course, there's the interface between Douglas County and its surroundings. We saw that with the solar power issue. And one of the strengths, I think, of this commission is the fact that we constantly deal with that interface. Like when we were talking about, whether it's annexation or, variances along the city limits. Always thinking about, we're empowered and we have the responsibility to think about that interface between rural and urban, and also about how that interface will change over time. I think one of the things that for me was a huge epiphany was through the series of variances, I'm trying to remember if it was variances or rezonings. It was rezonings that we were encountering with low density housing, and then hearing from the city engineer talking about how much difficulty that created as the city grew into those areas. It's like, I had never thought of that before. And I know several of you had, but to me, thinking about
exposed to it.
Right.
Didn't come to the table. These are issues that have popped up so there was some understanding of a little bit, but they've expanded because the conversation has taken that route, which that never used to be the conversation.
Right.
Now it's the center point. How do we pay for the ongoing expense of infrastructure? How do we do that? As part of the annexation and expansion project. So,
Is that a function of Plan 2040? That has kind of forced that conversation that route?
I don't know where it started. It started before that.
Okay.
I know. It started, and how I first became aware of it was, man, it was neighborhoods, the older neighborhoods. Why are we footing the bill for new infrastructure on the west side of town when ours is falling apart? And that was where I first was exposed to hearing about that. And it's evolved to now the city commission are talking about, okay, it's going to cost X amount to put in this water tower, X amount. We got to figure out what we're going to do with all of this before we push out the boundary.
And that wasn't the talk when most of the west side of town was approved. So,
Okay. So I just want to do a time check. We've got technically 4 minutes left on this session. I want to thank everybody for your perspectives. I'd also, just a couple notes. One, with respect to the pet peeves, I'd like to direct people's attention to page 35 of the packet, which talks about staff suggestions for, commissioners, conduct and preparation. And then just as we head into the second half of the day, ask folks to keep an eye on these upfront questions, see which ones, if they're your question or even if they're not, if you think they've been answered or addressed in some way, and if not, look for ways to work them into the conversation and questions as we head into the afternoon. Any one that we want to raise in the last 2-3 minutes before we move on to the work plan?
That conversation about voices, I think, needs to be something that we always talk about, and not just the fact that we have had very low levels of racial diversity on our group, but what's our age diversity, and are we hitting that because we have different life experiences and how we interact with land use? Male and female will lose 2 women off the board and possibly not gain any,
Right.
which means might be the only one, or Aaron. So that perspective, when we talk about, like, we've had 3 people like specifically trained for environmental purposes, like we have 4 of 10. So that's a lot. Like, maybe we don't need any more of that for the moment till those start cycling off. Or for a while we had 3 like really strong bike ped advocates. And so it's good to have those voices. It's nice not to be the only one, but at some point, you need to let our commissions know, like, hey, we've got that one. This is what else we need. 4 attorneys. How many attorneys does one board need?
never have too many.
That's right. And our education level, that's just part of that privilege thing, is that we can people with more education are less intimidated by like reading through the packet and being prepared and that sort of thing. So we'll always miss those perspectives. But the one that I've kind of felt, I think, was everybody here gets its paycheck. Those of us that are entrepreneurs, we only get paid if we're successful.
Yeah.
And it really changes. Like, the people who bring items before us are most likely entrepreneurs. Like, if we say no,
Yep.
not only does it hurt them financially, but it hurts them financially in the fact that they put out a risk that will not have reward. And they know that, they risks and rewards. But people who build things, people who are in manufacturing and that line of work, because we don't have those voices. We don't have those voices much, I should say. What little we've done with building forklifts or building houses and going through that process. And I know how vulnerable that is to go forth to a public process with people you don't know, don't trust. Generally, they don't like each other. This group is different. And you paid a lot of money to be there. And it's scary when you're the mom and pop application coming through, realizing that everybody else has kind of this support network that you don't have. So I think what I brought to it was the blue collar, which is not my whole life, but that's part of my life. And I think that's something we need to kind of proactively ask for. I know you always hear to people who've been on city commission a long time, or even the planning office, like, oh, I remember when it used to be all developers on the planning commission. It's like, yeah, but we're not now. Like, the pendulum swings and you can't pretend like it's here when it's all the way to the other side. So we need to have the voices of people who understand the lived experience of the applicants that come before us.
That's a great point.
So rather than let time manage me, I'd rather manage the time. So even though we're over the 4 minutes, when Karen was talking about can people in the county, unincorporated areas, understand what's going on in the city and make rational decisions, and can people in the unincorporated, she said to me, Charlie, you're looking at me funny. What is that about? Well, something Jeff said when we were talking about ethics, perception is everything. If the county commissioners are listening, that's great. There is probably no item that stirs up the people that talk to me then, all 3 county commissioners live where? Oh, in the city of Lawrence.
Don't worry, that could soon change to 5.
Yes, that could soon change to 5.
That's
So the perception is, I think, with many who showed up to speak at our planning commission meetings, those that I see every day will say, I don't think they give a rat's ass what we think out in the unincorporated areas. But I think the same can also be said about us. Do I think that you care about what happens in the unincorporated area? Yes. Do I think, and I could go around the room and say yes, because you've demonstrated that. Perception is reality. And if we don't have a Karen on the board that I think is well-known, that I know is well-known, is well-respected, then I think that can be done at dadgum planning commission again. We're just city folk. Do they really care? And for me to say, well, I'm on it, and the answer is, yeah, I know they care, doesn't necessarily carry a lot of weight. So I think it is important to have people from the unincorporated areas on here. And is it difficult to get, I won't say everybody that lives out in the county is a farmer, working hard or poor or whatever. But it has been difficult for me when I've talked with some people about getting on there. Charlie, gosh, I don't know that I can. Part of it's education, that fear. My brother is a lawyer, so I can say with some, you lawyers can be a pain in the butt. And I think that was probably the first thing I said to Jeff and Becky when I sat down with them. We all can be. We educated people who have the time, the money to do it. Do we really, do I, Charlie Thomas, really represent? Well, I don't know. I'm glad to do this, but I think it is important that the county commissioners get more people from the unincorporated area on here, if nothing else, for the perception, which is reality. So I agree with you, but we got to get more unincorporated people on this board. And I think there will be more support. There will be more, knock on wood, more involvement.
Well, I think if we do more of what we did with the solar and going out and meeting, I think that helped a lot.
That was helpful. I will tell you, the people that talked to me said that was helpful. Having you go out there.
Well, we don't usually have that opportunity, unfortunately, but it'd be good if we could get to more public meetings about various planning issues, not even if it's specific things.
Why can't we?
Township meetings are mighty tiny though.
Yeah.
If you want to go someplace, go to the Pork and Pie Fest at Lone Star Church, go to the tacos at Warden, go to Stull Church when they're having the luncheons they have, go to Clinton Church, go to these places just to show up.
Well, tell us
Just
to
to
invite some of us to come out.
I'm inviting you right now.
I don't know what they are.
There is, I will bring, if that's what needs, I will bring a list of every church out in the county where we have these things that we support one another.
And you had me at Pork and Pie Festival.
Yeah, Lone Star Church, the best pancakes and sausage you're ever gonna find at Lone Star Church. Turkey supper at Clinton Church is gonna have 350 to 450 people show up for that. And we've done it for forever. The breakfast. So I will bring those dates. I will get those dates. I will bring them.
What we need is an outreach committee.
Well, we used to have it that Commissioner DeRusso she sent out a monthly newsletter. It had every activity anywhere in the west half of the county. It was the best way to know what's going on.
Who's on the Board of Education that was State Board of Education? Yeah, Ann Ma sends that out. So Ann will send out every activity that's going on in the county for all of the churches.
I'd love to see that.
For Big Springs, out of the county, but for Big Spring, I mean, for Berry. So that's one of the ways that I think we can make an impact. However, I've never seen a county commissioner since we got rid of Jim and we got rid of Jerry and we got rid of Michelle that has ever showed up out in any of our churches.
But I think.
I see this one at our pork and pie, Lone Star, and yeah, that's a way to do it. But I think the perception is we are kind of an elitist. What do you do with 4 lawyers?
Well, and also, I mean, those are work full-time. This is a volunteer gig.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there is no way I am going to be able to spend all my off evenings at all these events.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a little bit of understanding that we can't be everywhere.
And I'm sure I come across as,
Yeah.
oh, you sorry rats, why don't you? That is not it. But I think the perception is, gosh, Karen's gone, now we only have Charlie.
So we should get paid.
What?
We should up our pay. Then we can.
I want double my current salary.
Well, it is true that you'll be the only rural resident again, just the same that I was for that short period of time. And that's awful. I mean, that's a real failure of the system. Now, hopefully we'll come up with some good appointees from the county to replace those. But yeah, I mean, I was saying we don't need to have 5 rural appointees, but I think we should never, ever have 1. We should have 3, we should have 4. My only concern is that I don't want people to not weigh in when it's the opposite. Because I think that's the fear that we would lose that.
The good thing is David and I sent a letter to the county commission. They'll just take care of it.
Well, it was a damn good one since it took 7 months.
Yeah. And just to put a cap on this, so we can move on to the next topic, do you know how many applications there actually are for planning commissions? Just thinking as a practical.
One and
The county, it's not the chair. It's all 3 of them are supposed to try to find.
So I'm just curious, like how many applications are sitting in the basket?
For the city.
Yeah, because they don't apply for the
Well,
county.
there aren't applications.
There's no applications for the county.
No.
Oh, they don't have
They
applications.
recruit.
Oh, I think.
No, it's just
Okay.
the city requires that you fill out a form.
Right. Okay, well, how many of those are there?
Or you're approached and then you're asked, write
To
me a
fill it
letter
out,
that
right.
says why you want to be on it. So we
Right.
have some.
But just thinking of the practical, like what is the pool? I mean, I have no idea how many applications are
22,000
there.
people
Yeah.
live in the unincorporated areas.
Yeah, we
Anyway.
usually, somebody reaches out and they ask us, and that's how it was with me and was it with you, right? Somebody reached
Yeah,
out. and
somebody
asked,
reached
yeah.
out to me. I
Just so-
didn't even know what this thing existed.
You were the 8th person asked.
Me?
You had to go through because they kept approaching people and it's because of the time commitments, everything else that's been brought up. It took going through a lot of people until they found
The best one.
willingness to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really tough. And I know the mayor's doing the same thing, trying to find people for boards and commissions. It is hard to get people to volunteer their time, especially with everything else that's going on.
Okay, well, that's a good to know that 8. I didn't even know that. So it's good to know.
Yeah, so looking at others that come from the unincorporated areas.
It's rough. It's rough to find people to say that they're willing to put in the time consistently to be a.
And they're either already serving on the PZA or they're already on the
Yeah.
township board, like we get some of the repeat people.
So,
All right, well,
thank you. Let's wrap
thanks,
that up.
everybody,
and-
So
yes,
everybody
thank
here
you.
should be
Yeah.
listening for names and feeding them to commissioners too.
I do, a lot of us.
I know Karen does. A lot of them do.
I yield my time.
Yes, yes. So next on the docket is the update on the work plan, thinking of all the stuff that's coming up.
And by the way, a perfectly acceptable time, they're over because I don't know that we need to. Really make a decision.
Sure, I just wanted to have an update on our 3-year work plan. This was about a year ago. So this work plan covers 2022 through 2024. Jeff, you can go up to 2022. Thank you. So we are currently working on items listed here under 2022. A couple of them, the climate change adaptation and the stream buffer ordinance, those are items that we are working in partnership with other departments and not necessarily taking the lead on those. The big ones here that we're currently knee deep in are the annexation policy, and then working on the updates to our 2 plans. So we're currently working on that update to the East Lawrence neighborhood plan and on the West of K10 plan, which we are renaming more appropriately the Western Development Plan. And so Mary's here because she, if you can believe it, actually has the time to tackle one more thing. And one of the lead planners working on that one, so she can help answer if you have any questions about where we're at and that, where we're going with that. But basically for both of these plans, where we're at right now is information gathering. So we're in the midst of public participation where we're asking what do we not know? Tell us. It's more of a listening session at this point. Then later we would be drafting plans, going back out for more public participation on those draft plans and things like that. And before we talk too much more about specifics of those, we have questions for Mary. We are tackling other plans in the next 2 years also. So in 2023 on the docket is the updates to the HOP plan, which is the Hillcrest Old West Lawrence neighborhood plan, also a PPE neighborhood right into that. And then the area plan update would be the K10 Commerce. And then in 2024, we have on the docket the Indian Hills neighborhood and the revised Southern Development Plan.
If we were to have a column on these tables of status and or red light, yellow light, green light, how do the 2022 and 2023 projects look? Like is 2022, are these all, in progress or on schedule?
The 23 Randy neighborhood is not funded by the city commission. That one can just be kind of crossed out. That one won't be going anywhere. We didn't fund that one, so that's not moving along. Climate change and adaptations underway. I know that Kim Kreiner-Ritchie and Kathy Richardson with the city are both working on the different parts of that one for providing assistance when needed and how we can work on those. Becky has got the annexation policy underway and actually had a presentation pretty late on Tuesday to the city commission to kind of get some more guidance on what they want to see out of the annexation policy. And so we have a better idea of understanding the direction from that. So we're going to take that input and start going back to the table and redrafting that. To give you an idea, that policy specifically was adopted, I think, in 1996. So it corresponds to the rise in 2020. And it's clearly probably not the most up to date. Stream buffer ordinance is one that we're working on with MSO, and it had some other things that it had to address. So that one has not gotten very far down the path, but it is something that they're trying to clear the table to get to at this point in time. And quite truthfully, the East Lawrence plan is going to have their first meeting here in a couple of weeks. Next week, revised Western Development Plan had their first meeting 2 weeks ago.
Last week.
Last
The
week?
entire class, we're gonna May 12th.
May 12th. Whatever date we're on, it was May 12th. And so I got good input on that one. And so that's kind of that meeting is, I think, pretty much most of those are green lighted. The one thing we didn't talk about was the ones that were probably still underway that we had talked about. These were the ones that were underway when this plan in the first place. As part of the land development code update, we actually closed all the open text amendments as part of that, so they could roll all that research and work into the update itself. So accessory dwelling units was closed. We completed the Affordable Housing Board text amendment that was carried out and completed. So chapter 22 is still underway. The land disturbance and grading regulations is underway. It's currently between planning development services and MSO, municipal services and operations with the city. They're still working and revising and going into the details on that. That was greenlit. Downtown plan is complete and adopted. So that one's done and set and ready to go. County zoning and subrates, still going. We got some things that are in the works. So you'll be seeing some different things popping up for that one. Lisa, you all know where that one is. And then the outdoor lighting TA, we closed that one out as part of the update process. That'll go into the revision update.
So we should see all the TAs in our agenda sometime coming up soon.
Yeah, they've all closed. The city commission closed them all. So the work on them is halted. They're going to the revision of the land development code.
Okay, so
Text
like the
amendments
80,
related to this, to the city.
To the city portion. The county text amendments are still open and active.
so the city commission already dealt with ADUs?
Nope, they didn't deal with them. They did just close the text amendment and then we're rolling that work into the update.
Okay, closed meaning that kind of.
Yeah.
Closed, not like finished.
Yeah, no, not as finished, but it's just not a separate amendment, but it's part of the revision as a whole.
Got it, okay.
Now,
And-
you had said the downtown master plan was ready to go.
It's done. It was adopted by the city
right.
commission, so we're using it right now. We're implementing the action steps out of it.
So, go ahead.
Forgive me, the 23rd Street corridor or whatever. What, can you explain what happened to $150,000 was budgeted?
It was budgeted and slated to begin when COVID first happened. And so as part of COVID happening and budget constraints that occurred with COVID, they rearranged the money as
Got
part
it.
of that. And then it never materialized coming out since.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had that at our last meeting?
So does that not mean, so the road repaving isn't even,
It's a different.
is that a different item?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah, this was only to study the land uses in the area around it.
Okay.
So anything that was.
it didn't
operational-
include the actual road, okay,
No, potholes will be filled, curbs will
Okay.
be replaced.
all right. Yeah.
Chapter 22, 8 years underway. Is that just really hard?
It's really hard, and also we've gotten shifted around quite a lot on a lot of different items because it's been a lot of,
Lower priority.
it's been moved down because something else has always kind of jumped up in place of it, but it is something that we're trying to, since we got some new staff on board, try to free up that time and get that moving with some speed. And a little bit like the neighborhood plans, they get bumped down as other things rose up, and we're trying to get that one wrapped up too.
Gotcha.
And these are just updating existing plans. It's not
Right.
the one for the neighborhoods that haven't gotten their act together enough to ask for help. with it.
But we're in a much better place than we have been, and Jeff was saying, we just weren't able to, it's nice that it is a priority now on the plan, and we have these, we're working towards them every year now. So it's pretty exciting. I think planning staff is exciting to be working on long-range planning. I mean, this is in addition to all the current planning applications that, we talked about earlier today. So it's nice to get to do the other side of planning.
It is nice to see that finally, because all your time is just trying to keep up with the current applications. I know, I've tried to explain that several times. That, it was a staffing thing. With the city actually giving you more staff, I'm glad you're.
Well, no, I'm a numbers person. I can tell you this. If you think about what planners probably heard this 1,000 times now. Planning staff was working at 121% capacity, which means just to keep up with everything, they were doing 20% over a normal workload every week. And so there was no time to do anything to keep up with the applications coming in the door. And so the 50-some that you saw on the dashboard earlier, that required a lot of work. And that is a function of our code, because it asks us to do all these applications and put it through all these reviews and do it all the time. And so when we put the numbers to it, realized that staff was working, you want to measure it in terms of the week, they were doing 60-hour weeks, which is to break even on stuff most of the time. And so that's why we could never position ourselves to talk about proactive stance. That's really it.
How does a vehicle emissions fall into planning commission domain, I should should say.
It was in Plan 2040 as an action item, and so it gets elevated as part of that discussion. It's probably going to be one of those that we partner with sustainability offices to have conversations about, or as part of, I'll use this opportunity to talk about the role of planning commission and transportation plan.
There we go.
I'll lean back into this one. As part of your role with that is the metropolitan transportation plan that is adopted by the MTO here. It's called Transportation 2040 currently. It's getting ready to be revised to the Transportation 2050. You incorporate and adopt that by reference as the transportation component of Plan 2040. So as part of your subcommittee, two of your commissioners sit on that policy board and guide that discussion. Commissioner Carter being one of them at the moment, and brings that discussion that you have to the policy board to interject that into that planning process. So it's really, you don't really have necessarily a hard connection to transportation planning, but you do input it through land use decisions that you see, the comprehensive plan that you adopt and work through, and how you govern those sector, neighborhood, and area plans that we have. So that's how that kind of dovetailed into it. So what form that takes and how that kind of coalesces is still to be determined, but it's kind of the realm that a land use decision and a building type that you do does have an input on that one. Because if you, well, let's just pick on my favorite street, 6th Street. If I want to walk to something and I live downtown, I can walk somewhere to maybe go to a shop and do something. If I live at 6th and Lawrence, probably not got that opportunity as much, so I got to drive somewhere. So how you program land uses affects the vehicle emissions that are.
Oh, okay.
So can David give us an example of how that interaction works? Sorry.
You said call on people.
I know, and
Of how what interaction?
well, just your role, give an example of what Jeff was just saying about your role on the transportation. What's the proper name of it again?
The Metropolitan Transportation Plan.
Yeah. In terms of, can you give an example of?
Off the top of my head, by the end of the meeting, I will be able to give you an example.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
What'll happen is part of the update is the policy board that city commissioners from all the areas, planning commissioners sit on, they will get to see and have input and guide the way that that plan works and reacts to both. There's a little bit of bounds that is set by KDOT and federal DOT, but it'll set some of that, like, how are we going to measure progress? What are we going to strive to do? So if we're talking about, lowering vehicle emissions, okay, what does those action steps look like? Is it changing subdivision regulations to do a certain thing? Are we going to have expectations of certain street topologies that when we do a street, it will have a bike lane? Will it have a shared use path? Will it have any number of other features added to it? That's all driven in part by what the MPO does with pedestrian plan, bicycle plan, the transportation plans, that. And as part of the policy boards, they give input, and vote on that, and comment on this is working. Here's what we're hearing from the planning commission. Here's what Plan 2040 says about those kinds of things. Did you think about doing X, Y, and Z? And so it's a little bit like planning commission, but it's solely into the transportation.
That's kind of what I was going to say.
So if we think a particular line on the future roadmap shouldn't be there, we just tell you and you'll get it removed.
Of course, yeah.
And you will see this as part of both your work as the planning commission, but you'll also see a lot of that public input work and have a chance to kind of participate as part of that with what the MPO is doing with the input process. And that process is just getting started last month. So it's very early days, but you will see it as part of your consideration for future comprehensive plan and to Plan 2040 to incorporate this as the document.
But not manipulate or change the document, just receive it.
Oh.
Yes, okay.
Oh, I would just say that it's also partly just from the experience of having participated in planning commission meetings and hearing about variances for sidewalks, for example. It informs the kind of conversation or discussion I'm able to participate in as part of, the pedestrian plan, which we recently worked on. So.
And one of your mid-month things, we're going to try and bring this more frequently, is so you can see the work that they do. Because they are in planning and they just work a little bit outside of where you all tend to be. You tend to be in land use, they tend to be in the right of way. But to see that connection of what work they do and how it affects it, because a lot of the items both currently underway and stuff we'll talk about here in a little bit they're intertwined. You make a change in the right of way, it affects the land use. If it affects the land use, it changes the way the right of way works. So they're not independent. They can't live in.
So, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask, this is changing topics. So if you want to share something else about
No,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah, sure, okay. I had a question about the annexation policy, like the plan, plan 2040 talks about annexation. How is the Lawrence annexation policy maybe different than that? Can you remind me about that?
Excellent question.
Or is it because we're not talking about changing the language of the plan, right?
No, let me
It's
pull
gonna
up
be-
the.
Okay.
There it is. So this was one of the foundational documents in Horizon 2020 that kind of talked about what the procedure for annexation would be. And it was written to kind of dovetail with what was shown in the document for 2020, since it talked about, I can't even recall the language in 2020, because I deleted that out of memory now. But it talked about the way it wanted to handle annexation in terms of service areas and prioritizing service areas based on where utilities could get and the language of that. So this policy actually speaks to the different levels of that plan. And it's kind of that formative major role based on what was in there. And when you considered and reviewed Plan 2040, a lot of the things that were in here either rolled into Plan 2040, the document in Chapter 3A, or they're incongruent. Because the plans are so distinctly different in certain ways, they can't respond to each other.
Okay.
If I find it here, it is, like this one is a great example of it. This is the conversation that was included in Plan 2040, but not in the same words, but in the intent and spirit of it, there was threaded into the document. 2020 didn't exactly have that same instance of it. So the policy is not to change the plan. The policy is to say, if you're going to submit an annexation petition to the city, here is the policy, here's the procedure, what it looks like it has to go through, here's how the conversation will occur, and kind of guide that whole outline for it. So,
okay.
You guys see that bottom one, I will talk about, this was a conversation we asked the commission on Tuesday, was, the policy had been for the longest time was for annexation to be solely consent driven. Somebody would have to petition the city to come into the city. Under Kansas statute, there are 4 different varieties of annexation, and one of them being called unilateral annexation, where the city can annex land instead of having somebody bring it to them for annexation. And so this policy has always been to not go through it. That's not the primary way that we're going to do it. City Commission's question on Tuesday was, would you like us to take a look at changing that policy instead of being consent driven? Would you like it to be driven equally or driven in a different mechanism? So they gave us some guidance on how to approach that going forward.
And that is solely in the purview of the city commission.
Correct. Solely in city commission purview. This would only apply to actions taken by the city boards.
And so that policy though wouldn't really ever come into play when we're looking at something that like a request, an application that involves an annexation component.
You may get a little bit of it a crossover, but it wouldn't necessarily drive or replace the language of the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
That would still be the holding language. This would just complement that language.
Okay.
What's the acreage size trigger when it comes to us for annexation?
And that is by practice.
By practice.
By practice.
So could you say that a little louder?
So under city commission practice, an annexation of over 10 acres is remanded to planning commission for recommendation and review prior to the city commission considering. Anything under 10 acres can directly go to city commission. That is not set by the annexation policy. That is just a practice of the commission of their preference. So there's nothing in the land development code or in the annexation policy that automatically requires a review of an annexation.
I have a question that changes the topic, though. Anybody have something?
I don't know. I mean, what we're talking about is the city can say, we're going to annex everything west of Cape Pen to Clinton Lake, and it won't come up.
Yeah, it could definitely not be the case. if the city does unilaterally annex, there's different state statutes that kick in that requires infrastructure plan, timing, and funding to be committed in certain ways, where on a consent annexation, none of that's triggered. So, there's lots of different things under state statute. That would be wonderful.
Well, I just have sort of a practical question about the upcoming items on the work plan is how many of these or what's coming up that would need any kind of subcommittee formation or more individuals like Commissioner Carter out into various pockets of policymaking.
Kind of hard to say. I think it's going to be a little bit more about what you all view would require an ad hoc or require more of a scrutiny review of those kind of items in there.
Okay.
Top of my head, I think there's probably some of these that agricultural soils, environmentally sensitive land, that's probably one where you may want to bring to these advocates on what form that takes. Those, with a lot of these being kind of just in the clouds and still not having a lot of formation, it's hard to kind of say where we would want to put to it, but I can see a lot of them like getting great benefit from it.
I understand we had a Lisa ad hoc committee. Is that committee still, does it still exist or has it been dissolved?
It has not been resolved yet.
Not officially.
Losing one member of it.
Sorry? Yeah,
Losing one member, we'll soon lose the second member of it, but hopefully maybe we could, if we had a quick meeting here, we could put it to bed at our next meeting.
That's a little bit about what's going on. Probably need to revisit that a little bit later on. We just wanted to give you an update about the status on that.
121% is not sustainable.
No.
So, there's a lot of things that go into the equation. One's the budget for staff. The other is the processes and procedures that you're forced to go through. Is it to Rube Goldberg or do you have any way to simplify things? Just wonder what, as the director of that number, what's your plan?
It's next on your agenda, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Is it? All right.
It's like I've somehow inadvertently put out into the universe all the prompts for the next.
Yeah, that's good.
In all honesty, it's your 2 o'clock item as part of that discussion. If I was to sit down and tell you all 2 years ago what the plan would have been, it would have been a threefold approach. Would have been, let's have a look at what our codes are compelling us to do. Let's take a look at how much time we're investing on things that need to really be the investment of it. The third one's going to be is, what is our code doing to us? Because all of our workload is driven and compelled by a code requirement. So 121%, some of that is code driven on that one. The other one is kind of a conversation we have with staff is, are we overperforming on something that we shouldn't be overperforming on? Are we investing 1,000% of energy and effort in a staff report when we could knock that 9-fold back to 100%, give you the same product, but not invest,
right,
PhD level dissertation on a rezoning application? So it's kind of, have that conversation about matching that workload. The other thing is, I don't know if y'all know this about me, but I like vacations. And so I want staff to be able to go on a vacation, not be stressed out ahead of it, trying to get something wrapped up, disappear for a week, and then come out being stressed out again, trying to catch up with the week they were out. So while they were out. So 2 weeks of stress to take a week off is not a vacation, in my opinion. So it's talking about getting multiple people that are subject matter experts on things. We don't need just one person talking comprehensive plan. We all need to talk comprehensive plan. We all need to understand forwards. We all need to have conversations about historic resources. So it's not just having a person do a task. It's about the person doing that task teaching everybody else what to do. Because if that person wins the lottery, it won't answer a phone call for me. Well, I wouldn't answer a phone call for me if I won the lottery. Someone else needs to be here to do it.
But evolution has its own weight. Yeah.
But yeah, the 2 o'clock discussion is going to be.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay, it is break time.
Break time.
Thanks. Excellent.
Who doesn't love a break?
Okay, we're
The topic now is switched to therapy animals.
Yes.
That'll be part of the planning commission meeting, so. which we're going to need to get through the land development code that Jeff will now be presenting to us.
We've got this on here for a little while. I think we could probably end up spending a day or 2 or 5 talking about it. Probably will talk about it many times going forward on this one, but we wanted to just kind of have a little bit of an introduction about what is going to be going on, and then kind of, have a little bit of that conversation we just left off on about the 121% effectively, like what is going on, what are we seeing, is it responding in the way that we're asking it to? We're going to have, I can pull up the RFP if we need to take a look at it, but it's part of your agenda there. I'll just give a brief update on where it is at the moment. At the end of April, the city commission authorized the city manager to sign a contract for professional services with Variance and Associates out of Denver, Colorado, to be our consultant. From the execution of the contract, when they have to land it for a city commission, by contract is 24 months. So we're going to go through this a little quick in terms of it, even though it's 24 months, it's going to be quicker than what the development code went through, which was close to 5 years. So it is an opportunity for a holistic review of all the development codes. That's what they describe what it is. The RFP actually calls out some things that we've been asking for a while. I think as a community, we've been asking for a while, and some things staff identified as common things that we've just noticed throughout the time of the development code has not been with us. So it's going to ask about furthering and advancing housing availability, affordable housing, development regulations and best practices that are inclusion in the process, regulations that are concise, consistent, and effective for everybody to use, not just planning commissioners and staff, but for just people in the public and anybody that just wants to open a business. So I always describe it as making it approachable, less planner language, more everyday language kind of conversation to have. Making sure the plan enhances and incorporates sustainability, climate change, and other, sustainability endeavors and climate change goals. So working those into the plan, but also making sure that we actually incorporate the city strategic plan as part of that. So the 5 outcome areas and those kind of details about unmistakable identity, strong welcoming neighborhoods, safe and secure, being connected cities, and economic prosperity and security. So looking at it more holistically than just as a land use thing, but understanding that it is, yes, land use based, but has more things it affects as a knock-on effect. So it's a lot to look at. It's a lot of range of conversations to talk about. But one of the conversations we wanted to have with you a little early on in this one, so if you see some very interesting components of the code, and you see them quite frequently, mainly the applications and the processes, is what do you see in there as being burdensome? Or what is taking a lot of your time and you're like, why am I seeing this again? Why is this here? Could this have just been somewhere else? Or why are we processing a variance again for this? When, why? Why are we doing rights of way variance? The street's already there. Why am I having to look at this? It's, are there things that you all see and go, this needs fixed? This is a problem. This doesn't make any sense. And you're going to have some conversations with the consultants later on. It's going to be a much broader conversation, but I wanted to reserve space today to just have that conversation with today to kind of plant the seed, kind of get that thought process rolling. But, I'll kind of get started on this. One of the things staff identified as being a problem with the code is Article 13, which drives all of our processes. We have 3 different types of site plans. We effectively have 2 different types of special use permits in the code. And one special use permit is only applicable to certain land uses under certain instances. And it's very oddly specific about it. We have a preliminary development plan process and final development plan process that don't actually reconcile with each other very well. So we're very interested in trying to find out what applications are process heavy, burdensome, duplicative, ways we can take out some steps or streamline some things. So it's easy for us to tell somebody who's coming to us about it, but also something easy for us to track and follow along to. That's a little bit of our stuff on it. We've got, Avery, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think we gave them 12 pages of single space things that we've noted in the code that are errors or wrong or need adjustments or we've been keeping a grudge list, and we sent all of the consultants about it, so. But we just want to hear from you all. What are things that you look at the code and go, this isn't reflective of our community. This isn't doing what we ask it to do under Plan 2040.
Who here looks at the code?
Yeah, no.
Well, I remember trying to read it before I started on the planning commission, because I thought that's what I had to do. I was like, oh my gosh. But just a process question real quick. So when you say we're going to have discussions with a consultant, what is that going to look like? Is that as a body, as individuals, as, subcommittees? How is that going to work?
I think it's probably going to be as a body. I think they're going to come to a meeting and have a discussion with you. We're still formalizing what that looks like with them. They're going to have a specific steering committee. And I think you see on your agenda, there's nominations coming up for said steering committee. So you'll have input and a role on there. But I think they're going to also want to come to the commission as a whole to have conversations like this, because you all are probably the most familiar with its intricacies and quirks and work and don't work. So I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I know they're going to want to come and have a conversation and learn from you all, since we're really the hands-on team with that kind of stuff.
Okay. So this would be something like when I think just in general about the land development code, I gravitate to things that allow for more creativity when it comes to sustainability issues. There was something that came up, I think it was a couple years ago now, but there was a very specific language in the code of what a parking median would look like, or something like that, or, parking lot. And it listed all these materials that were acceptable to put in this parking median. And there was nowhere in there where you could have pervious surfaces. So I, not knowing, I said, can we put that in there? And the answer was yes. I was like, well, this is fun. Those are the kinds of things I know I'm going to be looking for, are instances. It seems like to me, it's kind of overwhelming to think, like, where could those sorts of things be slotted in? And maybe there are greater things to slot in than pervious surfaces on a parking median.
You're talking about like green infrastructure type things?
Yeah.
That's
green infrastructure. So allowing that, I don't know how far where the line is between mandating it and encouraging it or allowing it can be.
I think we'll get to that with the consultants a little bit, but just knowing that we need to kind of talk about that with them is going to be key. Because one of the more interesting things that I get to approve in this job is AstroTurf.
Well, that's
fun. Yeah. Do we not want that as a community? I have no idea. I think that's going to be a conversation to talk about, because does it have sustainability benefits versus negatives? I'm sure it does.
Yeah. Only if you get fake palm trees as well.
I was just going to mention the palm trees.
So, I mean, what does that look like? One of the conversations we had with forestry not too long ago was they looked at the list of things like the trees or stuff that's in the code, and they're like, I wouldn't encourage you to do any of those, because it's not going to survive the next 15 years.
Right. It's outdated for climate change.
They're trash trees just because they grow fast.
Yeah.
So they want fast growing trees. For the buffer.
But on the other side, also, all the people demanding that we have native stuff. Native is not the right thing for that
Native is
particular
changing.
location.
So
Yeah, so.
Something that I, even after all these years, I'm still woefully unfamiliar with is why the smart code has only been applied like once or twice.
Because it sucks.
Oh.
And it doesn't comply with Plan 2040. It doesn't even exist anymore. That's there.
It doesn't have.
That's the short answer.
Well, there we go. I'm sorry.
It doesn't have a public process in it. So once you zone it into that, it's like, it's a black box.
What I'd like to see is a land development code that incorporates more of a smart code type of development philosophy that looks at residential and commercial land uses as a single system. Because I think, we look at zoning and land use overall in a two-dimensional way right now, where you can think about adjacency. but we don't incorporate mixed development very well. And I don't know if it's that so few people take advantage of the smart code because they don't want to, or because it supposedly it exists to facilitate that. But I would like a, and I know it's, the whole term new urbanist is 40 years old, so it's no longer new urbanist, but I would like a more systemic way of looking at urban environments.
Would be better accomplished by a multi-use zoning process as opposed to a separate. If we don't even get to say anything, we just say, yeah, great, you have a smart code application. There's nothing we can do about it. Now it's started. There's no public input.
Right.
It's a.
But I believe that the ideals behind
process
it,
of how it.
I mean, it was
bad.
It was a boilerplate set of language, almost like ALEC, that got dropped into the code. But I guess, I mean, getting back to the question about what, pet peeves, I mean, I think that the philosophy behind the current land development code is like 1960s philosophy.
I like it. The point is well taken. Mixed zoning, better access to transportation. That's basically what the smart code.
Exactly. Thinking about the interaction, building the interaction
We have to
between
have a way
transportation
that
and land.
also encourages
Public
community, public input and participation, which the smart code wipes out.
Right.
I think opening up better options for rooftop solar, because right now we have requirement for screening any rooftop utilities, which is not only sometimes more ugly than leaving it, and also it puts perforations through the roofs. It's either more likely to leak. And once you've done that, you've used up all the space you'd have available for rooftop solar. So not only could we be saying, hey, everybody plan for, like, all new commercial development should plan for an extra 3 pounds per square foot rooftop load so that it's designed for it. But also we just need to not have requirements that make rooftop solar not be viable for space.
And taking off from what Karen just said, is that more of a, I'm not sure where in the code, it's because to me that sounds like if we require certain load handling capabilities on rooftops, I mean, is that a building permit thing or is that a land development code thing?
It's a building permit item.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that you can't, because the screening that we do with mechanical equipment is driven by the community design manual and the land development code.
Okay.
So the screening is driven by the code, but the static load weight on a truss system is dictated by the building code.
So how could we influence
if I think
more
about it,
rooftop solar?
I think it's probably a conversation with the development code about if we're going to have rooftop equipment, does it need to be screened? Or if it does need to be screened, then how is it done in a way that doesn't prohibit it or enable, or however you want to phrase that, solar as a viable option? I don't know if we could compel everybody to do rooftop solar, but we could at least not require things that get in the way of making it less viable at the end of the day.
I think if developers had the option and say, your rooftop screening, seriously, it's going to cost you $90,000 for something that is strictly visual and may not be even much of a help. Or you can take the same money and put it into solar and you've got return on investment. I think if you gave people a viable option, a lot of them would choose solar. And design-wise, it's probably weight for weight about the same.
And that could be done with just this, looking at the design code.
Yeah, because the code just compels the mechanical screening.
Okay.
It says how you screen it is up to you. Just you have to screen it by certain standard requirements. I know a friend of mine works in code, and it's like if you screen it with solar, it's screened. It's called like it is there. It's just you don't have to mechanically screen it with a big piece of sheet metal. Nice solar panel, same trick.
Another one, and this is maybe more building code related, so you let me know. But the fire marshal gets to decide what kind of concrete pad is for fire lanes on commercial buildings. And it's incredibly bizarrely more than is necessary. And for us as a community to say we need twice as much concrete just because somebody says so, and we haven't ever checked why, I take offense at that. And so, we built 40,000-pound forklifts on 4 inches of concrete, and it did just fine. And we park fire trucks on what you wouldn't believe, and we still get out of there. So I think if somebody had a building on fire and it cracked their sidewalk or their fire lane, would be a whole lot less worried about that than having to put that huge amount of expense on our commercial buildings, but also just the environmental cost of that concrete. It's huge.
Yeah.
So.
Except building code, but I put it on the list anyway.
Okay. And you heard about my rant.
Okay, yeah. Sidewalks. Obviously that needs to be, and also there is there just seems to be a disagreement of we want the end goal to have a sidewalk on both sides of the street, according to the new development code, but everybody wants an exception to that because, well, there aren't any, I mean, how are we ever going to get to sidewalks for the whole community if we keep giving exceptions?
That's why you don't give variances.
Because if there's no sidewalks there, we shouldn't have to build them, but we all want sidewalks. I don't even know how to phrase that. It's just.
That's our proposed text amendment.
So.
I would say that we make developers put in the sidewalks first, just because we don't believe them that they'll do it. But then you have to tear out every place you put in a driveway. And I think that's one of the things, like, okay, there's a cost there, but it's also like, it just hurts your soul to pay to put something in, only to have to pay to tear it back out again. So I know that there's always the fear that they're gonna, skip town and not build that last sidewalk. But I think as a community, we could say that's worth the risk, because putting in concrete that we then put in a landfill is irresponsible. And I built sidewalks to nowhere. So we just did ours because we were supposed to, and it still goes nowhere. It's 15 years later.
It could be changed, just that you have to, your site plan has to take into account for the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Period.
Yeah.
It's gotta be there. So when it's time to put it in, when maybe eventually it turns into a city function.
Well, and then I thought
Then
was
that
a
just-
compromise
then
somewhere
it's all
along the
there.
line. Yeah.
Just put it in.
You all did approve the text amendment to alter the timing of sidewalk construction for that exact reason,
Right.
because we recognize Commissioner Point is exactly the reason why you pour it, you do construction with damages, and
You gotta
so
take
you
it out
re-pour it, which is why it was there in the first place, because we knew we were going to drive a bulldozer over it.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got that as a text amendment not too long ago, so
Yeah.
that one's in the books, but still worthy to put on the list, make sure we don't lose it in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Right.
Are road widths part of the land development code?
Not wholly. Design specification for roadways widths and their accessories are governed by the engineering regs, which are outside the development code. But the subdivision regulations will look back at those and say, if you're building arterial, you build it to this specification standard as governed by the city engineer. So it's not wholly in its own merit. In some roadways, we can't actually dictate the widths of the lanes and spaces because they're controlled by either KDOT or federal DOTs, and then they drive the widths and measurements, and we just have to go along with it. Iowa Street, 6th Street, are 2 examples of those that we don't actually have the ability to have a lot of say on.
I think some of the ratio between road width and sidewalk, how can I put this? I mean, the whole question about whether we should mandate that sidewalks be constructed in North Lawrence, which has been built out for 100 years and doesn't have hardly has sidewalks anywhere, largely has quiet roads that people walk on anyway, suggests that there are some alternatives for walkability. There are alternatives to sidewalks for walkability, but in newly developed areas, excessive road widths tend to lead to speeding. And so, I mean, I think it's a walkability and a safety concern that in new subdivisions, roads tend to be a lot wider than they ought to be. But, one other thing, oh shoot, it was on my mind, but no, I forgot. Never mind, I'll think of it in a second. Please go ahead.
Well, you haven't talked yet. I got a list.
Well, is the development code what provides for the variances that the planning commission is supposed to entertain?
Yes.
That I think would be something to include in there. And I think we talked about that maybe at, I don't know, it was an agenda review or something, but just whether there are variances that can be shifted away from the planning commission to the administrative level.
I'm sure we'll think of
Like the
bigger
6th Street
issues.
ones.
Yeah.
Right. The cleanup ones.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll think of bigger, more impactful things like you just mentioned, Luke, but I'm thinking about weeds in my mind. I'll put my horticulture hat on, thinking of weeds. And the horticultural requirements that go in the code, a tree every 40 feet. Just from a design perspective, because I dealt with this over at the fairgrounds when they were redoing the roads and redoing 19. And it was a tree every 40 feet instead of rather more, why can't we just group trees here? Because that seems to make sense at this entryway and group trees here. It's the same number of trees. I'm not talking about reducing the number of trees. But why every 40 feet? That sort of, why can't we have a little flexibility in that? That gives people some design flexibility, you know, instead of a developer coming in and saying boom, 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 boom. And the other thing has to do with the weed ordinance that needs a little bit of updating. It's got make allowances for people having alternative lawns, using alternative types of vegetation and forms and height requirements, things like that could probably go a long way into reducing water consumption in the city. So.
What about all these lots is in the city that have massive Johnson grass infestations? Is there anything in the code that tackles that?
In the property maintenance code, yes, and the land development code, no. So the weed ordinance is a function of the property maintenance code, which goes to code compliance, not towards development code, but also put on the list, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
so we're tracking it too.
Yeah.
I thought of what I was thinking of, parking requirements for commercial development. Generally excessive, or at least there ought to be exceptions to what kind of, how can I put this, for the urban context, you know, something that's in a high density area versus a more, you know, neighborhood commercial or suburban type of area. And I think maybe offering trade-offs between parking spaces and ride sharing stops. I remember this for the North Lawrence apartment complex that was proposed.
The one across the bridge.
The one across the bridge, yeah, thank you. One of the things that really concerned me was there's relatively little parking, but then there was apparently no place that an Uber or a Lyft could stop and pick people up or let people off, which would lead to traffic congestion where you only had like one entrance to the parking lot. So I think making ride sharing an explicit part of the parking plan. And it could also be an incentive for, like it's a trade-off for the number of parking spaces.
And that, I mean, I think a lot of, I wonder how much incentivizing can be built into the land development code where it's kind of like the, there's exceptions to the density requirements. So if you, how does that, I don't even know how to phrase it. So if you are building more densely, wait a minute, I can't even phrase this.
Density bonus.
But thank you. That's what term I'm looking for, is the density bonuses. That's an incentive. If you put pervious concrete down in a parking lot, maybe that's an incentive for something that we desire for urban design. Those sorts of, looking for places to incentivize the choices we want, where we don't want to mandate something or another, but we allow an incentive. And those are the only two things that come to mind right away.
What about duplexes by right on corner properties in single family residential and triplexes by right in duplex zoning on corners? If we're not going to do away with single family zoning,
I was
also.
gonna say, or,
Yeah,
or.
and I don't know the full trade-offs on that.
On the
That's-
corners?
Yeah, it's on the corner, you can have a duplex and it looks like single family home in each direction, like who can possibly object to that?
Oh, you wouldn't, yeah.
Lots of
oh,
people.
Yeah.
Everybody that's working about what riffraff's gonna move in.
Yeah.
That's right. Those people.
This is a dinner table debate in my house.
And greatly decreasing the minimum lot size for duplexes, because I think now it's like 15,000 square feet for a duplex, and yet we've said on 7,000 square feet, you can put 2 separate single family homes.
Typically, it's 70 to 60 for a duplex to exist, so it's 15.
Julia?
Hey, Well, what about just lot sizes in general?
That's like my question.
Right.
The code currently reads minimum lot size.
Okay.
Bring your pet peeve.
Agreed.
Have them all day.
I mean, that's why I keep raising is, okay, so you're saying you want this, plan you're bringing to us, you're gonna do RS5, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be 5 inches.
Exactly.
Right.
It can be anything.
What we talked about that, I mean, if we're not gonna change the RS
Well, that's the other
code, the
one.
other is it's a
Are we gonna-
maximum, yeah.
Are we
Right.
gonna
A
change?
minor change can have a big impact.
Right.
It's not, it's a lot less dramatic than a wholesale operation.
Well, I mean,
RS.
lots of cities are doing a wholesale
Right.
abolition, and I'm sure
Well, this
it's
gets
gonna
back-
come up in the conversation.
One, something I was talking about with Jim a while ago was something that's always with me is this idea of the intersecting cycles of like planning theory, planning practice, and how, and like we're experiencing right now, the difference between a comprehensive plan which prescribes how we want things to go over the next 20 years, but then the code has to be updated. And in meanwhile, we're working with a code that is 30 years old and it's based on philosophy from 50 years ago. So there's this, things take a really long time to percolate through.
That's taught as history in planning school, right?
Oh, we got a lot of history going. My history lesson would be this, you're looking at a code that is extremely stratified in uses. So one of the questions that I would put to you is this, are the things that are permitted, should they be permitted? And the things that are special uses, should they be special uses in the districts that are enumerated in? Because why is it a special use in one and permitted in the other? What do you all see as a differential in that? Or is that use, is it truly a threat at a lower intensity level, or does that lower intensity need to exist, period?
Okay, I've got a GIS idea.
All yours.
So each zoning category includes a certain, how can I put this? A list, enumeration of permitted and special use uses, right?
Go for it.
You could create maps of these uses where they are permitted by right and where they're special uses. So we can see what's the distribution of machine shops and, the different things that are permitted automatically versus special use. I think that would be a way of reviewing where these things are, if it's logical, where they are permitted. I saw that, Jim.
You gotta add when that use came into existence.
Oh, no, but I'm just saying to
What code it was under.
calibrate it against
Right.
where it is today. Does that make sense?
I mean, because this side of town, there are stray uses, that
But
are
that's
just-
exactly my point. At least for someone who's a visual, I process information visually. You look at something like that, you can see the aberrations as opposed to looking at lists of things in zoning tables.
So many of them are gonna be divided by aisle.
Yeah.
I think kind of related to that is, do we have more categories in commercial, industrial, residential zoning than we need? Can we consolidate those without losing anything and perhaps have more mixed use that is allowed by right within those?
So your question, Jeff, was sort of getting at also things like what's allowable for a home-based business.
Exactly, like what, we talk about my two favorite things in the code. Accessory dwelling units are allowed in some, but not others. And then home-based businesses are allowed up to a limit. But why that limit?
Right.
Why did we draw? I'm sure there was good reason, but I can't find out why. But like, why is it drawn there? Because if I'm starting a business and I can't afford a storefront, I got a garage.
Right.
Business incubator space. So how, I mean, if you're talking about it, trying to get something off the ground, you can't afford, 20 grand and rent for something, but you got it. So I'm not saying everybody needs to open like a pizza shop in their garage or something, but I mean, if you're trying to do something, why does that get prohibited necessarily? Or how does the community want to react to that?
It's not just the limit or size, it's like people grooming versus dog grooming. Like, I don't know if there's a like the type of business model.
And that, because the Commissioner Willie's question is, we've got 70 some enumerated uses, I think, in the code across the district. I mean, it's just pages upon pages of enumerated uses, and they're defined in ways that you would not define them every day. There's two in there that to this day confound me: personal improvement and personal convenience. I don't know why they differentiated those two, but they felt compelled that personal improvement needs to be separated from personal convenience.
Are these defined? Is there like a definition of terms?
Yes.
Like, okay.
And you look at them, and there's about a good 60 businesses I look at and go, yeah, it can go either way. I don't know why they enumerated them separate. We've got all-time favorite categories. If you go look at some of the stuff in industrial, it's like a layer cake. One builds on the other, builds on the other, and all of a sudden there's one where the layer goes, instead of going a little bit out, it goes like this. It's like, well, we went from this to this, so what is it? What's in between? So why, we don't need everything, and this is far too little, so where's the middle ground to that conversation?
Along the same lines, why are there certain things like putting honey into a jar that you're going to sell at the farmer's market require a light industrial?
Exactly.
Is that a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear it.
He talks that quiet everywhere you
I
see
know, I
him.
usually sit by him.
What?
I can just sit here.
Your quiet little voice is hard for my.
I'm supposed to be magnified by something.
The speaker system on that end of the room is definitely not working.
So the code is interesting. It's like if you bottle honey, you're a manufacturing and production limited use. Same as if you were making a stereo system or building a lawnmower or putting candles together, you get into manufacturing and limited production, which is a light industrial minimum zoning category.
I do that in my kitchen.
Exactly.
You're in violation.
So it's like, if the code can't envision a world, it just says you're making something, you're light industrial. You're a detached building, you must be an RS zone.
Bees would be like industrial, actually.
Well, other than the urban ag, then it could have been, yeah.
Well, see, the urban ag amendment brought a lot of those uses into a reasonable world.
Right.
But there are zonings out there that predate the urban ag amendment that make zero sense, that you've got light industrial zone land that should not be that way. But
And the urban ag rules, which have been used, I think, a lot for chickens and probably bees, but really not at all for small ruminants, which it opened up for us. I'm just curious to just say, is that nobody wanted to, or was there something else in it that made it prohibitive and that it didn't behave the way it was expected?
Remind me what a ruminant is.
Sheep and goats and cattle.
I think it got hung up on slaughter, didn't it? And I didn't hear a lot about that.
People slaughtered in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have people bring their chickens out to my place. It would be Aaron who's like.
I would have thought we'd be talking about home slaughter.
You were the one that gets, yeah, you had to go through that, yeah.
We were.
How does the commission feel about the applications that you have to see? Do you think you're seeing the ones you need to see, or do you think you're seeing some that are not? You look at it and go, it's this again.
like we're seeing things that your team should be able to manage?
Yeah, what does that look like to you? What, if you kings and queens for the day, what would you put on the table and say, this is now administrative?
Some of the setback things that come in front of us.
Right away.
Hey, we want to make this the same as everything else around it. There ought to be some, in fact, I have to thank Jeff that you have a list of things that would fit into that category.
12 pages. One of Avery's first jobs, and I'm not even kidding, but one of her first times, but we're going to open a text amendment to track all the things we don't like about the code. And that went on for so long that we rolled it into an entire RFP. And so Avery's inbox would just be a planner who's, I don't like this code section. We've got to come back to this one. She'd come back from like lunch and there were like 16 complaints for the code. So she's had to bear the burden of this for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery.
That's part of the 120%.
Yes, that was part of the 120%.
Are we talking about scrapping what we have and building one, or are we just talking about amending?
Could be both. Because if you look at it article by article, we may be satisfied with a few and think, we're okay with some of this language, but there's, big parts of it that we want to cross out and start all over. It's going to be a much broader community conversation, but it's all trying to figure out is there anything we like that we keep? Is there anything that we just are absolutely, we don't ever want to see this again?
Because where we are now is a product of amendment after amendment after amendment.
I just got
Would just end up contradicting.
And that's why those text amendments we often close them and roll them into this as a holistic review, because if you can holistically look at the code, then you don't get the inconsistencies, the errors, you get some streamlined application. That was why we decided to close all the open ones and just roll that research and work right into the big open.
I'm sure there's like model code out there someplace that you can use as a template. I mean, are there communities that, that are well known as having just great code?
Sorry, they put it on their brochure.
Great code. That is the theme. Right there, he's given us our theme and our mandate. Great code. Lawrence, Kansas.
Among planners, I'm
great
guessing you guys talk to other planners and I mean,
There's a lot of model codes. I would say the problem with model codes is they do two things very well and then one thing really wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They are very good about getting everything right and putting it in the right logical order. They're very bad about going to actual realistic context.
Mm.
So it's a good thing to look at. I don't know if I'd ever say it's like I would just drop something in because there is a community expectation they can't anticipate. There's a community process they can't anticipate. So it's everyone's favorite. Everybody looks and goes, Boulder's got this. We should go to that one. It works in Boulder because Boulder's tailored it to work with their process.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it would work. I mean, it may work in Lawrence, but I'm not sure we would look at it and go, that's a Lawrence thing.
Mm-hmm.
Boulder's overrated anyway.
Does it give us what we're asking for in 2040?
Right.
I don't know if it would.
Yeah.
So like when we did the short-term rentals and it used to be that every single one of them had to come before us and all of their residential anger. And then it became an administrative thing. And I think looking for things like that are, maybe there's better ones than this, but that are the right thing to do, or they fit a community value, but they're always going to have strong opposition, that we tackle that once through a public process, make sure everybody gets heard, and then set something that is, so it could be the duplex thing. You're right, nobody likes it, but if it's the right thing to do, and we've decided as a community that density and infill and those things are important, then we kind of stand by those. And I think people get less upset about it if it just, when it's just.
If it's the rule as opposed to a choice we have to make over and over.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things we hear about with business owners quite a lot is, and go all the way back to Luke's presentation this morning a little bit. You saw the timeline of business that he brought up and discussed. The application, I think, was submitted in April. It was wrapped in September. Ultimately, that's 5 months of sitting. How much of that is necessary?
Well, how much of that process was just bringing things up to date that required going through a process? to bring it up to date?
I mean, if you look at it, the comprehensive plan amendment was an elongation of it a little bit because they had to do a CPA because the hot plan was on the books and out of date. Rezone, I think they rezoned it, which that's, a function of the stratification of the code, because if you didn't have that stratification that separated that use from where that, maybe you didn't have to do that conversation. Site planning could be, quick rolled into something else. Is there a way to do minor subdivisions in a different way that speeds it up in a different light? That's all housed in Article 13 of the code. That dictates all the processes and the applications that the planners touch on. So the question that I've had with staff is this, is what in the code is compelling you to look at an application for 4 weeks when it could take you 2 days? How much of this stuff is just, planners are doing zoning conformance. They're going through and going, this many street trees, this much shrubbery, this much open space, here are my setbacks. Do they have the right number of parking spaces? Is there things in the way the code can be structured that's flexible? You need to have some window of parking. You need to have some window of landscaping. Does the grouping of the trees, does it really affect what we're talking about? Our code is very prescriptive and very tick the box. So if you go down the list of tick the box. Community discussion I think we need to have is that the code we want? Because that comes with an expectation and cost, or is the cost giving us what we're actually want to do?
I think leaving things open for creativity, because we can't and shouldn't have to anticipate everything and have fewer variances if there's an option for some flexibility. Or if you meet of this checklist of 10 things, if you meet 8 of them really well, we'll give you flexibility on the other 2. I mean, something where there was the ability for staff to apply reasonableness without having to trigger a full public process.
And that's where these incentives come in, where we might get more than what we asked for, because they're allowed to have some freedom. Because I don't have to do this, I can now put solar on my roof, as the example we were just using.
Do we trust staff? No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Public at large, does the public at large trust what they can't see happening? Because I guarantee that's going to come up when these discussions happen. How do we know? I mean, whose palms are getting greased in the back room to let us do something that somebody else can't?
They already think that about us.
Well, I know that.
Is that really going to change their perception?
No, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be able to talk about that as part of the process. It's because we're going to hear that as coming up. It's like with the solar, we try to address every claim of what we're doing as wrong or we try to address everything. I think we need to start thinking about who's got authority. Is there any review process for what staff's decision making is, or is there no review process for it? Or is it some secret process that you have to hire an expert to figure out what it is? I don't know.
The balancing act does typically, what is that public notification is the counterbalance to that is how much is notification and then do you delay? Staff under current code, staff renders a decision and that site plan is parked for 9 days while we wait for the appeal to come in. Right. 9 days the right amount? Should it be less? Should it be more? How do we do that? Do we notify when? I've seen communities that will send letter upon letter upon letter to people. We've received the application. The application is still in review after 90 days, still in review after 120 days. They'll send a letter at 150 days.
Nobody looks at those.
Now you have to say, so they get the letter at the end that says this has been approved. Here's how you appeal.
Then they look at those.
Then they look at those. So, but if they,
Why didn't anybody tell me?
yeah. So I guess the question is going to be, how much does the community want to balance notification versus greenlighting process?
Well, to Jim's point there about what's going on, I mean, you and I have had conversations about what happens between a preliminary plat and a final plat. Sometimes there are changes.
Yeah.
And that, just
How do you explain that to
Right.
somebody that comes up? That's not what you talked about.
That's right. That's not what was in the paper. Those weren't the drawings I saw on the paper. You know, there were supposed to be businesses on 19th Street below those new dorms. They're not there. What happened? So to your point.
I mean, I'm just bringing it up. It's something we have to address throughout this process somehow. I don't have an answer.
I think it's a great conversation for the community to have truthfully.
So how are these? Well, I know that this is going to come up with the consultant, but I am wondering about that process. Is how do you bring the public into that discussion? I mean, we can't ask them, they're not going to read the land development code. They won't even read a letter that comes to, so.
I like pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
What typically happens is we use very graphically defined flowcharts to explain what's going on and how it works.
Okay.
Quite truthfully, a lot of codes, if you put the process in words anymore, it's a very nice flowchart that you can just look and go down and go, here I'm at, and you figure it out. So
Which reference code sections in each box.
Yep, and so it's a lot easier for people to follow along. That's part of bringing it to a level that people can understand. But again, our code has 3 site plans, 2 special use permits, and a partridge and pear tree at the end of the day. So did we need the partridge and pear tree? Why do we have 3 site plans? Why is this special use permit only apply to governmental buildings? But what is that doing for us?
I remember years ago, one of the things we asked from you in this process in our study or annual training was, can you put out all of your processes in a flow chart? Absolutely not. Okay, there's so much going on. Maybe that should be the goal of the land development code.
That's it. If you can't put it in a flow chart, then it's too complicated.
And it's not true. If it helps, that was one of the enumerated requirements of the RFP. Make it streamlined, approachable, and understandable.
Well, I mean, I think that's how you get the public involved, because I can tell you when I leave this committee, if I see something that comes through that's multiple pages, just like I tell my clients, if you want me to read it, your email to me better be bullet points and a half a page, because if you send me pages of stuff, I ain't reading it, no matter how much you pay me. So it's got, I mean, serious, I'm being serious, because people look at that and they're like, I'm not gonna do it. Tell me what it says. So if there is something that simplifies it or dumbs it down, I think you will get more responses and more community interaction. It's just gotta be.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can put it on TikTok.
Well, actually, to that point, Julia, you mentioned recently at work, the extension board has requested, they don't even want bullet points now. They want us all to make a video.
Yeah.
Board report.
Yeah.
It has to be no longer than 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Each person has to make a video of themselves giving a report. So that the extension board will watch it, because they won't leave.
I'm not
they won't leave
surprised.
Bullet points.
I always read your stuff, just saying.
Okay.
You
I'm looking
missed
at Karen
it, but
specifically.
earlier Luke
So-
revealed we do have a secret TikTok. account.
So, I mean, maybe there's something there with TikTok. I mean, I don't know how good your singing skills are.
Very
But I mean, in terms of getting.
My social media skills are even worse.
Yeah, reduce it to Schoolhouse Rock segments, right?
Where's that cartoon, was it Cartoon Bill? Was it like the Constitution? Or
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
I
just
am
a
a
bill,
bill.
yeah,
I'm
Schoolhouse
just a
Rock.
bill.
One of those, it's a
Yeah.
cartoon flat map or something.
But I think it's just gotta be simple and not very dense for people to, I mean, then once you catch them, they might go read, something that's a couple pages long, but there's gotta be some way that you can make it easy.
I mean, isn't Plan 2040 sort of a model for that? I mean, isn't that what?
Yes.
Horizon 2020 into Plan 2040 was a huge overhaul in that sense.
Yeah.
And even when I go back now and read it, I'm like, it's just so easy to go to the place, look at the goals. Yeah, it's pictures you can look at it, little things, sidebars. And all, you look at it, it's like, this is like a lot easier to read than when you pull up the land development code. And granted, they're different purposes, so I understand that, but we have kind of a model. It doesn't have to be the same, that spirit, I guess.
You have to have relevant context for this to make, that people see and know about it, but until it lands in your backyard, you don't care about it, you don't really look at it. But what you said, use pictures, social media game, there's got to be ways that we can present information to the public that puts it in a context and they can see themselves in it. And then whether or not they have an opinion after that, well, it's kind of up to them. I wouldn't force someone to come up to an opinion or.
So this whole thing, this whole conversation is the public accessibility to the code, because the code is going to have to be written in legal language.
Right.
But, so it's all going to have to reference into the legal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Planning commission accessibility of the code.
But it also gets back to workload. The more the public understands what's going on and understands the code, the less work it is for staff.
So I think we saw that when we did was it the Big Springs, when all those people came in? Because some neighbor had told them one specific thing, which was not the case. And then when they came in, they're like, oh, okay. And it was completely different than the fight that they had geared themselves up for.
Use that exact example earlier today.
Well, then I'm a genius. But I think if
You've been in tune with what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. So the code has to be presented in legal language, obviously. But from a formatting standpoint, is there anything against including sidebars? I mean, instead of footnotes, side notes, so that people can basically interpret the code as it's presented.
Or is it just a layered thing where here's the public facing thing? And not that this other layer is inaccessible. I mean, anybody can look at it if they want to.
Hot link to the code.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the main thing to make clear would be the process. Like even if all the details come in afterwards, if you can understand the process, then you can kind of know how to engage with it.
Sure.
Because that's always been one of the hardest things for me, is just finding things.
Oh, yeah.
through code. And I've looked at it more than most people, and it's still hard to find things. Oh, I remember seeing it, but now I don't remember where it was.
And you find it and you're like, okay, now I got to reference back this.
Yeah, I guess my point about a sidebar is just that, for any major section, you just have like a paraphrase. This is saying this, and that way you can follow in simple language along the sides what's being explained in very legalistic language.
David, I was thinking your son, one of your kids that went out with you on the exciting voyage that you took, how old is he?
She's 18 now, but this is when she was like 16.
Oh, I was going to say, you could probably get a 13-year-old or 14-year-old that could put it in understandable language that the public
This is
would
really
understand.
boring. You really don't want to read this.
Yeah, that the public could understand.
Yeah.
But the planning commission still needs to deal with it at the legal
Yes.
stage. So if, the presentation, the staff report could show, we just lifted this section. This is where we are in the flow chart. It's just in there so the public can see that. But we're going to be in the weeds. I mean, we have to be. That's
I'd say at least once a meeting, when we say, now what happens after this? Like after this process, what's next? And then, that was a bit.
yeah. How does a protest position work? Well,
Do you guys have a public affairs person or what the hell do you call these things?
Like a communications.
Yeah, someone that does, who is that?
Not me for sure. It's very smart people over at City Hall that do that for us.
Who's assigned, is someone specifically assigned to the planning commission?
No, it just citywide.
Well, they're terrible. City's terrible.
This is being recorded.
I don't care. I'm off this night, end of the month.
she checked to see if it was anybody in this department.
Thankfully, I'm not in charge of social media. I am not in charge of public. I think it's called a PIO nowadays, public information.
That's what it is, yes.
PIO.
So,
PIO, public information officer. But someone like that could get, like, I know the notice goes out, but something catchy not that this is the best example, but I happen to think that the person that does tweeting for the police department is funny. I enjoy those. But something that, not that planning can be funny, but there could be something that they could, put out there that could get people maybe interested. I don't know.
I think that's a great example.
But I think that's how you draw people in.
I'm not gonna be in charge of a Twitter account, I know that.
But it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about people's the artificial barriers that people put up in their minds between what they think they can do and what they can actually do. It's about, because city government is so much more accountable to the individual than people think.
Well, this could be a model for the whole city. Something like this works, with
What's Kansas great code?
accessible.
What's Kansas great code?
We've got great code. I really think you should use that.
I'm sure it's
We've got great code.
Yeah, we're going to put that on, brand it right across the top.
Please, you can title of our code.
It could be. The great code says.
Don't you just love towards the end of meetings? It's a little, geez.
Let me, if I may, let me turn this a little bit to a different direction. What is in 2040 that you see in the comp plan you do not see reflected in the code at all? A value, a commitment, an action that you see in the comp plan that is not reflected by code.
All the values of, the strong and healthy neighborhood, that's not in the code.
Walkable neighborhoods,
None of
green
that's-
infrastructure.
It's how it's, the code just says, here's what it, there's a requirement. It doesn't
Climate
say
mitigation.
Annexation is not even in there, so I know that's worked on. But so much of Plan 2040 is not, that language is not in the code. Right?
Yeah, it's all governed by state statute.
So, our code doesn't really reflect the values of it at all. I think that's where we're seeing some of the tension right here. Code comes in line with it.
Yeah, we sit there on the planning commission, we talk about Plan 2040. And the people who have the project before us are,
Where's the legal requirement?
exactly.
There's no legal requirement for us to.
But we're voting on plan, as if Plan 2040 was the code.
Right.
That didn't help.
Yeah. So what don't you see in the code? Anything that's in. It's kind of an obvious framework for thinking of this, but I would expect the consultant to go through Plan 2040 and try to find in the code what was in Plan 2040. And there's not going to be a lot.
I know Affordable Housing Advisory Boards looked at the code and done that and said, I'm not seeing here what we need to have happen. I think one of the more interesting ones that we highlighted both the staff and later on was one of the best forms of affordable housing we have at the moment is manufactured mobile homes. Our code is very hostile to that. When you look at it, it's only allowed in 1 or 2 districts in 1 or 2 very limited circumstances.
I was just there last week.
So the question is going to be, I think it's going to be with them is, what housing topologies have we not put in the code? Or that we've said that are there, but we've never fully enabled. Townhouses can be built by code.
Nobody does.
But you can't, because if you go down and break it through the stuff, it doesn't ever flow out to an actual product. I wasn't sure, like, there's something like you point out and go, this is in 2040, it's absolutely not reflected. If we don't get this in there, this is a fail.
Right.
Anybody have a fire or 2 feeling on that?
An introduction.
Can you say that again, this person?
Sorry, I was in I'm Pedro. I decided to join in person.
Thank you, nice to
Great, wonderful.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks.
Hit me for caring to call you out.
It was only fair.
That's right.
Pedro, could you hear me talking to you
Yes.
Yeah, oh, good. I was going, Pedro. Well, it's nice to meet you,
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
especially since I'm not the most recent one on board.
Exactly. Is it like the Supreme Court where Pedro has to get coffee for?
Yes.
I like that, yeah. That's usurping my role. But I'll allow it if you'd like.
It means we have to be back in person.
Thank you for having me. Well, I mean, we did reserve this extra long because we figured you guys would probably want to do a Festivus style airing of grievances on the code.
Festivus.
So, I mean, just want to lay it out there. Anything else you look at and just, like I said, the consultants are going to probably talk and have a lot of discussions there. But is there anything in the upfront you just want to put on the table and go, I don't like this. I really like that.
I'll give you a follow-up email. We've done our homework.
Yes.
Okay. You've gotten something from this discussion, I imagine. Okay, there we go.
I think, well, what I was gonna say is I think the things I like are that it's very clear about defining what the planning commission's review is supposed to entail. Like when you go to those sections that talks about review criteria for the planning commission, all that stuff needs to be like, I think it just needs to be as clear as it is now. I think it's great. And that's less to do with like what it provides for development and more for process.
And along that lines, is there something in there that you look at and go, I wish this was here? I wish this gave us better guidance on an action? One thing we talk about, that, your roles are enumerated. The planning commission shall recommend with conditions or deny. Doesn't say defer, doesn't say can table, doesn't say a number of things. That's a function of sometimes your bylaws or a function sometimes of different application types. Is there a clarity you wish the code had for your role and responsibility?
If we have a vote and it fails, and we never know if to stick another vote, like, been on here 6 years and I still don't know the answer to that. Like,
Make that part bold and like red.
what happens next?
It all depends on the application.
We need an infographic.
Exactly.
Part of the staff report, provide a flow.
It might be, you could have the infographics just behind the planning commission dais, just so
That's
that
right.
could be the backdrop.
So you all know Kyle, and there's a photo that Kyle showed me one time of a, I think it's a detective, and he's covered like this walls of sticky notes and strings and these things, and he's like, here's how you get to a final development plan. And it's like a room covered in sticky notes and strings, and I'm envisioning that for city commission. As we come in there,
Yeah.
we put that behind you all, and you see it on the wall.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Definitely,
Sorry,
it's
you
not
come into the punch out of the meeting.
that we have the ability to defer. I think we would need that because there's just times when we know we don't have the information we need to make a good decision. You just said something about.
It's a bylaw function you have, not a code function.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a, which document do we run to then get the answer for the next process step? So it's a little.
That's only happened by necessity. But
Yeah.
we get questions that could be answered by anybody.
I'm kind of curious whether there are any commissioners who feel that we have deferred to excess.
What have we deferred since we've been on?
What, there was an
There's an
For sure,
annexation.
there was the annexation was definitely the Eudora golf course.
Annexation north of Rock Chalk, we deferred.
On that.
Yeah, that's.
We deferred that for their, for them, not because we couldn't make a decision.
Well, I would
We
have put
didn't
that as a
wanna
proud
give them a
moment, actually. I
bad
thought that was a pretty decent interaction, but I guess my question is, because I know I have heard at least one person suggest that, deferral is a kind of failure because we ought to be able to take more constructive action and not just ask the applicant to wait longer. I don't personally believe that, but I'm wondering, because I wonder if
I feel like we have a responsibility to do our best to get to a decision, even if that decision is no, and send it on to the commission and let the commission then make a decision. Because there's cost and time associated with it for the applicant. Now, there's something legit in that. And if deferral is something that, even the applicant has some, preference for in that, then deferral might be the way to go. But I feel like if it comes before us, we've got some obligation to try to get to a decision, my personal opinion.
I think it depends on how long the agenda is, because, to be fair, that's when we've had some big ones, and then we've deferred it because it's midnight or it's 12:30 and you guys don't get paid by, staying the next day.
We can't think anymore.
Yeah, I think that's,
We can't.
but I do think, but I think that comes down to though, and I like you a lot. Sometimes we can take an issue and beat it to death. And I can hear Jim's opinion 15 times when that's not necessary. Like maybe Jim's opinion twice is necessary. So I think that comes into when it gets deferred, there's good discussion that goes on, but there's also like beating the horse over and over and over.
Yep.
So I'm just picking on Jim because I like Jim and I like you too. But I think that's part of, when things get deferred, it's because they're taking a super long time. I agree with you that I think we should be able to make a decision. I think there are questions that come up that lead to greater discussion, but I think at some point, someone has to say, okay, it's time, like, let's take a vote. Tell us where you stand and let's take a vote. And I know that the commission's never, since at least I've been on, limited discussion to a certain time period. And I don't know how you would not defer things if we let discussion go on and on and on and on and on. So what's your thought on?
I'd agree with you.
That.
I'd agree with you that sometimes we're not at consensus, and we'll continue to talk it through with the idea that maybe we'll get there when maybe that shouldn't be the goal. Maybe the goal should be we air that concisely, cleanly,
and then make a decision.
Sometimes somebody will just say, we're never going to have, it's going to be a divided vote.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So, and then we get a crappy motion.
But I think I think at least this commission has tried really hard to make a decision that the group is okay with instead of making a decision.
Right. And at the same time, there's been a couple of occasions where I thought I was here and I've listened to Jim or I've listened to others, and I've said, okay, that makes perfect sense. I don't know what the right balance is on that, but I do feel like we ought to get to your original question. My personal opinion is I think we owe it to the applicants as much as we can to get to a decision.
Do you think if it benefits the applicants though by deferring that should, is that what are we supposed to try to work so they can get it to where we think it needs to be to pass? Or
I personally think that the applicants ought to be kind of bought into that whole process. They're on the phone with us. They're working with us on that. If the applicant believes deferral will give them the opportunity to make adjustments based on the feedback they're hearing and come back again, then yeah, that's great. Yeah. But us deferring just because we couldn't quite get there, on our own volition, I struggle with that a little bit.
I can't remember when we've done that.
Where I think that was just the really late night awful one. But I think
the annexation.
Yeah, I think if we're the final deciding body, I would rather defer than say no, because then that's a hard stop. And a lot of times it's like, hey, X, Y, and Z, and it's an easy pass for us. And I like it if we ask the applicant, like, what does deferral mean to you? Would you rather have a vote or recognizing that this would be a stronger if you can comply with these two?
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll say, just take a vote, but sometimes they'll say, no.
Yeah.
Don't turn it down. I want to fix that before I come.
Yeah.
And I think that gets back to this question of what's next. I think, Karen, you raise this probably more often than most. Okay, when we get to that point, we say to Jeff, okay, if we deny, what's next? If we defer, what's next? Because we're not at a point where we can approve. And I'll go back to that Eudora golf course, case where we were really concerned about the implications, or I think a majority of people we're concerned about the implications of just a wholesale rezoning. But at the same time, as a group, we supported the intent of this business owner. So we wanted this business owner to be able to have the opportunity to do what they said they wanted to do. But it wasn't possible under the existing, I can't remember exactly what it was.
Existing request.
Yeah.
Zoning was a thing there, but the key to remember when you talk about deferrals is that your action, if you affirm or deny something,
that's it, we're done.
You're out of the game.
Right.
That is advancing the governing body most likely for somebody else's consideration. So then your action sets the voting bar for the governing body. So if you recommend denial, it's out of your hands. You won't ever see it again. But if you want to see it again, the only way for it to come to you is through a deferral. Because you're not advancing it out, you're just putting it on pause for it to see it again. So if your action is, 7-3 to deny, that doesn't mean anything. The mouse don't mean anything. But when it goes up, it goes to supermajority voting for both governing bodies if they want to turn your opinion around. But if you motion affirm or deny, it's out of your hands. It's gone to the next body for you. The only time that it's not the case is the comprehensive plan, and where you're on level footing with the county and city commission.
Yeah.
That's the only one where you have basically a sole stopping authority.
See, a flow chart would help that.
The golf course
The golf
one.
course, it came to us with the wrong ask. So we deferred it with two possible remedies. I mean, we told them, we were pretty explicit. This is what we can go with. Come back. And then it turned into a whole newspaper.
I know this commission took a lot of heat on it. I thought you guys did exactly the right thing.
Huh?
I thought you did exactly the right thing on that.
I do too.
You caught something that could have been
Well, the
something completely
newspaper
different.
incorrectly reported what we did.
Yeah, well,
Which caused a lot of
Yeah,
problems.
very much so, very much so.
The mistake we made, though, is that we never engaged the applicant in dialogue about what does this mean to you? Because they didn't understand what we were doing. We didn't understand what the repercussions were for them. And I think that's where we failed. I think what we did in the process was the right thing. So that's how we ended up in golf lessons, because I went there and had a conversation
Well,
with them.
to me, the owner, it was obvious from the start, the owner was not the person asking for what was before us.
Right.
It was the people that wanted to buy.
It was the investors.
Right.
And so I don't know if we would have gotten anywhere. But you're right. We should have had a direct conversation with the actual owner. But that's a good lesson.
A question that you've got me thinking now, in the question around simplicity and simplifying things. Is there an opportunity to move some of these things like setbacks that we would consider to be administrative-like things into a bucket of consent where we don't necessarily go all the way through it. We just offer it up for the commission to vote once on a consent agenda and then remove the time then back for.
In olden days, if I remember correctly.
Is that the tornado siren?
No, it's a vacuum.
Okay.
You cannot have a consent agenda because you have to have a public hearing on the item under state statute. The public hearing item is not, a consent doesn't necessarily constitute a public hearing item because the public isn't getting a chance to speak or weigh in on it. You're just blanket consent approving something. So I don't think you can have a consent agenda, but it's worth a second ask to city attorney's office just to find out that's the case, because that is, city commission can consent.
Absolutely.
Out.
Right.
I don't know why.
And someone has the right to pull it off if they want to.
Would that require a bylaw change, or is that like a statutory?
I'd have to look to be sure, but it's worth at least an ask to find out.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything but a very small handful of things that I would feel comfortable passing without asking questions and hearing it again. And also, I think most of those things that fall in that handful, we've talked about making them administrative.
Right, administrative.
Yeah. I think that's
Some of those might be tied into a bigger issue and not just, that's not the sole issue. I mean, there's something else that triggered the new setback requirements under the existing code because they want to change something, which we're going to have to talk about.
Fundamentally, 80% of your agenda is a code derivative of what you're seeing. You're only seeing it because the code is compelling that you're actually to see it. So variances are low hanging fruit.
I mean, that's something that we've compelled locally in that item. You've got to see special uses and rezonings and certain other things by other rules, but I mean, well, your agenda is just a code derivative.
You know, just thinking about another category of deferral that I think we've done fairly often, and that I have at times been a little bit uncomfortable with, is we've deferred because we don't think the applicant has done due diligence with public notice. Or public, not public notice, even just
Public engagement.
public engagement. And I've sometimes wondered about our role in demanding that. Is that an appropriate?
We're the ones who have to take the community anger if they didn't do their job.
It's required by the code that there be that some.
But we have decided, and we've
Yes.
deferred because we don't think they've done enough
That is
public engagement.
And
So I've
the
wondered,
code compels notification. It doesn't compel a meeting with the neighborhood association.
It used to, the first version of the 2006 code held a
Yes.
meeting with the neighbor.
And the smart code compels a series of meetings before it can be adopted to go through that process. But really, outside of the newspaper, the mail, the posted notice, that is all that's required for code for a notice to go through. Now, we always advise the applicants, you need to talk to the neighbors, you need to meet with the associations, meet with the townships, talk to the people in the area. We can't compel them to do any of that action.
but I've been surprised at that's why we've deferred. We're like, you go out and talk to the community again, and then we'll hear you again.
And that's one of those things that we've used as a signal, is because the community, and you all expressed that as being a value in your decision-making, we will impart that during pre-application meetings as being a value that needs to be represented. Our commissions will ask this of you. I can't compel someone to have a public meeting if it's not.
Can we put it in the code?
Yeah.
But the way I look at those deferrals is we either, I think sometimes it's been like, there's a ton of community input and it's clear that there's not a meeting of the minds between like what the neighbors are saying, what the applicant is saying, and them talking may benefit them. And also like, we could vote on this and we may vote against you, but some of these issues could be resolved if you just go talk to the neighbors. So I've sort of envisioned those being less like, go do this, and more like, this is gonna help you get to, yes, if you can go resolve some of these things before we just vote on this. And when there's clearly a bunch of animosity, it's between the neighbors and the applicant.
I'm trying to think, have there been those since I've been on the board? I mean, it seems like we're bringing up things that don't ring a bell with.
Yeah, we haven't met for 2 years.
I mean, I'm not sure how big a problem this is. If things have been deferred, and I know we did on the annexation, but that's
not been a problem recently. I would say I can think of maybe one in the last 3 years where it's occurred.
Yeah.
One active
Well,
one.
they've heard with
One
marriage
active one.
subdivision.
Yeah.
Oh, that was yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very common that you would defer for that as a specific reason. Some of these will have multiple reasons, and that'll be one component of the facet of it. But I can only think of one where that was the sole reason.
Yeah, the deferral that's active, I mean, they went through a whole big public process now based on our deferral.
Still an active item.
Yeah.
But that might be the only one you've seen.
Yes, so I guess in answer to your question, so the last 3 years, there's been one, if that's what Jeff's saying, it doesn't appear to me that that is a huge problem. Do I think it is incumbent upon us to put energy into coming up with a decision? Yes. Well, that's what I see happening. So while I've only been here a short time, I have not seen that as a problem.
And I hope I didn't take us off onto too much of a tangent. It was coming through the, what code should say about our responsibilities and our commitment to an outcome. That deferral is not part, it's not explicitly, you mentioned it as a bylaw function, not a code function. But, and it just recalled to me that I've heard a diversity of views about our practice of deferral. And
I think it's a great discussion to have related to the code, because the way that you maneuver with those processes and applications is a function of how that code wants to respond and react. So it helps us understand how you're viewing that process portion.
Okay. I will say that one thing that that frustrates me about deferrals, and I don't think it happened, we don't do these a lot, is if we've talked about something for 2 hours and then we end up deferring it, like I know we're gonna be back next time and we're gonna have to relitigate all this same stuff.
Yeah.
Like why, that's me.
Remember what we said.
Exactly, that's right. That's a good point. We're just, our minds are way off. But that's why, that's an example of like, the only time I get a little worried about deferrals, like this is a waste. I mean, it could be a waste, I guess.
Yeah, it's
We're gonna be
lost
back here in 2-3 months, talking through all this same stuff.
And that's where I think, where I said earlier, I think you've done a good job with that, trying to think of specific times. But in my head, you've gotten us back on track where you have made a comment, okay, guys, here's really what we need to talk about. And I can't think of the specifics, but my thinking is that you have done that I have seen you do that in the time I've been here.
Karen's done it a couple times too.
Okay.
What did I do?
Yeah, when we've gone down in the weeds and getting us back to what our task is at hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is true. Yeah.
Speaking of getting back on track.
About 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all been on track in my opinion, because I think it shows, this gives me an idea of how you're viewing your role in that process, and how that process is serving you in your decision making. I've been filled on track in my opinion now, but I know we got about another hour ahead of us and go at the break, so I didn't know if people want to take 5-minute break to regroup, and I can clean up my notes and get those together.
Super. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Karen and Julia. So before the mid-month. Yeah.
5 minutes?
So you say before the mid-month or?
Yes.
Pedro.
I have a call on Zoom that I have to step out for.
So we're going to switch it around a little bit. So before the mid-month topic, we're going to have our 2 veteran planning commissioners who have been on the planning commission for 6 years each.
Yes.
Watch Julia shake her head. How did she get here? It's almost over, Julia. It's almost over. So we asked them to sort of give insight, advice, warnings, just in terms of their time on the planning commission to sort of help us go forward. Whether it be particular to the land development code coming up or just how we conduct meetings, what our concerns are, what our interests are, what our role should be in the community, any sort of insight that they've gleaned from the past 6 years as they part ways with a smile and a wave and a good luck. So which one?
I've talked a lot. You just got here.
Yeah. It's been a long 6 years. I feel like it's been longer than that, to be quite honest, because I was on when she got here, because I took over somebody else's term. And I've said this every time I get the opportunity to talk, so Jeff, this will not be new. When I first started, so my background is I do some civil law, a lot of family law, a lot of criminal law. So when I came to zoning and codes, I was like, what the hell is this? I will try to keep my curse words to myself as I speak. And so I remember my first meeting, I looked around and I was like, what the hell did I agree to? Exactly. That's exactly what I said. So I'm like, I'm gonna give it a couple meetings and see how it goes. So I would read the staff report. I would read correspondence from the community. Some of our packets back then were really hefty, and I did not read the entire packet, but I read the staff report and I read some other stuff. So my big takeaway from the commission, I thoroughly enjoy when community members come and talk to us. I get pissed off when community members attack other community members who may be on the opposite side of whatever they're here to support. I think it's valuable to acknowledge the community members for their showing up, and then the staff members who work very hard and often bear the brunt of some disdain that may come from the community. One meeting that I will never forget was the Big Springs one, and this loud, obnoxious dude in overalls cornered Mary outside and was telling her what he thought of her. And me being the dainty person that I am, when I walk up and see this, and I was like, why is she listening to him? Like, why is she putting up with this? And I was like, oh, because she works for the city. Well, I don't. So he got to hear my opinion on his comments to Mary. But I think just appreciating what staff does and what they go through is very important. We've had, I don't remember who else was here when we had a certain person in our state that keeps running for political office despite losing, came and told us what we were going to do, or what he was going to do to us if we voted against his project. And I thought that was very, very interesting. But we have
a person here that was there for that.
Okay. But I think one thing that I do question still is when we have a staff report and there might be one person that shows up from the community to voice their opinion on whatever the issue is at hand. Sometimes I feel we bend over backwards to try to put in different conditions to appease that person. And it gets a little difficult when we're representing like a community at large and not that particular person with whatever issues they may have with whatever project's going on. So I think that is something that I would suggest people keep in mind, like the purpose that we're here, and it's not just for us, it's not for our neighbor, but it's for everybody that's in this county. And we've met some great people and had great people come and talk. I have a lot of respect for everyone that's on this commission. I remember when I first came on as well, dirt was dirt to me. I didn't know there was different types of soils. I had no idea there was different types of soils or different types of plants and all kinds of stuff that I mean, it's green and it's pretty. That's what I say. And so that's been very educational. Karen's taught me things that I thought, like, what the hell? In my city girl world, I would have never known 99% of the stuff that I know now. But I think everyone brings a unique perspective here, and I've learned a lot from various commissioners, and even watching the elected officials work the room when they come once a year is very interesting to me. But I do, it's been a great experience. I will never volunteer for this commission again, but it's been a great experience. Because you have to, when I was first asked to be on this commission, I was told it was one meeting a month for not very long. And Mike Amix is the one that told me that. So Mike, I will never forget Mike for that. But then I get here and that's part of my, like, what the hell is this? And there's something that comes up every time that we meet, I think, that I'm like, things I wouldn't think people could get upset about. And then I don't know who was here for the last meeting where I kind of was at my wit's end. And there's a lot of regulations. People buy property and they want to fix it up and they want to maintain it. And sometimes there's a lot of conditions that we want to impose, or we sit around and brainstorm. And I'm like, okay, people, we got to draw it back. Like, get back to the basics. And I think maybe you had said something and someone else last meeting that I was like, okay, we got to get, like, what is our purpose? And is our purpose to tailor it so that every person is happy and we have now 30 conditions on the special use permit? Or, there's some things that are covered in the code that can be enforced. So we don't, in my opinion, necessarily need to make it part of the special use permit. So I think that's something that I would also encourage people to, I think we were talking about like a noise ordinance or something. I can't remember. Or maybe it was trash. I don't recall at that last special use permit. But there's a lot of regulation, I think, that we as a commission want to add on to those. And I think there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, well, as I've heard from me a lot, both in meetings and today, I tend to ask a lot of questions and say a lot of things. One of the things that I want to just draw attention to, and because I had attended some planning commission meetings like long ago, and my first thought is, who are those bozos and why don't they treat people better? At that time, there was a very different culture than what we have here. The commissioners were rude to each other. They were rude to the public. They were rude to staff. I don't know whom they were serving, but it did not feel like the kind of public process any of us would be proud of. So when I was first asked, would I serve on there, I was like, I'm going to go watch some meetings and see if this is something I could stomach. Like that was kind of my thought. So, but this culture of respect that we have now, we haven't had very long. So just to be sure that people actively and proactively work to continue that. I love that we listen to the public. And, we listen respectfully and, we make eye contact back when we had eyes with each other. And respect for the staff, but really that we disagree with each other and then it's all okay. Like that's part of what we're here for. We're here to disagree with each other and it's a good thing. So I just would, as we had these 2 years of Zoom, that we were still able to maintain, that integrity, I think is great. I think we'll still have to build back a little bit just because, none of us have done well in Zoom in terms of like culturally, like it's easier to be short with people, on a virtual platform. So I'm really excited that it's going to get back in person where we do our best work. So I put that on everybody here, as I know you will do very, very, very well with. One of the things that I've noticed, and that's what I learned from Patrick Kelly when he was leading meetings, is how much exhaustive time he took explaining the process at the start of every meeting. And then when I became chair some years after that, I noticed that whenever I would skip that part, like the wheels came off the bus. And because everybody who comes there to speak is already nervous and, they don't know what the process is and they we're the big government, right? So there's kind of a chip on that shoulder, but the more you can explain, this is the process, this is when we want you to speak. We may ask you questions again after that. If you're okay with it, then people kind of relax and recognize that, okay, I know what my role is and I know how to participate. And especially once we put in the general public comment at the beginning, and it's very confusing. Like I came here for public comment. They said the words public comment and I'm going to stand up. And then people feel embarrassed because they missed it. And it's, like I said, the times when I remembered to do it, I think things went better. The times when I forgot even a little bit, it seemed like I roll as chair, like we suffered for it. I like when if the public bring questions, even if we can't answer them right then, we say, we're not going to answer it right now, but we'll get to it. And that we really do try and address people's concerns if they put them in the letters. Sometimes it's like, there's so many things to cover. And maybe it's like in our minds, we've already either accounted for that or discounted for that based on our experience. But I do like it when we take the time to specifically say, hey, we heard from somebody or a specific somebody that had this concern and this is how we addressed it or didn't address it or can't address it. Just so that people know that, hey, that thing we sent into the ether, it got somewhere. I think once we get back into in person, like those short times when you can interact with somebody either before a meeting, just holding the door and saying hi, or, if there's somebody you recognize, go down and talk with them at the break or shake hands afterwards, whatever. I think those things really help to solidify a relationship where they would feel comfortable coming to you for another item, like beforehand, and then you get that information. So I think one of the main things to keep in mind, we like to cater to whoever came and spoke, but we can't be that the only voice that we hear, because we represent, the 10 of us represent the people that aren't here to speak, that don't have the privilege to come here and speak, in the time off the transportation, the drive into town or the internet or whatever that might be, or just, didn't know or too busy to be engaged. But there's a lot of community interest that will get very vocal people who may be mainstream or they may be, on a fringe, and we want to make them happy, but we have to consider, like, what did we not hear? And part of that sometimes is just ourselves being engaged in the community and knowing people who would fall into all those categories. Like,
maybe you actually talk to them about it, or maybe that's just the voice in your head that kind of says, no, like, let me flag that, because even though we didn't hear it, I think somebody else, if they'd been here, would have said that. So I think for the most part, I get really passionate about our decisions. And then once it's out of our hands, I don't feel like, I feel like I stay in my lane pretty well. Like that goes on to the city or the county, and they play their role. We played our role to the best that we could. And then after that, it's just okay. There's always different ways to see things. There's only been a few where I felt like, I think there was something weird in here that I need to follow up with it and make sure that that information gets passed along. And it's usually things that should have had a different process, or the one I think is the rural home business regulations. Like almost everyone that's come forward, I'm like, it's because they're bad. It's because the regulations are bad and they're not working, and we shouldn't be dragging neighbors through the mud against each other. We should have a different process. So those are kind of the things but for the most part, I think, even though I'm super passionate about things, I can kind of let them go after we've served our role. Most of the other things I've kind of said earlier, I think, David, I think you mentioned that I'm always asking, like, if this vote happens, then what? And it's because we've been voting alphabetically for 2 years. I've been the deciding vote on everything for 2 years. So I was like, okay, I need to know. I'm counting as people are voting. Like, shoot, it's down to me again. And now it's going to be Charlie. And I think maybe that's something, if ever we can get away with that. We wouldn't sit next to the same people so that we didn't develop kind of any, so we didn't make any friendships or, develop any weird power dynamics or whatever. But I think there's a bigger power dynamic, and Sharon has to vote.
I always worried about being first. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
I have to make up my decision now.
I think we'd all have to really stay awake if you mixed it up.
I didn't like that when I had to vote first a couple of meetings ago. Both of you.
I know, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? I saw it as just personal growth, and I was just gonna fight my way through it.
That's kind of all I have. I mean, I said I talk a lot. So every time we've lost somebody off the board, I thought, what are we going to do without Penny or Eric or Patrick or and it's fine. And you guys are awesome, and you're going to do great. And I'm going to sleep in and go to bed early and be able to go to my fire meetings again. And I do have a 4:00 Zoom meeting that I'm also going to step out for.
But it's been fun. It's been very interesting. I've met some great people. So Jim, I met Jim.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's a great
And we're
person.
still going to see each other.
Yeah, you will.
Well, the nice thing about being together, since we'll be not together on Wednesday, assuming, are you guys gonna be here on Wednesday or be on the meeting on Wednesday?
I was planning to go in person if it's allowed.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, I think it's about right. Yeah.
Interesting segue, because I'm all about those today, is it's a hybrid meeting. So if you'd like to be in person and you respond to the quorum call to Denny, let her know if you're going to be in person or on Zoom, so we can make sure we have the room arranged appropriately. But you're more than welcome to be in person in the chambers starting this month.
Julie, you're gonna be there?
Well, is Pedro going to be there? I mean,
I don't think.
He doesn't officially start. till
He doesn't
June.
get to start.
oh gosh, yes, I'll be there. I will. I was just checking my calendar.
I only asked.
We hope you'll watch.
Yes.
So
Yes, I'll be
Yeah,
there.
I remember before I joined, the month before I joined the commission.
Just because it's different.
It is the month before I joined the commission, it was Eric's last meeting as chair, because that's when we turn over. And whatever the items were, they just ran out to, I ended up being the last person in the public sitting in the gallery. And, you get to the point where you ask, is there any public comment? And Karen looked over at me and no one knew who I was. Like, well, there's one person there, but yeah. So, yeah, it's a good experience to show up and listen, but, yeah,
Well, I know you gotta go, Karen, but I mean, it's nice to be able to be here with you guys because we have the certificates for you both. But I'm not gonna say anything because on Wednesday, hopefully I'll say something about you guys and hopefully the other commissioners will have things that they want to.
Thank you, sir.
Give you these in person.
Butler roast.
I'm game.
Go. We'll talk about telecommunications towers one more time. Okay, all right, quick. Who has ever been on the commission with telecommunications towers? Three.
Oh, really?
See you, Karen.
Oh, wow.
See ya.
Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's been a while. Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's shocking.
Like Karen said earlier, I don't remember if we've ever covered telecommunications.
Oh, I remember.
If you would remember. If you
Oh,
did.
Yes.
If you
Oh,
can't
I
recall it,
remember.
You have it. If you
Yeah.
get
I know
it,
they
you
can't
won't forget it.
I was gonna say, Julia and I always said no.
Okay.
After we were told we weren't allowed to by whoever the attorney was. It's like,
That's the best when we have other attorneys come in and tell us what we can and can't
Oh,
do.
yeah. Well,
You love that.
it's like once at a meeting when we asked the applicant, what if we deny this? And the response was, I don't think we want to go there. I was just like, are you?
Jeff, how long have you been director?
Oh, boy. Since June of 20. I was planning manager for 2 years ahead of that.
That's right. The interviews were delayed because of the pandemic.
Because what? Oh,
Yeah, because I was on that. Whatever.
Well, thank you, Julia, and thank you, Karen, for those. I think that's very helpful. So I've made mental notes.
You'll remember my
Just so,
things.
yes. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm very excited now.
Are you- Now, the thing is if you scare him off, you have to come back, right?
exactly.
It is wonderful. It's the best time of your life.
No, but here's the chance. This always happened at a mid-month meeting. The new people came in and you get to tell us a little bit about your background and why the hell you want to join us. And then we can answer.
Yeah,
any
because in the,
questions you have.
in the business meeting, we don't really get an opportunity to just chat.
Well, that is the segue to the mid-month meetings. So are you suggesting that maybe we have Pedro explain himself now or at a mid-month?
We're here. Who knows when we'll
Okay.
all be back in the same room.
Okay.
Well, the reason I decided to wanted to join this committee is I found that it was one more way to expand my knowledge and really get involved in the community. And it is another way to learn how the city works, how things are managed, and how basically the government makes decisions that affects me and all of us in general. Another reason why I wanted to join it is because I got many clients that are concerned where the real estate market is heading, or where we have been in the last 2 years. What's going on? Is it going to get better? When is it going to get better? And I found that there was just one more way to have a voice on the vote, that it will impact another homeowner. And I'm hoping that that impact will be possible. So, where there's a decision for expansion or a decision for development, and with my expertise that I had in last year, and with the support of all my other fellow estate agents, I'll be able to come up with a decision that I think will be the most appropriate for the case. Being, listening to a lot of expansion out west and things like that. Have it vote. So basically, my main concern is just to help my clients and help the city. Mainly the homeowners.
So did you guys talk about that earlier? What Peter was talking about with, what's the word I'm looking for? Investment groups coming in and buying homes. Was that part of the topic at all? No.
Good topic.
What'd you say?
It is a good topic.
topic.
Yeah, I was interested. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that has a lot, will have a huge effect on planning, but I don't, and rental market and all that kind of stuff. So that's a,
huge effect on
yes,
price.
on pricing, because price, yeah.
And we usually get the yearly rental market analysis and things like that, but some of that stuff's disappeared during the pandemic.
Yeah, the retail market is getting ready to kick off and start up again, so we'll get that, because we didn't do it, we were scheduled to do it right in the middle of the pandemic, which is not really a good time to be doing it, so we laid it out for 2 years, we're gonna come back and start that one in the summer. Residential lot inventory is gearing up to start its process here in the future, so we'll have that as a scope and scale to bring back to y'all soon too, but it's, a lot of that just got shifted around a bit with the calendars, but conversations I have with economists lately is, the bigger thing that's going to change the way that people treat housing from going from commodities to actual housing is going to be the change of the interest rates.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have, people can't cash flow commercially at certain rates, so they're going to start returning back to different, product types when those interest rates come back up. Because you can't make that much money to recoup the cost across the interest rate anymore.
But when you have those big investment people come in that pay cash for it, I don't know what effect that has on.
It's just going to be all in the interest rates. If it actually will pro forma out at a point where it actually will be worth their while to do it and have those conversations, because I'm seeing some people draw back from the market right now in some of those different economies. So it's going to be interesting how that fluctuates and pulls out of it. I think the other one's going to be interesting is to see how the insurers start responding, because they're raising interest rates based on natural disasters. And so that starts to price people out of certain markets and have certain considerations. So it's going to be a lot of the factors around the housing market is actually not related to things that planning commission really has a role in. It's all the externalities going on around it that have a lot more impact to it. So.
That's actually one of the things I worry about, is that when you read the paper and concerns from the realtors and the home association, what are they called? Homeowners Association, is they think that planning is going to be the silver bullet. If we just build more houses, that solves it, when there's all these other things that are happening. And I get a little worried when people are focusing all their attention that we're somehow going to be resolving that issue.
Well, when that goes into didn't we just have a discussion when we had the people from the last meeting that were wanting to rent the house next to them out in the county? And then someone pulled up a map of how many Airbnbs there are in the county. So then there was talk about regulating them like they do with ones in the city, which I think plays into going back to inventory, affordable housing, like it's all connected.
It is, and there's all kinds of facets with that, because if you look at just the raw numbers of what you see in the city of Lawrence, there's about 44,000 housing units in the city of Lawrence, and currently there's about 83 of them licensed as a short-term rental. When the reality is 55% of the Lawrence market is a rental market, so over 22,000 of them are rentals. And the conversation isn't necessarily about the amount of them. The conversation is, are they at the right spot with the right amenities at the right time for those individuals? And that's a conversation we'll have to have with the land development code revision is the code giving us the right item at the right place at the right time? My assumption would be no, based on what you're seeing in the market, because the code's going to dictate a minimum lot size, which is going to set a minimum ground price, which is going to set a minimum home price at the end of the day. And if you have setbacks involved, and that shrinks your building envelope, and that's just land you can't use. So 2 10-foot setbacks is 20 foot of space you can't use per code. In downtown on the 5850 lot, it would have been another house. So there's conversations about the code, the way that it works with missing middle housing, and how it derives out of that subdivision regulations to have those conversations. So I don't know the answer to that. It's going to be tricky, because you're going to have a conversation about not just accessory dwelling units, but by right duplex, by right triplex. Is a quadplex okay if it's designed in a certain configuration? Because there's a lot of those factors that fold into it. And our code can only view the world in an RS7 lot has to be a minimum of 7,000 square feet, but in reality, it's probably going to be closer to 9,800 square feet of a lot, and can only be a detached home. That's the most prevalent land use we have in the city's RS7.
So I'd like to know some more about you, Pedro. So how long have you been, did you grow up here?
No, sorry, I am originally from Cuba. I grew up and I moved to the States in 2009. And I've been living here in Lawrence since then.
Okay. So how did you end up in Lawrence out of all the places in the world?
Yes, my sister, she was living here at the time. She convinced me to, hey, you should come to Kansas, you can go to Lawrence. She always said this is one of the greatest cities in the country. So yeah, that's how I actually ended up here.
Usually from when people who are not from Kansas say, I'm going to Kansas, they go, Kansas,
Yeah.
man, Lord, Kansas. So good for your sister.
Right. So yeah, and many of our friends that we have across the country, they all have the same thing. So when I go to Lawrence, I just want to relax because it's the type of city that just you feel safe. That's what it's like. And shortly after that, I met who is my current wife.
Stay away from the courthouse.
Yeah.
Right? I've been good at it for the last 13 years. I don't know now, but we'll figure that out. And I have two daughters, and I'm planning on raising them here in town.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
How old are your kids?
The oldest, she is 11, just turned 11 last month, and the youngest, she just turned 2 last month.
Oh,
Well, you've listened to us all day. You want to know anything about anybody that we're going to be working with?
I sure will have my questions. But in the meantime, I try to absorb as much as I can and figure it out, all the terms.
Well, just to ask.
Yeah.
I sure try to ask. I do ask a lot of questions. So.
And the nice thing will be, I think, when you start in June, you'll have a few months under your belt by the time November or whatever rolls around. If we have another orientation and some of the stuff, I think once you've been in a few meetings, a lot of it will click better.
And you won't even be the newest person.
That's right. You've got at least how many?
And apparently Jeff still brings his coffee from what I heard.
Okay.
Earlier.
I always bring coffee to the commission. It is a standing rule.
Right.
And your
That's where it came
first thought was not, see, I hadn't met Julia before other than seeing her online. So I already like her when she says she wanted to swear a lot. So was that your first thought when you came is?
It's not like I want to, I do.
Oh.
Well,
He's like, no.
You can tell it's not style.
So what got you out of Cuba?
I was I was studying in the University of Havana, and my major was in economics. After 2 semesters in Cuba, I sat down and realized what I was learning, what the country was doing, how they actually basically plan the economy in the country. And at that point, I realized that it's just going to keep failing. And no matter how many times we keep trying to fix something that is broken and is unfixable. Communism was not the answer. And I look at their financial plans and how they want to run the country, what the plans were for the next 10 years, what they wanted to do. And I just at that moment say, this is not going to work, no matter how you try to sell it to me. So my mom was living in Cancun at the time with my sister. And I moved there. I spent there a few months. And then my sister said, well, I'm a citizen in the US, you want me to go ahead and start paperwork. So, well, yeah, I would love to.
You suggest people visit Cuba.
Yeah. Cuba, it is a
My list.
wonderful, it is a wonderful country.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, it is a wonderful country. It is one of the safest places you can actually be in the world, period. There's no violence, there is no drugs, there's no gangs, that doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's very safe. The only problem is the economic system. It doesn't work for its citizens. It just doesn't. It's a regime. It only works for the government. And
Beautiful country.
everybody's.
That's how people stay in power. You can give us a whole lesson probably on how that works.
Yeah, that's how they just stay in power through manipulations and force.
So when you talked about clients, what do you do? Were you talking about real estate clients?
Yes, yeah, I'm a real estate agent with government.
So you're gonna have a very different perspective than probably a lot of us from that, just your work. I think that would be very helpful.
Counting on that.
So I don't think we've had, have there been, I don't, since my time, I don't recall any real estate agents on the commission.
Been quite a while.
Interesting.
If you ever get a chance to go to Cuba, go. It's a nice place, and people there are really nice.
I visited a few years ago. It's a wonderful place.
It's
Beautiful.
aside from the government, it's a good place.
Definitely not in Kansas.
Yeah.
Definitely not in Kansas when you're there.
Well, thank you. Welcome. And I'm sure you didn't realize you'd be put on the spot, for right away, first thing, but
Be prepared.
yeah. Well, one of the things that we do are these mid-month meetings, and they're a time for us to learn a lot about the inner workings.
Wait, no, that was what you get, only 1 minute per month.
Yeah, right,
Exactly. So
Until you're a vice chair or chair, and then it's.
yes. So Becky is now going to describe what our mid-months are about. So.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful segue. All right.
Nice job.
This is our final push. We'll make this quick. Basically, there's a couple things. One is that, as you know, because of the pandemic, we have been doing the bid events a little bit differently. We've been holding them on what would be our Monday planning commission meeting date when we can, when the schedule will allow. It's looking like we are going to be able to move back to a more normal schedule. And so we're still working out those details, but we do anticipate that starting June 8th, we'll be able to have them at a mid-month time. More than likely, we'll hold them in this room. We'll still stream them via Zoom. So it'll be a hybrid format. So kind of, I wanted to get that information out to you all to know that we're looking to move back to that schedule. But then also, it's been a while, at these planning, at our orientation is really when we gauge what our topics should be. What is of interest? What does that schedule look like as far as when topics come up? So really wanted to check in with you all to see if there are things that could be added. You can see there's a lot of to be determined on there, and that is because we haven't had this opportunity to really check in and fill out this calendar. So there's suggested topics there that are ones that have been discussed before as potential topics that we kind of put there as that parking lot. But also, are there other things that are not on the list that should be added? And what would you like to see moved up to fill in those blanks?
One to note on there is we would lose potentially one of your fall days to the second orientation.
Right.
That's true.
So do keep in mind the October or the November meeting may be in lieu of an orientation session.
Well, I think you know what I'm going to request. And it's right in the middle there, the bus tour and development patterns. I think also considering the turnover in the commission, the fact that we'll have a number of new commissioners, it's probably a really good opportunity to kind of bring things together. And so for the few people who have not heard me talk about this before, when I joined the Planning Commission 4 years ago, it was one of my requests that it would be great to understand what we do in the context of the history of planning practice. Lawrence has been around for 160 years. Planning's been around for what, 130 years or so. And Lawrence neighborhoods reflect the history of planning. And so that's why development patterns. So basically, to visit different neighborhoods and described to illustrate how they reflect how planning has changed over time, how the practice of planning has changed. And because really we are in history, and someday people will look back to what we're doing right now and say, oh yeah, that reflects, this philosophy at the time. So I just think it contextualizes what we're asked to do on a monthly basis. That's my request.
October might be a nice month for a bus tour. Yeah, that's cool fall.
But all of them look great.
Mhm. And in terms of just thinking back to the work plan, if I remember correctly, the west of the K-10 plan is the one that's scheduled first.
It's
of
currently
those,
underway.
right? So maybe that would be rise to the top for a mid-month, since that's coming up the soonest.
And also the East Lawrence plan is underway too.
Would that be something, could that be a split one like some of these others? Is there enough time, or would one of those take a whole mid-month meeting?
We can check with the staff. I can't imagine that we couldn't put them both on the same day, but we can just double check it to be sure.
As far as the development, that means so business kind of ready to meet or do it after Monday night sometime. Because as we start to get into the process, just so everybody up to where things are going.
Could you talk just a little louder?
Why don't you guys switch positions here?
I'm just saying that the forest development code should probably be on a regular meeting night somewhere in the next couple of months after the steering committee gets, and then once there's some idea of what the process is, so the planning commission as a whole can continue to have some input as it moves along. So it might be a recurring theme during the update of the land development code, so we don't get it all 5 days before a meeting and have to try to digest it all.
When does that steering committee start?
To be determined. Right now, we're still waiting on appointments. But I would expect pretty soon.
Okay, well, I didn't know if it was several months off or next month, in terms of when the steering committee would get going.
Probably the next couple of months, we would probably get that started up.
But you've selected the consultant or whatever who's going to be working.
Consultant is on board, and then we're waiting for appointments for the committee themselves. And a lot of the advisory boards are going to be appointing in the same window that you will.
Okay.
City commission wants to get the steering committees appointed sometime next month.
Okay.
And then they'll start scheduling meetings after that.
So if we have a bus tour, let's say October 12th, and the potentially two plans, the east neighborhood and the west of K-10 on one of those dates, then the orientation on another day, that leaves us one more opening.
I still think there should be a budget for snacks. I've advocated for that every year. I'm just saying.
I've got to commend.
No,
Thank
I
you very
mean, like
much.
cookies, like something good and healthy for you.
You missed lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And we've covered some of that stuff today, application types and roles, update on ongoing projects and plans. I guess the residential lot inventory is probably, because that's in the news, and people are going to be coming to us about affordable housing, residential lot availability. So that sounds like maybe that would fill in that last date opening.
Think by December, we probably have a pretty good idea of where that, if not wrapped up, I would expect it to be wrapped up, then have a good idea of where it adds kind of totality for everything else.
And the Southern Development Plan, is that south of the walkie or down toward the walkie? Is that?
It's effectively. Pull the map theoretically. The purple shaded area, right? There, so it's.
Talking about like fish stock and waterfowl or?
What?
Well, like what development? Oh, okay, I get it.
What-
So South Iowa.
And-
I was like wondering like what development is taking place south of I-10?
Precious little.
And that development plan is slated for an update in 2024. So it's
Okay. Thank you for zooming in. I was missing.
Speaking, was there anything else about the mid-month? that
no,
we need to-
other than also just wanted to touch base, the things that are already on there above the to be determined, does that look,
Oh, you already had a residential lot.
well, we
didn't
didn't get
see
to
that.
it. We didn't get to it.
Oh,
So,
Is that document posted somewhere?
Is on the page where you get your agendas at the very top, it'll have a little calendar for mid-month there.
Got it. Thought it looked familiar.
Okay, so what we're looking at is plan 2040 growth tiers, floodplain infrastructure.
yeah,
Those,
and
okay.
then for July,
Yeah.
we've got floodplain
Yeah.
and green infrastructure,
Yeah.
and then an update on the Lawrence Bike Plan, and St. Francis School in
Okay.
August.
So if we filled that out to our satisfaction?
Okay. And as, you know, if things, we do have the opportunity to manipulate, so if things, if there are more pressing things that come up, we can have another look at it, but that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And in our remaining time, was there any hope of getting the Uber computer program to have a demonstration so we can all leave
I can check on it real quick.
feeling odd about
Oh, it's
the
feeling
growth
odd,
tiers?
like.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying we might feel odd about.
No, odd. Okay, so that's odd.
I'm feeling pretty odd about this.
It's a weird demonstration.
Yeah.
See here.
And I know there was some knowing laughter earlier talking about Newtown developing east of us.
Oh.
So since I don't take the newspaper and come to town once a week, would anyone like to elaborate on any of this?
Last night, the county commission set I didn't watch the whole thing yet, or it was Wednesday night, so I haven't watched all of it yet. But they set the parameters and the dates on how they're going to review an application for a new town by the name of Clearview.
Clearfield?
South of you, or is it Clearfield?
Clearfield, I think
Right.
it was.
Clearfield.
Yeah,
Clear something
Clearfield.
based on some old township church or old community.
Yes.
South of Eudora, east of Baldwin. Basically, you know, the maps we saw that NextEra, well, the Citizens for Responsible Solar were giving us the maps that showed the area NextEra was looking at with all the houses were. They filed a petition with the requisite number of signatures, which is 50, in order to institute the process to incorporate an 18.5 square mile area as a new town. So that goes to the county commission to approve, and the county commission has to set the process by which to do it and what type of information they want to consider and what experts they want to bring in. And it's a whole long laundry list of things to look at. And then ultimately the county commission will vote whether or not to bring it. That's what's happening. It'll be fun to watch. And there was inquiry about that when Karen and I were down in that area talking with some people. What do you think about this? And my response was, know what you're asking for, what you have to do. Because Big Springs asked the same thing.
And they went, oh, no.
How-
The group
Pay for
down there.
roads, pay for fire.
And isn't Globe looking at the same thing?
They have to set up their own taxing district, their own elected government, their own planning commission, their own law enforcement. They've got all their own roads, all their infrastructure. Contract with the city county for emergency services unless they have their own. I mean, this is.
Seems unlikely.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. The money alone is not gonna.
And I think that shows the feeling there is, rather than this actually getting to fruition, but against the solar next era.
It's really against one company's version of solar, and that one company's version of solar is not actually what's reflected in what we approved, what the county commissions approved. In fact, what we approved would make that very difficult to occur. Just the whole process. I mean, NextEra themselves even admit getting all the necessary land, they don't even have the land under contract yet. Which raises another issue. What happens if you incorporate an area that already has contracts? What does that do to property rights that are already been assigned to somebody else? I don't know.
Just want to make sure we get out of here on time. So we have a demonstration.
The
A
very
fancy,
angry computer
fancy.
that eyes that shows us is up and going like a very temperamental computer. Best way to describe it here. Every dot on the map constitutes one person inside of the tracks. And so what you're seeing there is a white dot is a current resident. And as the blue dots shade out, it is by decade of when they would join in. So I'll turn down the white dots so you can see is the darker dots are people that would be adding between 2015 and 2020. The kind of mediums is between 2020 and 2030. And the lighter colored dots are people adding between 2030 to 2040. This is the backbone population model that runs behind Plan 2040 and its understanding of growth. So every dot's a new person that would be added to that, and the white dots that turned off were all the current population that was there in 2015 when the model ran through.
So what's the percentage of, thought about in percentages? This looks much more dense, of course. Is it 50% growing out west of K10 or?
It's all modeled on the future land use of the adopted plans. So it could be, in that case, the west of K10 area, because we just double checked it, its population top end was 18,000 new people.
Wow. That's how, what's that as a percent of all of the new people in the plan?
I have to go back and look, but I want to say it's probably in the 12 to 15% range off the top of my head, but it's got a lot of infill that goes on inside there. But definitely, I'll bring my friend here to the June meeting, because this is part of how the tiers have work and all the details that come along with it here. But some of the stuff that we see is, as you can see there, is that the model does want to time out at certain rates and patterns. So in this instance, that section wants to add 2,000 people in that decade between 30 and 40.
So wait a minute, you just said the model wanted to add 2,000 people
Between 2030 and 2040.
to just this section, or what? Well, I got lost in that. Or to total.
So just that section that's highlighting in blue, those 2,000 people being in.
And that's the same, what's the,
2040.
what are the roads there?
One second, I don't think it actually has roads.
Well, that's Sixth Street, the northern boundary of that highlighted polygon is Sixth Street.
That's what I would have guessed.
That K10?
Oh, yeah. Can walk up. There's, yeah. Yeah.
So does it show, if you showed the whole town, the bulk of the growth then? For the town is out here as opposed to out east?
Yeah, under the current adopted future land use plans, that's the way that it wanted to repopulate. As you can also see, it's adding to the south, to the east, and a little bit to the item. But the other interesting thing is the model actually works countywide. So as you kind of pan it around, you can start to see what it's trying to do and where it's trying to do it at. And And this is all, of course, best guess at the moment that the model ran based on all the things that we could feed into it, land use, zoning, building permits, growth data,
Right.
historical trends.
So right here, no new people, right next to it, a lot of new people. Why?
Very likely, without going into the specifics, there's probably a multifamily zoning district in there that's not been
So
built.
looking for density.
Looking for density. So that's what it's trying to do, and to kind of give you a ballpark of what Lawrence looks like. Without the growing component, if you want to kind of see that. That is how we look in
Right.
2010 census. And
Oh,
so you-
interesting.
So you can see the density around the campus, and then you can see as it kind of filters out, it gets a little, kind of lessens out, but that density bulks around those other areas.
And that's from 2010.
That's from the 2010 census. This was the one of its starting grids that we put it on to model through.
So when you go to 2015, because that's right there, right? What is that?
So we would
Oh, Eudora's
2015
like split.
would be those dark blue dots would be the 15.
That's what was,
That's the way the model was predicting 15 to 20 for growth.
So these sectors are growing in that next 5 years.
You probably haven't had a chance to calibrate it against observed growth.
But
Now, we've also been waiting for the census to release this next one to
An accurate number.
yeah, to stress test it again one more time to see what it was. But yeah, so the model was predicted and it was told to do.
What's that?
Two things was first fill in, and then we
Is that
fill in and
baldwin?
go out.
no,
Oh,
it's
that's
not
got it.
Baldwin. It's
And that was
just
how
south
it
of Walker.
created it, because the comp plan, it says infill first, then go out.
Sure.
So
Okay.
And then
processes
this is
out.
just like
The
right
first time I
across the
saw
river
this,
before
it
you
was
even go
putting
down
people in lakes.
to this.
Yeah, we finally found it.
Because it's probably
Well,
about
that's
density
right
map,
here.
right?
There's a
It's
bunch of
not
those
literally,
I mean, is that what that is? Kind of
this
like-
represents
more.
one person. It's
Oh.
fill this
There's
space with
more.
random dots at a particular density. So, yeah.
But it doesn't
So this
calculate
is
what
where
number.
that little
But it-
thing
yeah,
that
it's
comes out
also
of the
into
which are the
yeah.
auto dealerships.
Yes,
That's
yes,
what
yes.
This is.
So then what the heck's right there?
I don't, why is this so dense right here?
Was based on what we're seeing with certificates of surveys and actions for divisions in the county based on the items.
Fortunately, I can't even picture what's there right now that would ever cause that
Yeah.
to show up like that. No, but that's what the approved
Based on what
Subdivision, annexations,
subdivisions and
regulations,
everything
yeah.
would permit right now.
that's what it was seeing at that point in time when it was
Wow.
patterning out and going in that direction. And of course, this was the model dispersion run from 2017. So that's how the world looked at the model at that moment in
If you
2017.
run it with the new subdivision regulation, it would look
It would look a lot
considerably different.
We'd have to run it with some new future land uses, new building permit histories, and probably, break a computer or two along the way for fun. But I mean, it was the best moment that we had out of it, we could see, so.
I mean, there's a ton of new growth, but it's all north of the Walkie.
So yeah, I would expect if we reprogrammed it, put all the new data into it, it would behave differently, because quite truthfully, when we were testing it out, every time we would run it, we ran it for a week, every week for about 3 months to see how it behaved. And just based on the number of building permits that were coming in or rezonings that were occurring, it was remodeling in all kinds of different ways. And that's how we did it. We had dialed it in because it was responding to the new inputs it was given. So we think it would respond pretty differently again today.
so the next time that this is the next iteration is when you get the census figures.
When we get census data, and we have a pretty good understanding of what it is, and that's probably going to fall right in the perfect moment where we get new information from Transportation 2050 and its smaller geography areas. That'll give us an opportunity to baseline it and then push it one more time to see how it wants to behave. So it's a pretty good idea.
So with it, you put in additional information, which I guess is iterative things that have come into you. And you say it shows different results each time. Is there a trend that you can pick up in that? Or it's different based on the new information, but not wildly different in terms of its projections?
It's not wildly different. It's just, you can tell that it's recognizing certain things that occurred, like a rezoning has come online that wasn't there before. So it goes, oh, you're a new density. I need to add some people over here. This is a potential space and it just wants to behave a little differently. But it's, it's one of those things where you can run it every week. You're not really going to see a lot, but if you run it every year, you might see a different pattern depending on the inputs you get. But it's This was the backbone for a lot of that kind of just understanding where we've been at and where do we think we might go to next as a conversation.
Just doing some machine learning as a part of it, do you know, or
No, it's
based on some algorithms that are,
good old fashioned kind of sit down and try to do it. It's not super advanced where I can't have it, fly a plane or do anything fun yet. Not quite level Terminator style, but also not quite outside the, get the mechanical pencil out, and double check its math.
Yeah.
But we'll talk more about this in June.
Yeah,
Very
so
cool.
it's super usable for transportation.
Yeah.
I have no idea how long it took to start it up.
All day.
Thank you. I'm glad we had some time just to look at it.
Yeah,
just since you did do that. Thank you. So we could see it. So, yeah. Any closing thoughts then? From commissioners, staff, things we didn't cover? Well, honestly, there probably were some things that we didn't get to. But I think we.
very good
I
job.
think we got a good chunk of it
Be good job.
done, but any remaining closing thoughts?
No.
Except
Good
we'll-
meeting.
Yep. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, so,
Thanks.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you
For
for
making this
Thank
happen.
you.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you guys Wednesday.
Yeah.